So a very good morning and welcome to Hove for day two of this county championship match between Sussex and Durham. I'm Adrian Harms. I'll introduce the rest of the commentary team as we go through. I just need to do a little check around the ground to make sure that if you're listening on the headset, there we are. So over at the top deck of the Sven Carmo Pavilion, people waving like free. That's Tim over there who's waving, and Julian, who's probably recovering from having drunk too many of those tins of beer that he had yesterday, but he's over there. And there's a decent-sized crowd here today. The club are saying that potentially it's a sellout. A lot of tickets in advance of the match, so there should be a good atmosphere inside the ground. It's a lovely day. A bit more cloud has built up over the last half hour, so it should be a cracking day's cricket. Our commentary team today will be as yesterday, plus we do have an addition. So Martin Emerson from BBC Radio Newcastle is with us as ever from Durham, but also we're welcoming Liam O'Brien, who's a Sussex lad who is a very fine cricketer, represents England's physical disability team. Liam is with us on commentary and he'll be joining us throughout the day and indeed tomorrow. So all part of the BBC's drive for new voices and new parts of cricket to be involved in our county cricket commentary. So Liam will be with us at about 11:30 and we'll welcome him to the commentary box. I can see the Sussex players making their way down the steps in the corner of the ground. The bell has just rung as the players make their way out onto the ground. And without further ado, it's a very good morning to you, Marty. Did you have a nice walk along the seafront this morning?
It was lovely. It's actually warm out there. I'm stunned coming this far south and seeing the sunshine. Incredible. Wasn't expecting that this week. But it is, there's some warmth in the air. The people in the stands in t-shirts. It's complete contrast to yesterday. It was miserable and cold yesterday morning and wet and misty. Last night was freezing, so I was expecting the possibility of frost. I know today Dave Griffin, the statistician at Derbyshire and photographer who gets to the ground at 7:30 every morning, I don't know why.
Yeah.
When he got to Derby this morning, there was frost on the covers and across the outfield, and he posted a picture from his drone looking down on the ground, but that'll melt off pretty quickly. Good day yesterday. Durham put in difficult conditions, but they came out, they attacked, and Dr. Dan sent a tweet a little bit earlier on, and he's gone through and looked at all of the cumulative runs from around the grounds yesterday, and we had more runs here than anywhere else, and that was courtesy of the fact that Durham finished the day on 352 for 7. They went along all day at more than 5 and over. Some really attacking cricket. The nearest to that was at Old Trafford, where Lancashire are playing Surrey, and Surrey accumulated 340 from 96 overs, but Durham's 352 came from 70 on a rain-affected day. That means we've got a longer day today, so 104 overs to squeeze in it and claim back 8 overs today, 8 overs tomorrow, but none on the final day, no extra overs. So we finish for lunch today at 1:10. Tea is at 4, that is timed, and then the close of play in theory 6:30. Yesterday we were still here commentating about 7 o'clock. I think it was about 4 minutes past 7, wasn't it, when we came off air yesterday?
It was really late.
So it could be a very long, late finish today with the way these days slide. But tea and lunch are fixed in terms of time. I'll be back in a minute or two. I'm just going to go and do an update for Radio Newcastle, and I'll be back with you shortly.
So it's going to be Nathan McAndrew, who was very much the star of the show for Sussex yesterday. 19 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 69. If you go onto the BBC Sport Twitter feed, you'll be able to see the interview that we did with Nathan at the close of play yesterday. So a bit more cloud around, and as I say that, the ground is completely in shade. Some cloud particularly building up over the downs, but the weather forecast is that we're in for a dry day, which is great news. So we're back underway. There are 3 slips, a backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and a fine leg, and it's going to be Nathan McAndrew who's going to bowl the first ball of the day, and he's coming into bowl to the left-handed Ben Rain. As I say, there's figures 3 for 69 yesterday. In comes McAndrew around the wicket, bowls, and Rain drives handsomely through extra cover. Pujara is in hot pursuit. I don't think he's going to get there. And what a start to the day that is for Durham. Overpitched from Nathan McAndrew and driven through the covers beautifully by Ben Rain. And now the sun is covering half of the ground as McAndrew wanders back up the hill. So good to hear from Nathan McAndrew yesterday. We spoke about the difficulties sometimes here of bowling down the slope. And he was saying it does just take a little bit of getting used to, but he was very pleased. He just bowled the 1 no ball yesterday. And he's on his way again. Those 3 slips go down. The sun is now completely out. Comes in and bowls. And Ray nicks, and he's caught at first slip. Fine catch as well by Tom Clark. Low down. And Nathan McAndrew picks up his 4th wicket of the innings. The first ball of the day drove through extra cover before. The second one, big nick. Good take by Tom Clark in at second slip. And the first wicket of the day goes down. And it's Ben Rain who's on his way for 10. And Sussex picking up their first wicket of the day. In fact, what I'm going to do very briefly is just bring in Liam, just have a quick natter and introduce himself as Martin's doing his update to the listeners on BBC Radio Sussex. Liam, good morning to you.
Morning.
Yeah, great to see you. Welcome to the commentary box. The listeners will be hearing a lot more of you throughout the day, and we'll hear a bit about your story and your journey through Sussex cricket. But, through your time in Sussex, you must know quite a lot of these Sussex lads.
Yeah, I know a lot of them. It's really weird watching them all, because I've seen them all grow up and play in the Premier League in Sussex. So seeing Ollie Carter there, for example, played him last year. Tom Clark growing up. It's really nice to see how they've got a young, energetic team, and they've brought back well from yesterday, haven't they?
They have brought back well, and a good catch by Tom Clark there, because the first ball of the day driven through the covers for 4. You do your preparation before the game, and one comes, and he never looked like putting that down.
No, it's so weird as well, because I'm guilty of it myself. The first few overs, you kind of you're not ready for it, if that makes sense. So the fact it's come to a second ball after someone smashing it through the covers, good take, wasn't it? Came through quick.
Was indeed. Well, the new man in is Matty Potts, who bowled beautifully here last year in the county championship game. That was before he got selected for England, and I remember Cheteshwar Pujara saying, just what a good bowler Matty Potts looked. But he's out there with the bat in hand, and he's going to face Nathan McAndrew, who's picked up 4 wickets on his Sussex debut. Bowled really nicely yesterday, and he's coming in with almost 2 slips in the gully as in he comes and bowls down the leg side, and a good diving take by Ollie Carter down the leg side, and there is no run.
He can hold the bat as well, can't he? I remember watching him for England, and they put him quite high up the order, so they definitely bat deep here today, Durham.
No, they definitely do, and I think they've got an impressive seam attack. So Jack Carson going through a bit of a warm-up at point. So there are 3 slips: point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, a square leg. Ali Orr there in deep conversation with the umpire as in comes McAndrew running in down the hill over the wicket bowls, and Potts is forward to a ball of good length, plays that into the offside. In fact, that's fielded by Ali Orr. So who's that over at square leg? I think that must be Tom Haynes.
Yeah.
I think it is Tom. So used to seeing Tom over the last few years, and I'm a great believer when you're captaining a side, you want to be at mid-off or mid-on, and that's where Tom generally has been fielding. But I noticed yesterday a couple of times he was in different parts of the field, and you're quite right, that is Tom Haynes who's having a natter over there to the umpire. Hands in pockets is Tom. It's a bit chilly first thing this morning, but the sun is out. The forecast is good, and great to be underway here at Hove as in comes McAndrew bowls, and Potts again forward to a ball of good length, and he looks very organised and doesn't look like a number 10 batsman to me.
He looks solid, doesn't he? And McAndrew's found his length straight away. I can relate, bowling down the hill, it's really hard to find your length early on, because obviously you have the extra momentum. It's so easy to bowl fuller, half volleys, and he's bang on top of off stump straight away. So it's impressive stuff. I've been really impressed by him, and he bowled really well yesterday as well. So hopefully, can keep it up.
He came out yesterday for his post-match interviews in a pair of flip-flops. He must have been absolutely freezing. In comes McAndrew. He's in and bowls, and Potts gets an edge. The ball runs down towards third man. Tom Clark got a hand to it. Took some of the pace off the ball. Tom Alsop chases all the way down to the third man boundary, and Potts gets a streaky couple of runs to get him on the way. But it is the end of the over, the first over of the morning, an eventful over, 6 runs coming off of it, and the wicket of Ben Rain, who was beautifully caught by Tom Clark at second slip. And Nathan McAndrew with the very impressive figures of 20 overs, 2 maidens, 4 for 75. So we can hear a lot more from Liam throughout the day. He'll be on commentary from 11:30. We'll hear a lot more about his journey through Sussex, and a lot more about the physical disability side as well. So great to have Liam with us on commentary. Martin is back with us, and Liam was saying there about Matty Potts that he's a more than capable batsman who's done well, for England as well. Martin.
Yes, he's had some runs. I think he's in local league cricket. I think he boasts a century. Here's Carson. Is it Carson? Yes.
Yes, it is. Yeah.
Carson bowling around the wicket. Let's come down the leg side. Got a leg slip in here. First slip's quite tight. It's a good start. 4 for 73 in 20 overs for Nathan McAndrew, and the first ball of the day went for 4 and then edge to the slip cordon. Carson comes in and bowls from the C end, turned away around the corner here by Cars. Having to look at the scoreboard to remind me who's batting, actually, because we had Bushnell in last night, then he went quite late, didn't he? And Rain survived the scare, didn't he, when he was dropped first ball, so ended up making 10. In comes Carson again, a sweep slog. There's a man out in the deep, but that's going to go for 6. That's a really nice shot from Bryden Cars. Met it on the bounce, knew where he was putting it. I think he'd already made his mind up what he was going to do there. And that went high and long towards the scoreboard boundary on the right-hand side of the ground.
Look, they're picking up where they carried on yesterday, Martin. We've had 9 balls of the day, and Durham have scored, 12 runs?
Yeah, so where are we? They already had the next bonus point, didn't they? That was last night. They just got past the bonus point last night at 350. This is pushed out into the offside. It was slightly in the air, but not very high. It was about a foot off the ground for a few yards, and then it dipped just in front of Pujara in the covers.
Almost a leading edge, wasn't it?
In comes the bowler again. This is defended. Trickles out towards Pujara. The live feed's just behind the action here. It's still showing the 6 at the moment.
Yeah, I think it was a bit like that yesterday.
Yeah.
Jack, who's operating it next door, was on the case, I'm sure.
Larson comes in, 2 or 3 steps, then delivers. And that is the end of the over. Bowling in his sunglasses, a reminder that the sun is out today. And it was a rather pleasant walk along the seafront, so I decided to do my preview video today rather than from inside the ground. I thought people might want to see some beach huts, and there was an old London bus coming past as well. So I got that in there. Look, there's loads of people streaming in here at the end of that over. There's about 40 people just walking through the gate now into the stand. So technically, this is a sellout today, even though the tickets were given away free.
Yeah, they were. Nathan McAndrew is coming back in from the Cromwell Road in with those 3 slips in place, coming into bowl to Matthew Potts. He's in on bowls, and Potts right in behind that, plays it back down the track. There is no run. We've had a couple of emails in already this morning. Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk. You can tweet at Marty Cricket, at BBC Sussex Sport. Lots of ways to get in touch with us. Adrian and Martin, welcome back, says Martin in Twickenham. What a shame Sussex couldn't call on Ollie Robinson for this match, as I'm sure lots of people have already commented. I do worry about the seam attack without him. Hoping for a much improved season for Sussex and maybe even a run at promotion for both counties in this match. What do you think? All the best for the campaign. This is Martin in Twickenham, where the sun is shining. McAndrew in bowls. Potts stands tall and plays it down to mid-on. There is no run.
I imagine you've been to Twickenham Stadium a few times, haven't you?
Yeah.
I've only been once. And they hadn't finished it all off properly then, so there was still a small stand at one end. Can you remember? They had the horseshoe,
Yes.
3 tiers, and then there was a smaller stand at one end, which, when it was built, looked fabulous with its sort of arched roof. But when South Africa came back into the Test arena in the mid-90s,
Yes.
I went down to Lords with my dad one Sunday to watch the Test match.
McAndrew in bowls. Forward comes Potts, plays back to McAndrew, fields of his own bowling, no run.
And England had such a disastrous morning that we only saw about half an hour of play before the match was over, and England lost very heavily. So on the Monday, we'd had 2 days planned down in London, so I thought, well, what do we do? So on the Monday, we just started driving around the sporting venues of London and drove into Stamford Bridge, pulled up at the side of the pitch back in the days when you could. There was a sort of bit of a greyhound track round one end at Stamford Bridge.
There was, yeah.
Had a look there, went to a few other places, and then we ended up at Twickenham.
McAndrew on his way again, bowls. And Potts just got up a little. Potts did well to play it down onto the leg side. Just wait for the signal for the umpire. It obviously came off a glove or a bit of bat, and Potts picks up a single. He goes to 3. And the total goes to 365 for 8.
So we pulled up outside of Twickenham and noticed that a number of the doors were open, so we just wandered into the stadium. And inside there were all these people cleaning all the seats for a big event the next day, which it turned out was a Jehovah's Witness convention or something, and the stadium was going to be full the next day for this convention.
McAndrew in again, bowled. Oh, it kept a little low, and Carson had to jag down on that quickly, managed to play it to mid-on, and there is no run, fielded by Tom Haynes.
Anyway, we wandered around and we went up to the dugouts and the sort of halfway line area, sitting around near the tunnel, and got chatting to these people who were planning this event the next day. And they had this giant picnic, so we ended up having a picnic in Twickenham.
Very nice.
With the people who'd organised this convention the day before it actually took place. And not one person came up to say, "Why are you here?" or anything like that, you know. Pre the days of the steward, maybe.
McAndrew, 3 slips go down. He's in and bowls, and Cast works that one down to fine leg, where it's fielded by Henry Croker. One more to the total, one more to Bryden Cast. He goes to 14, and at the end of the over, Durham are 366 for 8. Interesting you talk about stewards at Twickenham. For a while, back in the early 90s, I was a steward at Twickenham.
Were you?
And it used to be voluntary. Mm-hmm. A friend of mine who was a school teacher got me into doing it, and sort of shamelessly, the only reason I got into it because it got you tickets for games.
Yeah.
And you got to watch the game, and you could apply for tickets. And so you'd arrive at Twickenham, and you'd have a very nice lunch that you had in the steward's room, and there was a bar.
Yeah.
You could have a couple of pints, and it was great fun. But with the various, awful stadium disasters that there were around about that time, the authorities had to make stewarding far more formal.
Yeah, and you need qualifications.
Indeed. Yeah.
Carson around the wicket bowling here, and an attempted nudge to the leg side there from Carson, no run.
But on the back of that, I managed it. That was about the time of the 1991 World Cup that England lost the final to Australia, and a certain Rob Andrew would have been playing in that game.
Oh yeah.
Game they lost.
Carson bowls again, and this thumps off the thigh pad and drops short of short leg. I was chatting to Rob yesterday because, bizarrely, I used to go and interview him every Thursday at Newcastle Falcons because our rugby commentator at the time, Kevin Williams, had another job. He worked for Northumberland County Council, so he couldn't get the match preview days on a Thursday, so I used to do the interviews. Carson in. And that's coming our way. He's mistimed it. He's going to be out straight in the hands of Orr. And that is the end of Bryden Cast as he toes the ball down the field and is caught at long on. He was trying to go big for the boundary again, but really didn't connect with that one well. And I think Orr could have probably trapped that on his thigh there. Came straight at him. Hardly had to move. Handshakes all round. Carson gets a wicket. And he has 2 for 62 now, and England, Durham, 366 for 9. Could well miss out on on a batting point here, and there's still 2 left. The next one comes at 400, then 450. They've moved them 50 runs on this year, but they are at risk of getting themselves out here.
Well, I think Sussex will be pleased because at one stage yesterday, Durham were going along very nicely at 213 for 1. So when you think from that position, Sussex have fought back well here. But as you say, a straightforward catch for Ali. Or we were talking yesterday, Martin, about the positioning of the fielders at long on and long off. And if you're going to have someone back on the fence, have them back on the fence. And that's exactly where Ali Orr was. And it was a comfortable catch for Ali Orr, who celebrated, as you say, his 22nd birthday yesterday.
The last 2 partnerships have brought 10 runs each. So now that brings in Durham's new signing, Matt Kuhneman, who's got 119 runs in 16 first-class games. His highest score, 24 not out for Queensland against Victoria last year. So the 2 Matthews are batting together now, Potts and Kuhneman. Carson round the wicket, bowls, defended. I had always wanted to go back and see a rugby international at Twickenham, and I've never got around to it. The only time I've seen it at rugby international was at went up to Murrayfield once years ago to see Scotland against Ireland. Got a short leg in and a slip and a short extra cover. Kuhneman forward, and he's looking in completely the opposite direction to where the ball went there. Got a bit of a leading edge back to the bowler. I think he was looking behind him to see where it had gone. Nice sunny day here in Hove. If you have one of those free tickets and you're not here, get yourself in. An entertaining day of cricket is in prospect here. Kuhneman comes in again and Carlson bowls to Kuhneman, defends, that's the end of the over. In relative terms, this Easter's quite early, isn't it? Because Easter's normally a lot further into the cricket season, isn't it, by a few weeks?
It is, yeah. And it all depends, I think the date of Easter is decided by the position of the moon at a certain time in the year, and that's why it varies.
Yeah, and it was planned by a monk in a monastery in Sunderland, about half a mile from my house.
Okay.
Hundreds and hundreds of years ago.
But that is true, isn't it?
Yeah.
It is all
Yeah.
the position of the moon at a certain time of the year, and that determines when Easter will be. So it's going to be Nathan McAndrew who's going to carry on. I'll zip through a couple of these emails in a moment, and I'll come back to your email in a minute, Martin, from Twickenham, which got us nattering about Twickenham. In comes McAndrew to bowl to Potts. He's in on bowls, and Potts up on his toes and steers that to the third slip area where George Garton fields, and there is no run. John Malone has been in touch. He says, hello Adrian and team, sun in Bexhill and Hove, may it long continue, watching via the stream, and your commentary is a fraction ahead of the picture. He says, keep up the good work. Regards, John. Yeah, thank you, John, good to hear from you. And we'll come back to Martin, to your email in a moment, talking about the promotion chances for either of these sides. You're quite right, we did speak a lot about Ollie Robinson yesterday and the fact that he's not playing in this game. That's England's call as in comes McAndrew bowls, hits Potts on the pad. There's a loud appeal. Even from here, that looked tight. Certainly in terms of height, it was fine, but we're commentating, looking over between second and third slip, so it's very difficult to determine the line of the delivery, but we could tell on height that that was okay, but given not out, and Potts remains on 3. McAndrew back to his mark. So those 3 slips in place: Alsop, Clark and Garton. Jack Carson at backward point. McAndrew in bowls, and he beats Potts outside the other side. This is a good spell by Nathan McAndrew. He's really impressed here over the last couple of days.
Yeah, the previous delivery, the LBW appeal, was going down leg, I would say.
Right.
Height might have been an issue as well. But other than that,
it was all right. Yeah. I mean, I think in answer to your question, Martin, and I'll get Martin Emerson to comment on Durham's chances of promotion. And it was a point made by Ryan Campbell when he came on commentary yesterday that, to win county championship matches, as you all know, you've got to take 20 wickets. And that's been the issue for Sussex over the last couple of seasons, as McAndrew is on his way in bright sunshine over the wicket bowls, let go by Potts, taken by Carter, and there is no run.
Durham have struggled to bowl sides out as well. I mean, and last year there were just far too many draws. There was... What was it? There was... I have the stat from last year. Percentage-wise, by the time they'd got in 11 games in last year, they'd drawn more than any other season. 8 draws in the first 11 games, so a draw percentage of 72, and they couldn't bowl teams out.
Yeah. And as we were saying yesterday, from a Sussex perspective, Sean Hunt was the leading wicket taker with 18. In comes McAndrew, bowls, and Potts is forward, plays to mid-on, and there is no run. So it's purely
I fancy the prospect of seeing Matty Potts coming down the hill here, mate.
Yes, well, he bowled very well down the hill last year. But just finishing up on Sussex, so I think the Sussex batting with the likes of Pujara, Haynes or Clark, I think Sussex will not struggle to score runs. Their promotion chances, I think, Martin, depend on whether they have the ability to bowl sides out. And that's why it's encouraging to see an overseas who's coming in his first game. He stepped off a plane at the weekend, has picked up 4 wickets. So that does give reason for optimism, I think, Martin. But as they say, there's a long way to go. In he comes, bowls, and Potts drives to mid-on. That's no run. It's an end of a very good maiden over from Nathan McAndrew, who's bowled 22 overs, 3 maidens, and has taken 4 for 77.
Goes without saying, Durham need all the players on the field, because the moment they start to suffer from injuries or international call-ups, the squad becomes thin. And there were a lot of younger players last year thrown in at the deep end who I would say are probably still a season or 2 away from being key bowlers in the county championship. Younger players we saw like Ollie Gibson, Stanley McAlinden, and Matty Potts came through leaps and bounds in the winter going into last season. He was a different character entirely. He looked like he'd grown about a foot. He was a good yard quicker. Here's Carson then bowling to Kuhneman, who has faced 3 balls and is yet to get off the mark. And that was a late leave, I'll describe that as. The keeper's got the bails off. So Durham at the moment, 366 for 9. Carson round the wicket, right arm round. Kuhneman forward, defends. I don't think Durham expected Potts to be off with England as quickly as he was last year.
Yeah.
And I think they thought he was at least another year or two away from that sort of call-up. Alex Lee's going as well. Took a lot of runs with him as he went off to England. Carson in bowls. And that's an edge down into the floor and bounces off the thigh of Tom Alsop.
Yes, I don't think that was a chance. There was a bit of a groan I heard from the crowd.
I think that bounced into the...
I don't think it was a chance.
I think that bounced into the floor.
Yeah.
Halfway through this over, Carson in again, bowls. Kuhneman, big stride forward, snuffs that one out.
It's a very accomplished number 11 to me, Martin.
Yeah, I think that bounced just as it got to the fielder. Tom Alsop at first slip. Carson in once more. That's bat and pad, and the ball rolls away towards point. No run. Last year here, it was a very high-scoring draw, a match in which Alex Lee's got a duck in the first innings and a century in the second.
Yeah.
Durham openers in the second innings, him and Sean Dixon almost broke the record for the biggest stand for Durham in an opening stand. I think they were 1 run short when it came to an end. Last ball's defended, that's the end of the over. Just quickly look through the emails.
I've had one from David Sharp. Hello, David. He says, good to see you yesterday morning. Yeah, David was here in the ground yesterday. He lives in Berkshire. He says, I'm watching on YouTube this morning, back to Hove this morning. Randy Baldwin is in his usual seat under the scorers. I don't know if you're listening, Randy, but if you are, a very good morning to you as well, and a very good morning to everybody who's listening around the ground here at Hove on the headsets. It's going to be Nathan McAndrew. Yeah, looking at the scores from last year, Alex Lees made 105 in the second innings. Sean Dixon 186. As in comes McAndrew, lovely sunshine, comes in, bowls to Potts and Potts.
4.
Swings that away and gets a top edge. The ball loops over keeper Ollie Carter and rattles down the hill into the advertising balls down below us, and he picks up a boundary. Potts goes to 7.
Dr. Dan emailed earlier, so those stats I was reading out about the most runs around the country, and Durham yesterday scored the most. He said, sorry you thought my first sketch of you yesterday made you look old. My beautiful Japanese wife looked at my source photograph and didn't agree that I'd overly aged you. And one person on Twitter perhaps foolishly described it as a masterpiece.
In comes McAndrew, bowls, Potts forward, plays firmly to mid-off, fielded there by Cheteshwar Pujara, and there is no run.
He says, still, the second picture I did of you and the cartoon I did of you and Adrian was jollier. That was a picture of me and Adrian in the Harbour View. Was that from last year, Adrian? Or
did I go to the Harbour View for... I don't think I did, actually. The Harbour View being...
Might have been 2019, wasn't it?
Martin's local.
Yeah.
Where I've been to on a couple of occasions. A couple of jazz nights I've been to there.
Blues, they will describe it as blues, I think.
McAndrew in bowls, Potts right in behind it, plays it down again to mid-off, repeat performance.
There is
by Pujara.
Last night they had a guy called Little Jim who is a bluegrass singer. He's from Derby, and the joke is he's about 6'9". He's massive, and he played a few months ago. He was absolutely brilliant. I would imagine it would have been rammed in there last night.
Just looking back on this game last year, I'll come back to that in a moment, as McAndrew just turns at the end of his run, hesitates, and then is on his way down the hill. In and bowls, and Potts looking to flick that down towards fine leg. It's wrapped on the pad. There's a bit of inside edge on it. Let's wait for the umpire's signal. Got a bit of a nick on that, did Matty Potts? He goes to 8, and the total to 371 for 9. Yeah, Durham batted first. They won the toss, decided to bat, made 223. Liam Travaskis top scoring with 88. Tom Clark picked up 3 wickets in that innings, and in reply, Sussex made a mammoth 538. Cheteshwar Pujara, not for the first time last season, he made a double 100, 203. But then Durham comfortably saw out for the draw, finishing 364 for 3 in their second innings. Lee's 105, Dixon 186. McAndrew's coming around the wicket to the left-handed Kuhneman. He's in and bowls down the leg side. A pacey delivery again. I've been impressed with the pace that Nathan McAndrew's bowled at. A good take by Carter. And there is no run. And it's called the Harbour Lights because that's where you live,
Harbour
Martin.
View.
Or Harbour View.
Other pubs are available.
Yeah, because it's pretty much on the...
Yep.
There's a harbour and a marina with also beautiful yachts and
There'll be boat lift day soon. They'll be putting all the boats back in the river in a week or so's time.
In comes McAndrew around the wicket, bowls, and Kuhneman is forward, plays to mid-off, fielded there in the distance by Sean Hunt, and there is no run. So end of the over. And Durham are 371 for 9. 2 wickets have gone down already this morning. 1 to Nathan McAndrew, 1 to Jack Carson. The wickets of Bryden Cass and Ben Rain for 14 and 10 respectively. And just to remind you, listening to live cricket on the BBC, BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Newcastle, Adrian Harms and Martin Emerson, your commentary team. We're going to be joined very shortly by Liam O'Brien from the Sussex and England physical disability side, who's going to have a natter away to us all day. He's going to be on commentary as Tom Haynes gives us a thumbs up. He's probably worried about how Tottenham are going to get on against Brighton tomorrow, I expect, is Tom.
And a big smudge of red on his jersey as well, hasn't he? He's been polishing the ball.
Just wonder with an opening bat, he's there. He's probably thinking, he could be out in the middle in 10 minutes' time. So he's probably getting himself in the frame of mind. Is Tom Haynes literally down below us?
Got 124 against Durham at Arundel in 2018, and a Sussex win.
Yeah.
Here's Carson, right arm round the wicket, and bowling to Potts, who plays that up to mid-off.
That's when he was actually playing for the seconds.
Is that when he didn't have his kit?
Yes, he
his
did.
mum had to drive to another cricket ground to get his kit.
He hadn't passed his driving test, Tom.
Yeah.
And his mum had to go up to New Malden because Sussex seconds were playing Surrey seconds.
Yeah. Carson in again, bowls, played out towards mid-wicket, stopped by Garton. Can you remember there was a stall behind us selling bags and socks and ties? Comes in and bowls again, and defended, and that is the end of the over. We had a night out with Jason Gillespie down at the Black Rabbit, didn't we? And,
I didn't come, I don't think.
You weren't at that game, were you not?
I was at the game, but I don't remember going to the Black Rabbit.
Yeah. It was me and my mate Gary went along to meet him, I think. And there was the other Jason, who was a coach, who is
Jason
now
Swifty.
Yeah. He's a referee's match umpire now, isn't he?
He is. So Nathan McAndrew, Sussex looking to wrap up this innings. Kuhneman yet to score. He's faced 11 deliveries, 371 for 9. Jack Carson 17 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 62 as McAndrew wants a change in the field. He's just moving his fine leg a little finer fact, he's now moving up. There's a change in the field completely, and I can see Ali Orr, who's got the pads underneath his trousers, is coming down towards fine there. He'll be opening the batting for Sussex shortly.
There's 15 runs to be had behind the wicketkeeper as well. There's 3 helmets there.
There are indeed.
Yeah.
And 4 slips in place as Nathan McAndrew looking for his first 5-wicket haul in Sussex colours. Is around the wicket, comes into bowl to Kuhneman, who plays that in the air, but he's going to get runs, at least a couple of runs. He chipped that over the infield. Sean Hunt is in hot pursuit down towards the clock tower scoreboard and gets in the throw, but not before Kuhneman has come back for his second run. He's on his way, and the Durham score advances to 373 for 9. Sussex players all geeing each other up. Really good to see a ground so busy on a county championship day. And Sussex will be delighted that their initiative to get people in with the offer of tickets has resulted in a lovely sunny day so far, at least, as in comes McAndrew bowled. He's up on his toes and plays that confidently enough, right in behind that, played into the offside, and it's Tom Haynes who comes trotting into field.
I wonder how much these two know of each other, because I know Kuhneman hasn't played that many first-class matches, but he has been involved for Queensland in the last season or so, Sheffield Shield and whatnot, and McAndrew's at South Australia, isn't he?
Yeah.
Having started at New South Wales.
Yeah. Interesting talk to him last night, because Liam was talking about his performances in the Big Bash, which I'm sure he'll comment on a little later. As in comes McAndrew and bowls and kind of places nicely off the front foot, picks up a single as Pujara needs to move smartly to his left to field, gets not the best throw in the world into Ollie Carter, who manages to stop the ball, but Kuhneman goes through for another single. He goes to 3, total 374 for 9.
The apartment complex at the far end of the ground, you don't often see people on the balconies there.
You don't.
And there is a couple having breakfast, and they've got the table set. They're in the sunshine, and they've got a lovely little vase of daffodils on their table there as well. Just having boiled eggs, I think, with soldiers.
McAndrew in and bowls, and played by Potts deftly to Garton, who got wrapped on the finger, and that looked like it was quite painful for George Garton, and there is no run. We're just waiting for the update to come to our listeners to BBC Radio Sussex.
There's a guy on a lilo on the next level up.
McAndrew back to his mark, and he's on his way, running in towards us. Bowls and driven nicely by Potts to a wideish mid-on, fielded there by Haynes, and there is no run. McAndrew wanders back to his mark, has a natter away to Tom Haynes and to Cheteshwar Pujara. We'll have a change around in the commentary box in a minute. I'll just wait for this update and I'll make way for Liam. Still there's 3 sips in place, and I can sort out why they can't hear us in the studio. McAndrew in bowls, and Potts again plays slightly across the line, looking to play that one away through mid-off. Only finds Haynes at that wideish mid-on. There is no run. End of the over. And Durham off 374 for 9. Potts 8. Kuhneman is on 3. And whilst I try and sort out what's going on at base, I'm going to leave you with Martin, who's going to talk for the first time, and a huge welcome to Liam O'Brien. Great to have you here, Liam. We'll get you sorted out with your headset, and the next voice you'll hear will be Martin talking to Liam.
Very pleasant day here in Hove on this Good Friday. Michael has tweeted, he says the date of Easter comes on the first Sunday after the first full moon after the spring equinox. There you go. The spring equinox this year was on the 20th of March, full moon on the 6th of April, and Easter Sunday therefore falling on the 9th of April. We've got a moon calendar in the kitchen on the wall, and it shows you all the different phases of the moon and all the different days of the year. And it does, full moon moves around all over the place. I'd never really appreciated that properly until I looked at that a while ago. In comes the bowler, and that's launched down the field, and one bounce, two bounces. It's going to stop just in front of the boundary, right in front of us. Kuhneman going after Carson. Ball chased down the field and fielded by Sean Hunt. Perhaps a sign there's a little bit of moisture still in the grass down this end. This is the way the water drains, and it just plugged a little bit there. Kuhneman moves on to 5 as Carson comes into bowl again, right arm round, and Kuhneman plays that back to the bowler. Good morning to Liam. And you had heard of the footballer Liam O'Brien, hadn't you? So,
Barely, just about.
Any Newcastle fans or Sunderland fans listening to this will remember Liam O'Brien's free kick at Roker Park in, I think, 1992, over the wall and into the top corner, as Carson bowls again. Repaid for the Republic of Ireland as well.
I've been really impressed by the way Carson's been mixing up his pace. I've been watching in the background when you guys have been talking, and every ball's a different pace. He's trying to get the batsman out of sync, I think, and aggressive field from Sussex as well.
Got men around the bat here as this one's nudged away towards short leg by Kuhneman. Donkey Volley says, from a 213 to 1, Durham now find themselves at 366 for 9. Well, that was a few minutes ago. It's now 376 for 9. I would have taken that at the start yesterday, but we have let Sussex back into this game. But I am looking forward to see Kuhneman bowl, he says. Carson round and bowling to Kuhneman. The ball comes back along the track to him. Be a nice day for a net session, this, Liam, wouldn't it? And weather like this today, sun shining.
Oh, it'd be absolutely lovely. It's been freezing the last few weeks, isn't it? So, yeah. Perfect day to get out there.
Carson in once again, and this is defended. It just goes short on the leg side, end of the over. Pujara picks it up. I was over in the lakes for a couple of days at the weekend, well, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, and we went for a walk on Sunday, really nice, up the hill above Ulverston, and it was so warm, we were just in jumpers. And then Monday afternoon we climbed up to the top of a hill called Gummers How above Windermere. Out of the wind, it was really nice. We had a picnic up there, beautiful sunshine, you could see for miles, absolutely miles. But then coming down here on Wednesday, there certainly seemed to be a change in the temperature. It was cold and damp, and felt like we'd gone back into February again. But the sun has returned and it's pleasant.
Well, I remember I had a net on Tuesday evening, and like part of my warm up was generally trying to warm up my hands because I couldn't feel my hands on the bat. So me and my brother were trying to warm our hands up just to be able to feel the bat. So it's definitely a nicer day than it has been recently, because it's that wind that really gets you, isn't it?
Yeah, the wind coming off the sea here as well on Wednesday night was rather chilly. It was freezing last night because it was clear skies, but very pleasant at the moment. Bit of cloud cover, bit of blue sky, sun shining.
There's been a few people mentioning about Durham maybe declaring. I think it'd be too early. They're better off counter-attacking, in my opinion. But
McAndrew down the hill bowling to Potts. That's defended. The other issue is they're still 24 runs away from a batting point. I think they've probably got to be thinking of getting that.
Yeah, it's too early to declare, especially first innings. You want to get as many runs on the board as possible, and then get Potts running down the hill, trying to take a few early wickets, I reckon.
Bernard's tweeted, first tweet of the season, he says, batting points now start at 250 runs, but I'm not aware of the other scores that qualify for batting points. 8 overs added today, as I sensed 75 overs yesterday was always going to be difficult to fit in. Have the bowling points changed? No, they haven't. So it's 250 for the first batting point, and then every point comes 50 runs more after that, up to 450. McAndrew, as that's the end of the innings. He's got a 5-fer. He finishes on 5 for 85 on his debut for Sussex, as Matty Potts tries to smash him into next week and edges into the keeper's gloves. So Potts finishes on 8 and Durham are 376 all out. Kuhneman finishes on 5. So they finished 24 runs away from what would have been their 4th batting point. But yeah, as that tweet suggests a little bit earlier from Donkey Volley, that they've let Sussex back into the game, but they have got runs on the board, 376. And I think, as Dr. Dan mentioned in his little grid that he sent us earlier today, Durham had more runs than anybody else around the country yesterday. So I think they're in a really good position there at 376. I'm not writing Sussex off at all, and we saw a very high scoring draw here last year. It was a bit of a road last year, but they came out, they were aggressive, and the innings has eventually come to a conclusion, but they've gone along just under 5 and over. So they were 5.05 last night. They've finished at 4.68 now. But applause for Nathan McAndrew as he heads off with a 5. Welcome back then. Durham making 376, and Adio and Tom Haynes coming out now to open the batting for Sussex. And Durham have given them quite a notable target to think about here. And it's young Matthew Potts who will start proceedings from the Cromwell Road end, where the lady and gentleman, I think they've probably just finished their boiled eggs now. They're just watching the action, but nice little addition of the daffodils on the table as well there on this Good Friday.
Do you think they know we're looking at them?
No, but people on the ground listen on the earpieces, so they know.
They've now got thousands of people watching them eat their boiled eggs.
Yes, and they're soldiers. So, or the left-hander will face Potts. There are 1, 2, 3, 4 in the slip cordon. Potts' right arm over, comes in and bowls, and that flies through to the keeper. That's got the Durham players up on their toes and excited.
That's a really good start. That's right on the money.
Yes.
Yeah, nibbled away off fourth stump.
Moved away a bit, didn't they? Yeah. The keeper's taken that one, Ollie Robinson, in front of second and third slip.
This is a big spell, isn't it? Big spell early on.
Once again, bowls, and that's in the air and just slightly to the left of Graham Clark, fielding its square leg, and it comes down towards our corner of the ground. 2 runs, so he's off the mark.
And that swung in. He's doing it both ways.
22 years old yesterday, Alistair Raw. This is his 20th first-class match as well. He came in it with nearly 1,600 runs. He's had 400s and 750s. His highest score, 198 against Glamorgan here, the last game of last year. And he plays this off the back foot, out through the covers for 1. Rain chases after it towards the pavilion. Got 141 against Derbyshire in June last year and 106 against Leicestershire in July. Debut the year before against Yorkshire. He's been right through all the age groups here as well.
Yeah, I've actually played against him quite a bit through club cricket as well, and he's really improved in the last few years.
Haynes now on strike as Potts comes in. Ball played away. A bit more of a leading inside edge there towards Michael Jones at mid-wicket. You see the golden lettering on the ball glistening in the sunshine. So Potts was away with the England squad during the winter, but didn't get a game, but said he enjoyed the experience of being there and learning off the likes of Jimmy Anderson, and comes in here to bowl. Oh, that's been missed. That's away up towards the dressing rooms. Not sure it's got the legs to go all the way. In fact, it's cut off on the boundary by Bushnell, I think. 2 runs. Rain diving to try and get that one in the covers, didn't quite get across in time.
You don't mind seeing that as a bowler. He's not bowled a bad length there, and Haynes is driving, so with the way he's moving it early on, it's still a good sign as a bowler, encouraging stuff, seeing the batsman driving like that early on.
How many balls of the over left? This is the last ball of the over. As Potts comes in and bowls, and Haynes plays it towards point. It bounces across there. So end of the over, and 5 runs on the board. 3-all, who'll be on strike next, and Haynes had 2. So the next match for Haynes will be his 50th in first-class cricket, and his next century will be his 10th. And it's Ben Rain who's going to take the ball at this end, with a very closely cropped head. A few years ago at the start of the season, when nobody was allowed in the ground, we were at Trent Bridge, and it was absolutely freezing. Because of COVID, we had to sit commentating with the windows open, sitting in a thick coat, had a body warmer on, gloves, hat, scarf, shivering with the window open. And he turned up day one, I think, with Paul Coughlin, and the both of them had absolutely shaved their heads completely down the bone. So close was the cut that the heads looked blue, which might have been the cold.
So here we go, coming into bowl. Oh, oof, good start. Off stump line, good length, nibbles away and edges it down to first slip, and it just doesn't carry.
Good delivery from Rain there, and he's taken to this opening bowling role well. Started taking the new ball last year. Of course, Chris Rushworth's gone off to Warwickshire, so Rain.
I watched a bit of him last year.
Now the sort of senior man, really.
Really consistent last year. Bowls good length, moves the ball both ways. Now he's coming up the hill.
Oh, where's that gone?
And he always tried flicking it through the leg side, and it's a lead and edge, and it's gone through cover. Over the top of cover. And they just get comfortable too there. But ball's definitely moving early on. Sussex players have been looking to play a few shots, and it's been nibbling around, so there's a bit in this deck.
Yeah. Hence Durham seemingly in a hurry to get on with things this morning and get Sussex out there and have a go at them.
There's still a bit of cloud cover as well, so yeah, they were definitely itching by the looks of the way they were batting to get out and bowl. Now he's coming up the hill again. Good length. and blocked away.
Pitching around about middle stump there on the money, and suddenly just clouded over, hasn't it? When the sun goes in, it does look quite gloomy. There's an EasyJet plane heading into Gatwick. Loads of them parked up there the other day when I came past on the train. Talking to a couple of the Durham members who were down here yesterday. One of them's actually staying in a hotel at Gatwick because it's cheaper than staying down here.
It's not cheap down here. No, he's going up the hill again. Lands it and driven straight to mid-off when it bounces off his knee, but they decide not to run. Don't want an early run out there. But you're right about the ground. I've played here a few times, and when it's bright and sunny, because it's so white here, the ground seems to like light up. But as soon as the cloud comes over, it gets very gloomy and gets quite dark quite quickly, doesn't it?
There's a lot of sort of red bricked buildings at the far end, isn't there? And then around the side, all the apartments are dark red brick.
Yeah. A lot of the players used to stay there as well, so it's quite close to the ground. Now he's coming into bowl. Half volley, driven for 4 down the ground. Beautiful start from Ali Orr. And good intent as well. It was a little bit fuller than the bowler was hoping for, but...
Yeah, I think he's just slightly over pitched there, hasn't he? And batsman's seen that coming.
Yeah, good shot.
Yeah. Trying to slide down and stop it with his leg, but it was away passing.
I've done that a few times, and I'd always recommend just letting it go for 4 early on the season.
Doing a split injury in your groin.
Smashing it on your shin and having a...
Oh, now then, the new ball. Oh. I thought for a second there it had gone under the covers and was going to get wet, but Bryden Cost was looking in the wrong spot, and then about 30 people in the stand said, "It's behind you," in pantomime fashion.
Very pantomime-like. Got a whole cheer from the crowd as well. It's the last ball of the over. He'll want to have a good ball here, finish on a dot. Ali was probably just looking to get through the over now. So he's coming up the hill, comes into bowl. Oh, and Ali Orr goes for a drive. Good length ball, much better ball there from Rain, and that's the over.
11 without loss. I'll have to pop next door in a minute, but the suggestion that this is a sellout, and these things are always questionable, aren't they? There are quite a lot of empty seats here, particularly up in the covered area upstairs in the pavilion. Well, I would say that's about an eighth full, that stand, and there's quite a few to our left in the, is it the Sussex Sharks stand, do they call that one?
Yes.
Southwest corner.
Well, I reckon a few people's alarms haven't come off. It's going to fill up throughout the day, 100%.
Yeah, there'll be people on their way, won't there?
A lot of people have been messaging on the stream as well, saying they're going to come through the day, and people are coming on later. So I think it will gradually fill up through the day.
Potts down the hill, bowling to Haynes. And Haynes has a waft at that. Doesn't really move his feet at all. It's gone through to the keeper.
Pretty lazy shot that, especially.
It was. Tell you what that reminded me of? When you're on the tee, it's about to tee off, and you have a little practice swing first, and you don't give it the full "how's your father."
No, the tricky thing with Tom Haynes is his cover drive recently has really come on. It's one of his big strengths. So I think he's searching to kind of every time the ball's out of there nail it for 4, but on that time a little bit lazy.
Potts in. That's flicked out through mid-wicket. That's a really nice shot. Played off the legs. Might go for 4, but Michael Jones has other ideas. He's caught it with about 2 yards to go to the line. They get 2 runs, and I will pop next door, and I'll see you all a little bit later on.
Yeah, it was a great shot from Haynes there. Very patient. Like I said before, the ball before was quite a lazy shot outside the off stump, and as an opener you want to be a little bit more on it with the new ball. But then next ball he resets. Ball's a very straight ball, and he's just nailed it through there. Through mid-wicket for 2. And they actually, I don't know if you saw it on the stream, and for those listening, they nearly went for 3, and Tom Haynes had to call him back. But now he's coming down the hill, Potts, pitching good length, top of off, and he just blocks it away, and it's a dot ball.
So Marty's gone back to do his updates to the listeners on BBC Radio Sussex. So you've got Liam O'Brien and myself, Adrian Harms, guiding you through the next half hour here at Hove. 3 slips and a gully, backward point, cover, mid-on, square leg, fine leg as Potts turns. The sun has disappeared. He comes running downhill with this lovely smooth approach to the wicket, bowls to Tom Haynes, and Haynes drives and plays the ball into his pad. The ball bounces away on the offside. and there is no run. We're talking about Ali Orr. I certainly thought last season that he was the most improved of the Sussex players, and what impressed me with Ali Orr, I watched his debut at Leeds a couple of years ago, and he had a very patient innings, made 20 or so from, I forget his actual score, I'll look up at my records. But he's a whole new dimension to his game appeared last year, as in comes Potts and bowls to Haynes. Haynes beaten outside the off stump. Good delivery by Matty Potts. Doesn't take the outside edge, rattles through to the keeper. Good bit of bowling by Potts. Haynes surveys the pitch. But he looks to me, Alistair Orr, like a player now who can play all formats of the game. Hits the ball incredibly hard as well. I think he's a very exciting cricketer.
I agree. It's a funny story. Last year I was supposed to play him and the game got rained off for club cricket, and they said, Ali Orr's playing, and I wasn't really that bothered because I'd seen him growing up, and I kind of came out and said that.
In comes Potts, bowls, and Haynes nudges this one to backward point. He doesn't look desperately comfortable there, Tom Haynes. Nonetheless, he survives, he remarks his crease. It's the end of the over, and Sussex are 13 without loss, with Haynes on 4, Orr on 9, and we've had 3 overs of this Sussex reply here on BBC Radio Sussex and BBC Radio Newcastle.
Sorry, yeah. So I was saying I wasn't too worried. I thought we'd do all right against him, and then someone was telling me, no, he's seriously improved over the winter, and then the game got rained off, so we didn't get to play against him. And then the next thing I saw, he was just putting up bucket loads of runs for Sussex, and kind of proved me and a few of the other guys wrong. And it was less the amount of runs, it was more the way he was scoring them with so much intent, and the way he improved on white ball cricket as well. He's really impressive. And then we've got rain coming up the hill now for his new over, and good length there.
I think that's absolutely right. It's the way that he scored the runs, and there was a T20 game at Chelmsford last year where he came into the side and batted beautifully, made 30 odd, hit the ball a long way, and I know he's been working very hard alongside Grant Flower as well, and Ali Orr's game has come on leaps and bounds, and I think he's a very exciting cricketer at the top of the order for Sussex.
Well, he's just a clean striker, isn't he? He's nailed everything so far, obviously apart from that leading edge as rain comes in again. Another good length. I think Rain's going to hang around that off-stump line, try and nibble it around, and I think Ali Orr's going to be quite patient here, wait for the ball that's over pitch, and then try and drive him from there. So it's going to be a fun little battle here from the two guys. And have you noticed, Adrian, how much cloud cover there is now? It seemed about an hour ago it was bright, sunny skies.
Beautiful, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Might be people gone down to the beach. You probably need a jumper or something down there. I was just looking here. Ali Orr, made his debut up at Leeds. He made 15. He batted a long time for that 15.
Yeah. And then Rain comes in again to bowl. Slightly fuller, blocks it, nearly goes for the run.
Good bit of fielding.
Yeah, fielder throws it in from point, but Ali Orr's comfortably back. But that's the length for. I think there's going to be a good battle there, where slightly drivable, and if it nibbles a bit, could go to the slips. But also, I think Ali Orr's going to be waiting for a fuller ball to try and drive through the covers. So it's going to be a fun little battle there.
So just in between deliveries, Liam, and as we're chatting away, it'd be great to hear a little bit about your story and your background in Sussex and how you came into the game and your physical disability, etc. So perhaps we could talk to the listeners and sort of explain a bit about that as we go through.
No, 100%. It's still a weird journey for me to talk about, because I'm for the listeners. I'm only 24, so I've still got hopefully a long way to go in the career. But a lot's happened in a short space of time. So it's as Rain comes into bowl, I'll just go through this and then we'll go back to it. But he's coming up the hill and he's coming back over the wicket. So he was coming round, trying to angle the ball into the stumps, but he's changed the line now, coming over the stumps. I think he's going to try and bring the slips more into play now. But yeah, I started off playing cricket in my local club, Preston Nomads. My dad took me down there, and obviously everyone hears the word disability and probably is trying to think straight away, well, what's his disability? And I have a disability called clubfoot. So when I was born, my feet were facing inwards and I had to have surgery to correct them. So growing up, my parents really never let me know it impacted me, so I played normal mainstream cricket as Rain comes into bowl. Good length, top of off, and this angle's a lot better because he's bringing the slips into play and he's still got the LBW there, so I definitely prefer this angle from Rain coming back over the wicket. So yeah, growing up, I didn't actually know, when it's called a disability, I didn't actually realise it affected me, because my parents brought me up playing mainstream cricket, mainstream sport. I played football, rugby, cricket my whole life, and I was trying to make it through the pathway at Sussex. And one of the coaches here, Matt Parsons, legend of a bloke, I've got to give him a shout out because he keeps having a go at me for not giving him a shout out. So there's his plug as Rain comes into bowl again. Oh, and he nearly chops onto his stumps, just trying to block it through point. And that is the end of the over there, dot ball again. And that's a maiden from Rain, so better come back from his last over. But yeah, he said as I was trying to trial, and I was also contacting Cricket Ireland, seeing if there's an opportunity to play over there, as my granddad's Irish and we've got a very Irish family with the surname being O'Brien. That probably gives it away a little bit, but I got recommended to try disability cricket as an option, and trialled out. Head coach at the time was Ian Salisbury for the team, and who was the old Sussex coach, and spoke to him and gone from there.
In comes Potts, comes in and bowls to Tom Haynes. There's a wild, well, almost like a swipe at that outside the off stump. That's the second time he's played that shot, Liam. It's not a convincing shot, and that's a moral victory for the bowler. I mean, I guess on the other hand, if you play that shot and the ball races through extra cover for 4, everybody says, what a great shot. But he didn't quite look in position to me to play that shot.
No, it's really tricky as a batsman, because like I said earlier, Tom Haynes' strength is through cover. He nails it through cover, and mine's similar with mid-wicket, but if it goes wrong, it looks awful.
Potts in bright sunshine in again, bowls to Haynes. Haynes forward circumspectly on this occasion, plays it straight back down the track, fielded by Potts. So you came across Ian Salisbury.
Yep.
What influence did Ian Salisbury, who was coach here last year, have on your career?
So his role before being head coach of Sussex was our head coach for our physical disability team, and he made me realise about the bigger picture, and I think I had to swallow my pride a bit because I didn't even want to accept that the disability impacted me. So he was very influential.
Potts again bowls to Haynes, and Haynes again is beaten outside the off stump. He's having a bit of a torrid time out there, Tom Haynes. He just nodded in Matt Potts' direction there as if to say well bowled, but he was beaten all ends up. Straight through to the keeper, there is no run.
I'll tell you what, there's nothing worse than getting the nod from the batsman. Like, it sounds so annoying, but the batsman's still in. If you've bowled a good ball, I'm watching it back here on the replay. Potts is so frustrated that he's not edged that, and the last thing you want is a little smile from the batsman and a nod saying well bowled, because you think he should be out nicking off.
Taken by Ollie Robinson. In comes Potts again, bowls, and Haynes this time nudges this one down to fine leg, footed by Matt Coonan, just down below as it gets in the throw. Haynes will probably be pleased to be away from Matthew Potts for a while. He goes to 5, and the total to 14 without loss.
Yeah, so as I was saying earlier, so Ian Salisbury was really good about giving me the bigger picture, and obviously people here and have a disability. I didn't actually realise it impacted me physically, just the way I was brought up by my parents. So once I found out it impacted me, Ian Salisbury kind of made me realise that there's another path, and there's a lot of disabled people in England that could take up sport and have role models to look up to.
Potts in bowls and all works this one back to the square on the leg side. He's going to pick up a couple of runs. He's Alior, who's looking in very confident mode. He goes into double figures. He goes to 11, and Sussex to 16 without loss.
Yeah, and when I say disabled, there's a lot of people that have impairments and stuff and don't realise that they can qualify for our team. So if you were to watch our team, the first comment we always get when someone sees us is, "Oh, we didn't realise you'd be this good." Right. And it's always it's like a backhanded compliment, because
of course,
we're trying to go out there and tell people, even though we have the disability, we can still play at this level. And the first thing they look for is what disability you have, and then they compare it to how good you are from there. So it's just trying to get out there. There's so many disabilities, and that you can still play with.
Potts in bowls, or pulls this down towards fine leg, picks up another single to Alior. He didn't look in complete control. Matt Potts gives it a look as if to say, that was a strange shot to play. Nonetheless, Alior picks up another single.
I don't actually know how we managed to get it down there.
Nor do I. And it's the angle that we're commentating from here. For the left-hander, we're down at fine leg, so it's a little difficult to see where he fetched that from. We might see it on the replay, but it looked to me like he fetched that from somewhere around middle stump.
Yeah, I've just watched it back, and it was pretty straight ball. So if he missed that, he would have been wearing that pretty uncomfortably.
End of the over. 17 without loss. Or on 12. Haynes on 5. Listening to BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Newcastle. Myself, Adrian Hums, alongside Liam O'Brien, who's very confident indeed for his first commentary stint on the BBC, and it's great to have you here, Liam. Really, really good.
Thanks for having me. And then we've got Rain coming in for his new over. Much better over in his last over, coming over the wicket. Picked up the way he strikes the ball. He nailed that. through square leg for 4 there.
Well, it rattled away to the boundary for 4 runs, and Ellie all moves to 17 and Sussex to 23 without loss. In terms of Preston Nomads and the Sussex Premier League, who's, if you had to pick a winner of that this season, who are going to be strong and who might surprise a few people?
So Preston Nomads won it 2 years ago, and I played with my brother, and there was a lot of youngsters there, and it was a really big moment for us, and we were like, we're going to do it again back to back. And then we had a bit of a quiet year last year, and Roffey came through, and East Grinstead did really well. And it's one of those leagues that is very heavily reliant on recruitment, so I'm not actually too sure until I see what teams have what players this year.
Matthew Potts is in bowls to Haynes, and Haynes is solidly forward, a ball of good length, plays it back down the track. Potts fields off his own bowling, and there is no run.
A big thing as well is I know Farbrace has put a big impact or influence on the Sussex players when they're not playing in the Sussex League this year. So it will actually also be quite dependent on what Sussex players will be available and who they'll be playing for club, because as we know, they're all quality cricketers here, and if you can get them playing in the Premier League, it's going to make a big difference.
In comes Potts bowls. Haynes turns this on the onside, fielded at mid-on, and there is no run. How does that get received in the clubs, for example, if you're a regular in the Preston Nomad side, for example, and you're doing quite well, but suddenly Dan Ibrahim doesn't have a game, so he comes back to the club. So are people disappointed when they have to drop out the first? I mean, that must be quite a difficult situation to manage. Or Tom Haynes going back to play at Horsham or something like that, as Potts turns again. It's racing in down the hill, bowls to Haynes and works this to backward point, and again there is no run.
It's so individual, because some people see the bigger picture, and myself, for example, with the England stuff I have coming up, I would want to personally be playing in the Premier League as many games as possible so I can get myself ready for a tour to India. And then if someone doesn't get selected for a game for Sussex and you get dropped because of it, it might not be as well received, but then some other people might see it as a positive because then their club might win that week. So it's very tricky.
Potts, beautiful early afternoon. Here comes in. Bowls to Haynes, who works this one into the gully, fielded there by Bryden Cast. Quite in control of that shot, Tom Haynes.
He's been a bit scratchy today, hasn't he? That sounds like I'm being harsh, but he's tried to play at I don't remember him making a leave, do you? It feels like he's played at everything today. He's just chasing the ball. Obviously, early season, you want to get bat on ball, but it feels like he's played a few unnecessary shots so far, and that was a good ball, to be fair, but...
Pops in again, bowls to Haynes, and that's a much better shot from Tom Haynes. He's forward defensively, plays into the offside, and there's a little wander away to square leg. Relieved of the burden of captaincy is Tom Haynes, and there was a lot of talk about that pre-season, a lot of talk in the commentary box about it as well. And Tom has said that it's conversations with Paul Farbrace and all parties concerned. I think it's just that Tom just needs to concentrate on scoring runs, and he's such a fine player. Picked for England Lions in the winter, scored 100 over in Sri Lanka. And now he's facing someone else who's trying to get into the England side, who's Matthew Potts. He's in and bowls, and Haynes is forward, plays back to Potts. There is no run. Good over from Matthew Potts, who bowls a maiden over. He's now bowled 4 overs, 1 maiden, taken no wicket for 11. And Sussex are 23 without losses. I can see a couple of people behind the clock tower scoreboard are standing on the block of flats there, and they've got a terrific view from about 4 floors up.
That's the place to be. I was here at a Bublé concert last year, and that whole balcony they're looking from was up there. We're watching. It was about 20, 30 people there. They had the camera out, and Bublé even referenced, he was like, I hope you've paid for this.
No, would be the answer.
Yeah, it was absolutely no. There's loads of people up there, but what a view that is. Spoilt with the cricket they've got coming this year, aren't they?
Well, they certainly have.
And we've got
Ben Rain carrying on.
Yeah, he's coming back around the wicket. It feels like he's playing games with us, keep going over and round. But I'm not quite sure, I don't know you watching here, I'm not quite sure what his plan is. Because coming over the wicket, he's definitely was trying to hit off stump and bring the slips into play, but I'm not sure what he's looking to get out here. Is he trying to bowl it straight and get it nibbling around to bring the stumps in play? Because it feels like from this angle, he's not going to have third slip in play and second slip. So, not quite sure. What do you reckon, Adrian?
Yes, I mean, he's a fine bowler, Ben Rain. Of course, they're without Chris Rushworth this season, Durham, which is a huge miss.
As he comes into bowl again round the wicket, and that's straight again and blocked away well from Ali Orr.
He's just nibbling away there, isn't he? Just slightly short of a length is Bain. Had an email in from Ollie Haynes. Lovely to hear from Ollie. He's Tom's brother. He says, good to have you back on commentary at the start of another season. Hello, Ollie. Great to hear from you. I think last year, Ollie, when we were speaking, correct me if I'm wrong, Ollie, I think you were studying for A-levels, or maybe you've gone to university. I can't remember, but you were certainly doing some studying. So wherever you are in your education career, good luck for this summer, wherever the exams are.
Rain comes into bowl again, and what a shot from Ali. Oh, that is 6 runs straight over his head. And that is how you put the bowler.
Well, this is why I think Alior is so exciting. I mean, there's not an awful lot wrong with that ball, Liam. It's pitched up, and he's just hammered the ball straight over the bowler's head for 6 runs.
That was the battle I was talking about earlier, is Rain has to be on his length, because Alior, as soon as it's slightly over pitch, looked like he was going to climb into it. And I mean, in a 4-day game, I don't think you're ever thinking that you're going to nail one for 6, but he just fully committed to the length there, and that was a serious shot. So good start from Alior as Rain comes in again. How does he answer back? I knew he'd be back of a length there. There's no way that was going to be pitched up again, and that was blocked away. But talking about Ollie, I'm pretty confident I played against him last year when he was playing for Horsham.
Ooh.
And I think he smoked a load of runs, and I was at point just watching him nail it through all parts of the ground, and that was a bit of a rough loss for us.
Well, Ollie, perhaps you could let us know.
Well, he's going to rub it in now, so perhaps don't, Ollie, if that's all right.
No, you have to let us know. And that was at Horsham, was it?
It was at Horsham playing against Nomads, and we got absolutely smoked. They put on like 300. Impressive game for them anyways, as Rain comes in again. Bouncer, Alior sits back, and that's a no ball.
It was caught off a no ball.
Oh, no.
He was caught off a no ball.
So Alior's, just for those listening on the radio, Rain's had enough of Alior smoking him as soon as he pitches it up. So puts in a bumper, Alior climbs into it, hits a pull shot, but straight to fine leg. And the umpire, as everyone starts celebrating, puts his arm out, and that's a no ball.
It was caught by Matty Potts, and I was just going to say, Liam, that one of the things with Ali last season is that he did a couple of good shots, and then perhaps he would get slightly carried away. And I was just going to make that comment when he holed out, but he's had a reprieve, and hopefully that'll be the reprieve. That only means he'll go and make a really big score.
Exactly. Let's see how Rain answers back of a length again and blocked. And it's interesting you say that, because I have like an opposite point of view from there, where I've got out in the past when I've been batting really well, and then I feel like I need to hold back because I've been doing so well.
Right.
Rather than, as a batsman, if you're in form like that and you trust your instincts, I've kind of learnt to carry on going, and then you do get the point of, if it goes wrong, that you should have held back. But if you're batting like that, you remember people like Kevin Peterson. He would never just play it on over. If he's in form, if the ball's there, he'll just play it. And it's a tricky one as Rain comes in again. Oh, I mean, that is not there to do, and he has absolutely hammered that over mid-wicket for 6. If any of you guys are watching on the stream, he's just landed top of off, and he's smoked to the top of the Sharks stand. What a shot. I'm watching Rain walk off here as that's the end of the over, and he looks a little bit miffed there, but that was a ball top of off, pretty good ball, and Alior's just rocked back and just smoked it over mid-wicket, a pull shot, front foot pull shot to be fair, for 6. So
well, he's such an exciting cricketer, Alior. I saw him last year down at Somerset in the 50 over play a magnificent innings in the 50 over Cup, and I think he is an incredibly exciting talent. And if he carries on, this lad is going to be on people's radar. There is just no question about it. I mean, that's a magnificent shot, isn't it? Yeah. And actually, to respond from that's as much about his mental state of mind as well. That you're caught, and all of a sudden you're back and hitting the next ball for 6.
That's my point about, if you trust yourself and your instincts, then you might as well just keep going.
Cars is into the attack for Durham, and forward comes Tom Haynes and plays to mid-off, and there is no run. And Sussex made a good start here, 37 without loss. Orr is on, I struggled with this scoreboard all day. Yes, I think Orr is on 29. Yes, he is. Yeah. Tom Haynes is on 6. There's no run.
That's good. So it looks like Diamond tried to change up here. Potts was nibbling it around, and after Sussex, it's more like a counter-attack, wasn't it? Because it felt like Durham were on top for a little while. They've gone to a bit of pace with Cast coming in here, and that was some good heat there. So this could be a good battle between Tom Haynes and...
I love some of your expressions, Liam. Good heat and smoked him over. Yeah. Good heat, that means that it was that sort of thing.
That means it was fast for anyone listening.
Okay, I need to get up to speed with this. In comes Cast bowls. Short, Haynes thumps that away, 4 more. Now that was typical Tom Haynes. Bit too much width outside of the off stump, and Tom timed that beautifully through backward point. That was a lovely shot. That was the best shot that Tom Haynes has played. And I wonder, in a partnership like this, when you're seeing your opening partner, well, that gives you confidence as well. You think, yeah, he's playing well, and that was a beautiful shot by Tom Haynes. He goes to 10, but Sussex to 41 without loss.
I've done it before because Tom Haynes was struggling a little bit, and you see the guy at the other end nailing it, and you're like, why can't I do this? But I think Cast coming in here is going to suit Tom Haynes a bit more, with a bit more pace on the ball.
Cast bowls, and Haynes is right in behind that and plays with a very high right elbow. The ball goes to mid-off, and there is no run.
Potts was definitely nibbling around the off stump, and Tom, it seemed at times, wasn't sure whether to fully commit to the shot or just run it down to third man rather than Cast coming in here. There's no two ways about it. He's going to try and hit the deck hard, and Tom Haynes literally, as soon as he saw that length, just climbed into it, and that flew through the covers, isn't it, for 4, smashed the boards on the side.
Still the 3 slips and a gully in place, a backward point cover mid-on, 2 men set back on the leg side. In come Cast bowls to Haynes, and having mentioned those 2 men back on the leg side, the short delivery from Bryden Cast, but Tom Haynes not to be tempted. There's a fine leg literally down in front of us, who is Matt Kuhneman, and a deep backward square.
I was expecting a bit of a bluff there, so for those listening, they had a square leg in, and then they've moved square leg out along with fine leg, essentially to tell the batsman, I'm going to bowl a bouncer at you here. But it's an old school trick where then you bowl the next one full because you think you're going to get a bumper, and sometimes you nick a wicket from there, but he fully commits to the bouncer. I don't think he's too happy with that cut shot, so he wants to give him a bit of the hard stuff.
Carlson bowls, and Haynes is back, and this time pushes into the offside and picks up a comfortable single through the covers. Tom Haynes goes to 11, and the total to 42 without loss. It is the end of the over. Bryden Cast is over, cost 5 runs. In terms of the Sussex Premier League, when does all the action start, Liam?
Starts at the start of May, I believe.
Right, okay.
I think around the 6th of May, you have some National Cup competitions or competition games around the start of April. End of April, and then we go from there. But it's going to be a good league this year. Talking about Horsham, we had a player called Bertie Foreman who's in at Sussex, and he's left us this year to go to Horsham. So I feel like Horsham are trying to really build a team to take on that Premier League, because they were relegated a few years, so they've got promoted and they're really making a push now.
And Bertie went with England under 19s.
Yeah, he's a great lad as well. As Rain comes in, round the wicket, there was no carry there.
And it gets very low.
Yeah. We've seen that a little bit. Do you remember with McAndrew's spell? He bowled a few good length balls and they started shooting under. So a bit of the pitch misbehaving already, day 2. That was a bit of a loose shot, just watching that back from Haynes again. And that's where he's so strong through the offside, but then it can also probably be to his detriment as well, where if a ball nibbles, he throws his hands at it, it could be game over. As Rain comes back up the hill, charging in, they're giving him another over, round the wicket.
Shot.
What a shot. Oh, that's out.
That's so unlucky. That is so unlucky. Tom Haynes drilling the ball back, and Ben Rain got a little hand to it, deflected the ball onto the stumps, and Ali Orr is run out. That is just the most unfortunate way. Ali Orr was backing up, the ball was drilled back by Tom Haynes, he got a hand to it, did Ben Rain, deflected it onto the stumps, and the wicket had and that is really unfortunate for Ali Orr, who looked in magnificent form. Nothing anybody could do about that. Ali Orr backing up too far.
Yeah, it's one of those, and it's happened to me a few times, where you're kind of watching the shot thinking that's 4 runs, so you don't need to get back. And it actually happened to me. We had a World Cup in 2019, and it was our first game, and the year before we played against Pakistan, and I'd performed really well, and Pakistan had told me after the game they'd done loads of preparation for me for the World Cup, and to get ready for me, to figure me out. And first ball I went in, my batter at the other end just drove one back, and I thought, I'll just watch that, he's going to nail that for 4. So I didn't even really concentrate. Bowler got a hand on it, got hit the stumps, and that was me out. And it was one of those where I thought I was really unlucky, and I got back and got absolutely hammered by the coach.
Really?
Because it's one of those things where it sounds really brutal, but it is a lapse of concentration, isn't it? If you're watching the ball go back, you need to make sure, especially in the 4-day game, you don't need to be itching to nick a single backing up too far, where I don't think he'll get too hard done.
Well, that is an interesting take on things, Liam, and that's why it's great to have you here, because as someone who played a very low-grade cricket, you think, oh, maybe that's a bit unfortunate, but that's a very interesting take on it.
Yeah. Well, maybe just because I got hammered, I remember it, but rain comes in again, and that's a bumper. So,
and what it has done, Liam, is from a position where Sussex and Ali Orr was batting beautifully. I mean, he smashed 2 sixes out of the ground, and Sussex are on top. And all of a sudden, Durham have got a very unexpected wicket. Let's be honest.
Well, it's a weird one as well, because there's a positive, because Tom Haynes, who's been struggling to time it a little bit, has just nailed an off drive. Looked really good in that shot, and it's just a shame it's come to a wicket. But hopefully, Tom Haynes can take control of this innings a little bit more and see how things go. So that's 2 bumpers in a row, which rain comes in, and him running up the hill, he's been bowling express heat, as you would say. He's been trying to nibble it around and swing it, so maybe he's just had enough of people trying to hit him for 6, and he's trying to give a bit of the medicine back. But it's an interesting time in the game now, because at the start I would say Durham were on top and a little bit unlucky not to get a wicket with the way the ball was moving, but Ali Orr counter-attacking like he was. It feels like the game is very finely balanced now as rain comes in again. Much fuller ball, and he's nicked it to the keeper, and Haynes is out, unfortunately. Good length ball, top of off, and as much as I've just been hammering rain for bowling bumpers when he doesn't need to, looks like he's set him up well. He's done 2 short balls, bowled a bit fuller, outside off, and it's gone straight through to the keeper, and that's Tom Haynes out for 11.
Well, just as he just felt that one, didn't he? Tom Haynes was a little wide. He's got a nick through to the keeper, and Ollie Robinson, who signed for Durham. Well, he signed last season, but this is his first county championship match for the season. And how a game of cricket can change. We've got Sussex in control, 42 without loss. All of a sudden, an unfortunate run out. Tom Haynes then nicks behind, and all of a sudden, Sussex are 2 down, and the whole complexion of the game has changed.
No, I completely agree, and that's the example. It sounds like I'm probably hammering Tom Haynes, but unfortunately, he's been pushing outside off stump too often, and if one nibbles, like we said, he's going to get out, and unfortunately, it's happened.
I think we're going to get an update for our listeners on BBC Radio Sussex in a few moments' time. I can just hear the studio have dialed into us, so if you're listening back at base, we can hear you, and we're ready to do an update if that's it. I can hear the programme coming now, so well done, Stephen, back at base, for sorting out the technicals. And at the end of this, Michael Jackson, I think it is. Is it
what
Michael
a man.
Jackson?
He was my hero growing up.
Was he?
So
Okay.
I can sing along to this if you want.
Okay, well, that brings out Cheteshwar Pujara, and just a few short moments ago, he probably was sitting there thinking, "Oh, this is a." Yes, we can hear you, Stephen. That's lovely. So thank you very much for that. Yes, thanks very much indeed, Sarah. Well, things were going swimmingly for Sussex until just about 5 moments ago, because they bowled out Durham this morning for 376. Nathan McAndrew, the Australian on his debut, taking 5 for 85. In reply, Sussex were going along like a train. Ali Orr hitting 2 sixes, but he's just been unfortunately run out for 29. And then following on from that, Tom Haynes has been caught behind for 11. So Sussex at one stage having been 42 without loss, are all of a sudden 44 for 2 with 2 new batsmen in Cheteshwar Pujara and Tom Alsop. Meanwhile, up at Old Trafford, Surrey have just been bowled out for 442 against Lancashire. Terrific lot from Cameron Steele. He finished 141 not out. As in comes Ben Rain and bowls, and Pujara turns this onto the leg side, and there is no run. So that's our half-hourly update done.
Awesome. I'm so excited to see Pujara back. I watched him last year, and I had so much cricket on last year. It was tough for me to catch up with some of the Sussex games, but as I think a lot of people watching, as soon as you hear Pujara's in, you quickly go to your phone and put the stream up or listen to the radio, and trying to hear how he's getting on, and it was just amazing how he wasn't even supposed to be here. Travis Head was supposed to be the overseas player,
was.
and it's a last minute change, and he turned out to be one of the best signings I've seen. So Rain comes in again, good length ball, right on the money there, but Pujara somehow manages to get it through point for 2, as that will bring a close to the over. So that was an eventful over. What did we have? We had a straight drive turn into a run out. We had 2 bumpers from Rain, and then a good ball to see Tom Haynes go. So great over there.
We'll stay on for one more over, and then we'll bring Marty back into commentary, because lunch today, if you're sitting in the ground with the earpiece on thinking, oh, lunch is at 1 o'clock, well, it's not till 10 past 1 today, because we've got extra overs, and tea will be at 4 o'clock. We've had a couple of emails in which I'll read, and we were talking about concerts, and you were saying you saw Michael Bublé here. Phil Tibbs has been in touch, and he says, you might remember I rented the flat with a yellow gable end opposite your commentary box. The yellow gable end. We could probably, I can't see that. Perhaps they've repainted it.
What's a gable? We're all trying to point it out in the commentary box as Cars comes down the hill.
He cuts running down the hill in bright sunshine, in and bowls to Allsop, who plays this a little bit slightly uncomfortably into the gully full of pots, and there is no run. Anyway, he says, after moving out, I remained friends with the fella in the flat below. For Elton John, we charged the guests £20 and made over £300 to give to a guy in our team to help pay for a special wheelchair for his disabled son. How good a story is that? Looks like a good sporting pitch, hopefully some chance of a result on Sunday. Isn't that wonderful?
That's beautiful. I was expecting him to say we made £300 and we all went on a night out, but that was
he's too good a guy, is Phil. His income's cast bowls and let go by the left-handed Allsop, the third left-hander in the Sussex top 4.
I know.
Tom Clark will make 4 out of 5 in the top 4, who are left-handers.
I wrote it in my notes earlier, just before the game, where I was going through some of the batters, and I'm quite a big fan of looking how a team is balanced, and when you have left hand, right hand, it was really spoken about while I was playing for England, is making sure we had left hand, right hand combos. So as I was going through it, I just kept ticking another left hander, and it's crazy how many they have.
Well, and in comes Cars again, bowls, and also that's a lovely shot. It was just erring down the leg side. He just stepped inside the line and sort of almost helped it on his way down to fine leg, Liam.
Was much finer than he was hoping for, but it's one of those as a batter where you know it's down leg side and you have no idea where it's going to go, so you just fully commit to trying to flick it, and ended up being like a double bounce forward or something like that. He got a lot of bounce on that for how fine it went, and it's a good stuff from Allsop. He's an exciting cricketer. I was really enjoying watching him last year. Exciting
cricketer, and as with most cricketers, a really nice guy as well. Very unassuming. Just an excellent acquisition for Sussex. Passes in, bowls, and also lets that one go outside of the off stump.
And you can see they're really trying to build this squad based on personalities and having some consistency. I think I might be wrong, but I'm pretty sure he signed a new contract, so he's here till 2025 as well.
Yes, and initially when he came here last year, he was on loan, but it worked out so well that Sussex were very keen to snaffle him up and make that a little more permanent. But he's an exceptionally nice man. You know, even when he scores hundreds, he's just
genuine, isn't he?
Very genuine. That's probably the word I was looking for. In comes Carsigan bowls, and also turns it onto the leg side, and there is no run. He also kept wicket in some T20s as well, so a very versatile cricketer. Phil has just sent in a picture, actually, and he says it's just to the right of the big block of ugly flats.
It's there. That's the yellow gable end with the mock Tudor stuff on it.
Well,
my tricky thing is, listeners might be able to people in. What is a gable?
Well, a gable is the triangular bit that leads up to the
right. Oh, so it's that's literally opposite.
That's it. No, I can see it. In comes cast bowls. Also, let that one go outside of the off stump.
That's a great view. We'd love to see Elton John belting out Rocket Man whilst paying £20. I'd absolutely love that. That's my stint.
End of the over. Sussex are 50 for 2. Thank you, Liam. That was great to have you on commentary. A wonderful debut. So much more from Liam throughout the next couple of days. And as I say, Liam, part of our team here, very much part of the BBC initiative that we have for new and diverse voices coming onto the radio station to commentate on cricket. And I love some of Liam's expression. I loved smoked and I loved heat as well. So there are new words I need to get in my cricket dictionary for the season. So it's going to be Ben Rain who's going to carry on. 5 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 30. He's been expensive, but he picked up the wicket of Tom Haines, and he's running in now to bowl to Pujara. Plays onto the onside, fielded by Matty Potts. There is no run. The Durham lads are right on their toes here, because they know now they've got themselves back into this game.
Liam got in 2 wickets there.
Yeah, he did. But extraordinary, really, Martin. I mean, Sussex were going along at a rate of knots. All of a sudden, 2 wickets, and the whole complexion of the game changed, which is the great thing about 4-day cricket.
I was just going to go outside just to see what the weather was looking like and go up onto the roof, and as rain comes in here and bowls.
Oh, that's
appeal for
tight.
LBW, and it's not given.
Good shout.
And Pujara on 2 there, a little moment of worry for him. And yeah, just as I was going outside, I heard this big shriek. I thought, there's been a wicket there. And I looked through the gap in the fence to see all running off. So I watched the replay to see what happened. Started to tweet it as I was on my way to try and find a viewing spot. And then there was another shriek seconds later, so I missed both wickets. So
yeah.
I've watched them all. I've watched them back on the stream, though. Rain in, right arm over. Pujara rocks out the road of a short one. There's 3 slips in place.
It was interesting, Martin, to get Liam's take on Ali run out, because my initial reaction is that's just a really, really unfortunate dismissal. But Liam was saying he was playing in a World Cup and he was out in similar situation against Pakistan, and he got back to the dressing room and he got a rocket from the coach saying that was a lack of concentration, which is quite an interesting take on that type of dismissal, because Ali was batting beautifully. Such a shame.
Well, one of the lads next door said always run out in the same manner in the last game of last season. This has hit the thigh pad of Pujara.
So they're 198. Let me have a look. I remember my book looks rather tattered and torn.
And who was the England international who got run out a number of times, backing up 2 or 3 times?
He was run out for 198 against Glamorgan. Now I don't know if that was backing up. I'm trying to remember the game. It's only 6 months ago. I can't remember what happened 6 minutes ago.
No.
But he was certainly run out. So maybe that was the case.
Rain balls, and that's turned. Where's the ball gone? Oh, it's gone really, really fine for 4. Yeah, 4 runs down a fine leg, and there is nobody down there. You've got a long leg in. Michael Johnson had come running all the way around the boundary to retrieve the ball.
Yes, it was the last game of the season last year, and Ali Orr made 198. Tom Haines made 177. They put on 328 for the first wicket. Daniel Ibrahim made a ton as well in that last game of the season.
It's like every time there's a row about man-cadding, I don't understand why people get so animated about that. It's in the laws of the game. Stay in your crease and it won't happen. As Rain comes in and bowls, and this is played short to Potts, short mid-wicket, no run there, end of the over. And is leaving your crease, is the bowler coming in not taking an unfair advantage, encroaching down the wicket?
Well, yes, of course. I mean, that's the thing, isn't it? If you're looking to pinch quick singles, I mean, it is in the laws of the game. You're quite right.
So why do people? It happens. It's gone on for decades.
I think in general terms, on the low level of cricket that I played, if somebody did that, you would generally say, look, you generally look to deliver the ball, hold the ball to the stumps, and say, look, the next time you do that, I am going to knock the bails off. So you give the batter fair warning of what you're going to do if they carry on doing it. Here goes Bryden Cars, bowls to Tom Alsop right up in the block hole, and Alsop jags down the ball, trickles down the track. There is no run, but I think if that's the situation, Cast on the follow-through dived. I think he got his left hand to it, but he couldn't cling on. He deflected the ball and took some of the pace off the ball. Difficult to say, watching with the naked eye, whether that was a chance or not. I guess the fact that he got a hand to it, you have to say that it was a chance, but I think it would have been a terrific caught and bowled had he taken it. So possibly Tom Alsop with a life when he was on 4.
Stream keeps freezing.
Off the bowling of Bryden Cars, when the score was on 54. In comes Cars in again, bowls. Pujara is forward. Play to the onside, there is no run. The Durham fielders are. I was watching Matthew Potts in that previous over. He was fielding at short mid-wicket a couple of times. Pujara clipped the ball to him and he fielded it very quickly, got the throw in, and you could tell the Durham lads are everybody knows how important Pujara is, the wicket of Pujara is, and such a fine player. It was just a joy to watch him last season. So he made a double 100 here against Durham in the corresponding fixture last year. Cast, 3 slips and a gully. Racing down the hill, in and bowls to Pujara. Pujara clips this one away, lovely shot. Oh, that was a classy shot. Wasn't that much wrong with the delivery, really, just a little bit down the leg side. And Pujara just tucks inside the line and clips the ball back to the square on the leg side for a comfortable boundary. And as with all good players, he knew exactly where the fine leg fielder was and clipped the ball away for 4 runs. 59 for 2. Lovely shot from Pujara. The rest of the field, 3 slips in a gully, backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. Glorious afternoon at Hove. Some cotton wool clouds around, drifting in from the downs. As Cast is on his way again over the wicket, bowls, and Pujara with an exaggerated leave outside of the off stump. The ball goes through to the gloves of Ollie Robinson, making his county championship debut for Durham. His parents were here yesterday. I don't know if they're here today, but he looked in good form with the bat before he rather gave it away. Ollie Robinson, he was out for 30 from memory, caught and bowled by Jack Carson. End of the over. Sussex are 59 for 2. Pujara has moved into double figures. He's on 10. Tom Alsop is on 5. The men out. Ali Orr run out for 29. And Tom Haynes caught behind by Ollie Robinson off the bowling of Ben Rain for 11. You're listening to live cricket on the BBC, BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Newcastle. Myself, Adrian Harms, alongside Martin Emerson.
You are indeed. A rather pleasant Good Friday. So remember, the first full moon after the equinox, was that right? Is that
something like that, yep. That's why Easter's always at different times.
Yeah. Potts, he's going to have a bowl uphill here. Has replaced Rain. Right arm over. Alsop leaves this one alone. So Rain so far has bowled 6 overs, 1 for 34, and he also ran out Orr. Putting his oar in as far as Orr was concerned there, wasn't he, with his little hand flicked out to the return ball from Haynes.
So Matt Potts last year in this game, bear in mind that Sussex in their first innings scored 538, of which Pujara got a double 100.
Potts comes in and bowls. You're forgetting one key element of the game, though. Chris Rushworth got taken off with concussion and couldn't bowl.
He did. He bowled 4 overs, Chris Rushworth, at the end of the first day. No wicket for 15, but Potts bowled 33 overs, 10 maidens, 2 for 75, and the battle between him and Pujara on the second day, with Potts racing down the hill, and Pujara, as I said before, commented just what a good bowler Potts was, and that was before he got selected for England.
Comes in and bowls. Ball skips along the ground to Carson the gully.
It was Liam Travaskis, actually, who took all the wickets in that game. He took 5 for 128, having made 88 when Durham were bowled out for 223. Not in the side today or for this match. Martin, would there be a reason for that?
Just they've gone with Kuhneman. He's a spinner as well, isn't he? Potts bowls. Forward comes the batsman, Alsop, and defends.
Just get the feeling it's sort of a key part of the day here, don't we? If Sussex can get into lunch with just a couple down, Durham will feel if they can remove one of these two, and particularly Pujara. I think Durham will be slightly disappointed, having been sort of 213 for 1, to get bowled out for.
It happens.
370. Yep, 376.
Comes in again here, and this is left alone. Trying to work out who that is at first slip.
Well, he's tall.
Yeah.
Is it the young lad? Is that McKinney?
Could be, couldn't it? Yeah. Yeah, he's about his height.
And they're just going to change it, having said that. McKinney's staying in there if it is him.
Well, he's at first slip. Carsic has come away from 4th slip to short mid-wicket. Got Bushnell at point as Potts comes in. And bowls. Allsop on his back foot plays the ball back towards the bowler, and it's actually collected by Kuhneman at mid-on, end of the over, and that was a maiden. So it starts with a maiden on his return with the ball. 59 for 2 here on the BBC. It's McKinney, isn't it?
On a glorious day, Sussex are giving away a lot of free tickets for this game. I'm not sure all of them are
Did
news.
you get one?
But no, I didn't.
No.
And Liam was saying actually there's a lot of people who he's spoken to who are perhaps going to come in and come out during the day. Perhaps people waiting to see what the weather was going to be like today. And it is glorious. And there's a really good crowd inside Hove. And we're going to see Bryden Cars, who's bowled 3 overs for 14, coming down the hill from the Cromwell Road end with 3 slips and a gully. He's in and bowls, and Pujara is forward and plays to mid-on. And there is no run.
You started here against Notts last year, didn't you?
We did.
Durham were in Cardiff, and the first couple of days, just lots of weather thrown at us. The first night, howling gale. Couldn't sleep at all in the hotel, and I had to move rooms the next day. And day one of the match, big hailstorm came down and lost most of the afternoon. I think the same thing happened the following day. That one ended in a draw. Very, very chilly week in Cardiff.
Well, that was a strange shot. The ball's going to end up running down for a couple of runs down to third man. And the throw comes in, which is a shocking throw, by the way, from McKinney. Oliver Robinson stops the ball, but that was a well,
there was a no ball signal as well,
and
but
it got up on Pujara,
came off the shoulder of the bat, didn't it? Paul Wilson's emailed, how do Marty and Adrian? Greetings from a bright Costa, but should be with you until the close of today. A good start by Durham. Let's hope the batters can press on this morning. Well, he sent this a while ago now.
Pass again, bowls, and Pujara this time is solidly in behind this and turns it through mid-wicket and picks up his 13th run.
Davey Fenwick's been on. Have you found anywhere that looks decent for your fish lot today? No, I won't be bothering. Let's hope the red and white Wizards get 3 points at home to Hull City at 5:30. I had some fish and chips the other night when I first got
saw
here.
your picture.
I saw
your picture.
Yeah. I put that picture on because the fish was covered in curry sauce. I do it to upset Dave Bracegirdle because he can't cope with the idea of curry sauce on a fish. But he didn't take the bait, I don't think. Literally.
In comes cast a bowl to the left-handed Tom Allsop, and Allsop clips this firmly to mid-wicket. Footed there by Clark, and there is no one.
Ian Myers, morning gents. He said, lovely to hear you all in fine form, enjoying the addition of Liam as well. My opinion on man-catting has changed over the years from being staunchly against it because it just isn't cricket, old boy, to suggesting that if a batsman is given out through that method, then tough. It's in the rules and it's their own fault.
Well, that's very much your take, isn't it, Martin? In comes Bryden Cast running down the hill in bright sunshine. Bowls to Allsop, and Allsop plays confidently down to finally, fielded by McAndrew, who gets in the throw left-handed. Isn't it over?
No.
No.
He adds,
Allsop goes to 6.
He adds, I would, however, like to see a change to the law so a non-striking batsman must be in his crease prior to delivery, and that any runs taken with a non-striking batsman out of his ground before delivery would be called one short. Oh, that would see the day going on instantly, wouldn't it?
He slits in a gully weight as passes into the right-handed Cheteshwar Pujara, and Pujara is forward to a ball of good and plays it firmly to mid-off. And there is no run. That is the end of Bryden Cast's over, who has bowled 4 overs, no wicket for 20 at the end of the over. Sussex 65 for 2, with Allsop on 6, Pujara on 13.
Cast just pulled up sharply there, and he's follow through and seems to be limping a little bit now, so you keep an eye on that. He says, I accept it would be difficult to police. So you'd have to have an umpire who can not only see where the bowler's foot is, but also looking in the other direction at the same time to see where the bat is. Very difficult. Let's just start doing all those little computer sensors that I have in footballs in the Premier League now to see if the ball's gone across the line or not. In the Championship as well, I think. Poss starting a new over from the sea end, running up the hill away from us, and that's left alone by Allsop. He said, I accept it would be difficult to police in domestic or club cricket, but for instance, umpire could enforce this in the same way they enforce no balls. It's a batsman's game, so they say, and this would simply redress the balance somewhat. Your thoughts, if you want to get in touch, we are cricket@yahoo.co.uk or at Marty Cricket on Twitter or at Adrian Harms on Twitter. Potts round the wicket here. Allsop defends. The ball runs off point. I did notice, and I'm sniffing a little bit, but it's not a cold or anything like that. I actually squirted some gear up my nose this morning for the first time this year because
steady.
Yeah, because the pollen count is very high for the tree pollen today.
Right. Okay.
So I put some of that barrier stuff in to try and stop the pollen. But I passed on the way here. Oh, you've got your in. Potts in bowls. Oh, inside the thigh pad and over the stumps. Potts stands with his hands on his chin there. Allsop has a bit of a life. Yeah, as I was on my way walking up here this morning, I could hear somebody sneezing very, very loudly, and I thought, oh, there's a reminder of the pollen level. And it was a local traffic warden, and he obviously hadn't seen the pollen warning today because he was having a bit of a sneezing fit. So it's very high in the south today, but generally okay in the rest of the country. Potts bowls. This has gone off towards mid wicket. No run there, bit of a leading edge.
If you're looking for something, if you're listening around the ground and you're looking for something to do during lunch break, I can thoroughly recommend the Sussex Cricket Museum, which is located just next door to the Spenkarma Pavilion. Please go and have a look. It's open today at lunch and tea, and in fact we're going to be involved in some podcasts that the museum are looking to do over the next few weeks to promote the museum and some of the really good exhibits that they've got inside there.
Potts comes in and bowls. That's come through to the keeper. When we had Ryan Campbell on yesterday, the Durham coach, and he asked if there was any chance he could become a Sunderland fan once he'd moved to the North East, and he said he was a Man City fan and he'd taken his son to watch Man City. Stanley McAlinden, who's one of the Durham bowlers but not playing in this one, his dad Mark is a big Carlisle fan, and I've just seen this message. He said he sent this yesterday. Tell Ryan he can head for Carlisle United. So I think is it exciting for Carlisle this year? The chance of doing something?
I have no idea. I'll have to have a look.
Potts in bowls. This is played by Allsop out towards short mid wicket. Collected by Cars. Is Cars going to continue? It looks like he is.
He is. That was a good contest between Potts and Allsop. Good bowling. Played by Tom Allsop, keeping the England bowler out. Just coming back to the museum, actually, so you can see it's slightly hidden away, and as much as that's where the club offices used to be. But in the redevelopment of the ground here at Hove, the club offices have been demolished, and in fact they've moved into the media centre and below. And so you can see the museum sign clearly over just next door to the pavilions. So that's where it is, and you'll be assured a good welcome in there. So if you're looking for something to do during the lunch break, go and have a wander around. As in comes Bryden Cast, bowls to Cheteshwar Pujara, who's forward and plays to mid-off. No run.
Already footy on today. It's good Friday, isn't it? So there's league matches. Millwall and Luton 0-0. Sunderland are playing this afternoon at 5:30 against Hull, so there'll be commentary of that one on BBC Radio Newcastle, and then commentary tonight on BBC Radio Tees of Borough against Burnley. And I think if Burnley don't lose that one, they're up, aren't they? Is that right?
I think if they win and Luton don't, they're promoted. Right. In comes Cars over the wicket, bowls to Pujara, who lets their own exaggerated lead, getting the completely out of the way. One of the great things about watching Cheteshwar Pujara is the routine that he goes through before every single ball that he faces, and we'll watch it in a minute, where he holds the bat out almost horizontally and sort of rechecks his grip, and we'll just watch him and see if he does. He certainly did it every ball last season.
Like golf,
there we go. See? There he goes. Every single delivery.
That's what you should do when you play golf as well. You should go through your methodical routine of your setup before every shot.
In comes Cast again in bright sunshine to bowl to Pujara. Pujara is forward and places firm shit on. Phillips been in touch. He says batsman backing up isn't always trying to steal a single. It's more to get some momentum. Same as fielders walk in with the arm. Should fielders have to stand stock still until the ball is bowled? Perhaps batsmen should remain behind the stump line and back up from there, so they're still behind the crease when the ball leaves the bowler's hand. The reason we're discussing this is because Ali Orr was run out, Tom Haynes driving the ball down the ground, and Ben Rain deflecting the ball onto the stump. Ali Orr out of his ground. Cast running in hard, bowls to Pujara. Pujara played back and very nearly got a little inside edge onto his stumps, and he rehearses the shot. And there is no run.
League 2, by the way, Gadji. Carlisle are right in the hunt. They are 4th, 2 points behind Stevenage, who are 3rd. With Leighton Orient at the top there. Now, as I say, I was mentioning this yesterday, I missed it to go and see Barrow against Gillingham last week.
Right.
Barrow and 9th.
We were devastated.
Gillingham and 19th.
Here comes Pass running in bowls. Pujara forward and plays firmly down there, and that's a good. Well, I thought it was a good sliding stop at mid-on, but it eluded Ben Rain, and it's run away for a couple of runs to Pujara, who moves on to 15. Sussex move to 67 for 2. We've got another 10 minutes to go until lunch. We lost eventually yesterday. We lost 26 overs. Oh, sorry, we're on different microphones. Yeah, we lost 26 overs due to the rain yesterday. We didn't actually start until 1:30. And we finished here yesterday after 7 o'clock. Cars over the wicket bowls, and which I was surprised by a little bit of extra bounce. Nonetheless, he manages to roll the wrists, plays the ball to the leg side, and picks up another single. Does Pujara, and in so doing, he pitches the strike. He's on 16. Of the over Sussex are 68 for 2. That is a reply to the Durham total of 376. Listening to live cricket on the BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Newcastle, from the lovely cricket ground that is Hove on the south coast in Sussex. Martin has gone to do his update to the listeners on BBC Radio Newcastle, and we're joined by Liam O'Brien, who's going to come in for the last 10 minutes or so before lunch. For those of you who don't know, Liam, 24 years of age, plays for the England disability side, plays his club cricket locally at Preston Nomads. Martin was talking about football. Let's see, can you not hear? Maybe be able to. Let's see what's going on here. We'll just adjust various things. Is that better? Can you hear now? Right, okay. Well, this is in comes Potts and Bowles, and Pujara Edgley down towards third man. Edgley, does he pick up a boundary? No, he doesn't. He picks up 3 runs, does Pujara, and he goes on to 19. We're just sorting out Liam's same time. Can you hear it?
I can hear you loud and clear.
Lovely. 3 more to Pujara. Rather fortunate runs. Let's go to 71. For 2, I know you're an American football fan. Are you also a football fan of the type we know in this country?
I am.
And are you a Brighton fan?
I've had a season ticket at Brighton, but I'll be honest, as you can tell from my southern accent, I support Man United.
Right, okay, well, we'll move on from that conversation.
I have a legitimate reason. My dad's Irish and everything like that, and his hero was George Best growing up. So when I was born, I was born in 99, so I wasn't allowed to pick anyone else but United. So even if it was someone like Leighton Orient, I wouldn't have had a choice. I would have supported them. So it's just a chance.
That sounds reasonable. And comes Potts around the wicket bowls, who also lets that one go. Now, that went a long way down the leg side. Yeah. It's a very and diving away to his right hand side. Consistently, actually, Potts seemed to have got more out of the pitch than any other bowler.
Yeah, so you guys might have seen that when you're watching the Test cricket on TV or anything like that, but if the bowler lands the ball on the seam, sometimes it straightens so the seam goes to the keeper's seam up and still swings. So that actually went past the off stump, and the keeper ended up diving down leg side to catch that.
Potts in bowls, also lets that go through Robinson. He's one with good pace here, is Potts, and good carry. There's been throughout the match, the ball was carried through to the keeper, and Robinson taking that one around his midriff. But nonetheless, I think you're excused because you've had a season ticket at the Amex. So that's good.
Yeah, I actually only stopped because I couldn't get Saturdays off because of cricket and all my training with Sussex and stuff. So I used to have a ticket in the family stand, the North Stand. So
in comes Potts and Bowles, also covers up. Good technique, Tom Alsop, and he'll have more than half an eye here on lunch after Sussex starting off so well, reaching 42 with Ali Orr with a couple of huge sixes and looking in control, but losing 2 wickets for 2 runs. Ali Orr out for 29. Tom Haynes then caught behind for 11. All that in reply to Durham's 376, in which Nathan McAndrew on debut took 5 for 85. Potts is in bowls, and Alsop forwards a bowl of good length that Potts is bowling. There is no run.
Brilliant spell here from Potts. I've been watching him, and Rain. It sounds like I'm just hammering Rain, but he seemed to struggle to get up the hill because it is a really steep hill here at the sea end. But Potts is properly motoring through in his run up. He's got good rhythm and he's getting some good carries. So if they can get some bowling partnerships going with Potts up the hill, Durham could be in here.
Potts in bowls. Stop looking to flick that one down to fine leg. The ball goes through to Ollie Robinson, and there is no run. End of the over from Potts. He's now bowled 7 overs, 3 maidens.
One of them, but like I said earlier, if Potts can carry on going that rhythm, Carr coming down the hill with a bit of extra bounce, could be an interesting part of the game for Durham here. And Cast is coming good length ball, and kind of like a trade partner, isn't it, for Java's block? It just seems like he's so solid when he gets in behind the ball, and
he always. I guess you would say it of a good player, but the good players seem to have so much time, don't they? And Pujara just seems to have lots of time. I mean, Brian Cast is bowling at a fair lick down the hill. Pujara just always seems to look in control. I'm probably going to talk him out now, but he just seems completely at ease at the crease.
100%. Now, Cast coming again. He's got some good rhythm here, coming down the pitch, and that's edged away down to third man. And like I said earlier, he's been getting some extra pace, some extra bounce, and puts it back there. And Pujara edges it through that gap, and it always seems, if you're the fielding team, that whenever someone edges it, you just feel so hard there. Gully and both third slip and Gully dive him, and the ball goes in between, so they'll feel hard done by. But really good stuff here from Carl. I think he's been working away, and it's tough to get the end of Pujara, so he's working hard for it. And as much as he's just edged 1 for 4, Pujara's got back to his stance, and it looks like he's reset, ready to go again. So Cast is coming in. Knew that was going to be back of length. He's bowled up, dropped his hands, didn't want to pick the ball before, and that's all. But I think you will like this, Adrian. I being a United fan and living in Brighton, one of my friends offered me the ticket to go and see Brighton United at the Amex last year, and obviously you guys turned us over 4-0. And at 1-0, you're told to kind of celebrate with the fans as if you're a Brighton fan. And when it got to 3-0, I think the whole stand knew I was a United fan because I was the only one not celebrating. And ended up being 4-0. And Brighton have looked good this year.
Very good. No, they're very, very good.
Cast is steaming in again, and Pujara just blocks it up.
I think we might get an over of spin, before lunch. I just saw Matt Kuhneman just warming up here down at fine leg. I think we are. I'm just looking at the digital clock on the scoreboard. We've got one more ball to go in this over. The clock is showing 13:08. So unless we get a change in the field, I think we're going to get another over before lunch. And I would have thought, from a Durham point of view, you're probably thinking, well, why not have another over? Maybe get a bit of spin, just have a look, just make the batsman think about something different.
Yeah, and Kuhneman's a left arm off spinner, if I'm thinking right, and that's ideal if you're bowling at 2 right-handers, as Cast comes in again, short ball, and he rocks it away for 1 on the leg side. But yeah, he's a left-arm off-spinner. I reckon you want to sneak in a little over, see if there's a bit of turn in the pitch for him.
He was just warming up down. There we go. Yep, I think he's going to bowl. Yep, he's taking off his cap. We're going to see an over of spin before lunch. The clock coming up to 13:09. We'll wait for umpire. Now, we couldn't distinguish the umpires yesterday between which ends they were at. But we think at this end is umpire Middlebrook. Either way, he's in position, and it's going to be Matt Kuhneman who's going to bowl the final over before lunch.
Yeah, a good spell, didn't he? Away over India for Australia. He took 5 wickets against India, and they have a serious batting attack, and especially against spin. They're known for playing spin quite well, so it's going to be an interesting battle, reliving it with Pujara and Kuhneman again. What do you think?
It certainly will be. Now the field is a slip and a short leg. There's a point cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. If that's now going to, they're going to change. They're going to keep that sort of short, fine leg in place. It's almost on the 45, and then there's a deep mid-wicket out in front of the clock tower scoreboard. Who's now going a little squarer. So it's almost a deep square or deep backward square.
I'd love to see him be a bit more aggressive here, I'll be honest with you. It's last over in the session. I'd love to see a catchy and extra cover get in there. Just get...
Yeah, he's got his extra cover in close, but maybe not close enough. They've got a ring of 4 on the offside, and they've got that extra cover in, a shortish extra cover. Kuhneman is in, bowls, and Pujara is forward and just plays the ball out into the offside. There is no run. Sussex will be pleased that after losing those 2 wickets that these two have consolidated, Tom Alsop and Cheteshwar Pujara. Is in again, bowls, and Pujara sweeps, and he's going to pick up runs. As Matt Potts hares down to a bit of indecision between the two Sussex batsmen.
Pujara actually slipped there. I thought he'd done his hamstring for a second. Just watching him turn, as he went to turn, he nearly put his leg out there.
They've just taken the single, which means that Tom Alsop will need to face the last 4, potentially the last 4 balls for 4 runs. Pujara goes to 25. He's faced 31 deliveries. Sussex 77 for 2. 4 balls to go until lunch. Now for the left-hander, there is also a slip and a short leg. Yeah. There's a point cover mid-off. Then on the onside, there's a mid-on, a shortish mid-wicket, a more orthodox mid-wicket, and just a short fine leg or a backward square. As in comes Kuhneman bowls, and Alsop is forward and just drops the hands and plays into the pitch.
Much more aggressive field now that they're coming round attacking the leg side with Alsop. And I don't know if you noticed, but Alsop plays so low to the ground against spin that it's going to be an interesting battle in case there's a bit of bounce to see if they catch the edge here.
Kuhneman in bowls and Alsop forward, just plays into the offside, and Ollie Robinson nips from behind the stumps to field, and there is no run. The sun momentarily disappears behind some cloud. Probably about 50% cloud, 50% blue sky around Hove, but the forecast is good. And then again bowls, and Alsop is back and clips this firmly to mid-wicket, but doesn't take a run. Another change in the field here. He's going to move his cover into, you said you wanted to be more aggressive just before the break. He's moved him into first slip, or is he moving into second slip?
Just the way I look at it is you've got an over left. It's not going to be too bad if they nick a 4, but it makes a big change to the game if you can get one of these guys out.
Coming in bowls, and also forward, dabs it into the onside, fielded by short leg, and there is no run, and that is indeed lunch, and a highly entertaining morning here at Hove. Durham bowled out for 376. They closed last night on 352 for 7. So they did what?
Welcome back to Hove for the afternoon session, day 2 here of Sussex against Durham. Sussex 77 for 2 after 20 of the start of their first innings. That was after Durham were bowled out for 376. Durham losing 3 wickets today while adding 24 runs, I think it was. Nathan McAndrew ending up with 5 for 85. And then 2 wickets fell inside the first head overs. Ali Orr was having a great game with Ben Rainey, hit him for 6, then got caught a backward point off a low ball, and then hit him for another 6 before Rain then ran him out while bowling in his next over. And Orr just wandered off out of his crease, backing up to Tom Haynes. Haynes played the ball back to the bowler. He deflected the ball onto the stumps and ran him out for 29. And then Haynes was gone 2 deliveries later, caught behind off Rain for 11. So they were 42 for 1, 44 for 2, and then 77 for 2 at lunch, trailing by 299. Cheteshwar Pujara, the Indian Sussex skipper, now facing the first delivery of the afternoon session. Down the hill comes Matthew Potts, and the first ball's fade down wide of a fine leg for 4. So he's off the mark with the first ball of the afternoon session, so that takes him on to 29. At the other end, Tom Alsop has 6. And it was Bryden Cast before coming down the hill who caught the shoulder of Bashara a couple of times. One edge off that shoulder area, looped over the slip cordon, just defied Alex Lee's at third slip, but it was declared a no ball. As Potts comes in again now, bowls, bat and pad this time. And another one edged just wide of the slip cordon. There were 3 slips in at the time, and had there been 4, he might have gone. There was also another delivery just before lunch where one nearly nipped through off an inside edge, jammed the ball between bat and pad and just missed the stumps. It's Martin Emerson with you here from BBC Radio Newcastle, Adrian Harms from BBC Radio Sussex, and we've got Liam O'Brien with us as well as Potts comes in and bowls, and all that squirts along the floor underneath Bryden Cast in the gully, and he got a hand on it, runs away for a single, Bush fields it.
It's interesting how they brought Potts on, isn't it? Just having a little watch, I'm trying to look at the field and see what their plan is. And he was bowling so well up the hill. I thought they would have kept him going, but maybe they're doing a change of bowling, bringing Kuhneman straight on. What do you think at the bottom end?
I think they'll have to go around with Rain again and Cast probably. And then maybe Kuhneman a bit later on.
Snuck him in for an over, didn't they, at the end, trying to get a wicket? But he found his length straight away, and there was a bit of turn there from what I was watching on the stream. So could be a good spell for him if he starts to bowl well.
Potts is coming around the wicket,
Joe Talbot is
and that's gone for 4. Straight through the covers.
You better believe it. When you say not just for now, I thought this is it.
That was
She's
it. There was
gone.
going to be a Steve Bruce type announcement. Yes.
And I thought, she didn't let on. I saw her all week. She didn't let on.
You were thinking of goodness.
Well, Adrian's gone off to try and grab some lunch, but now you bring out Pot from
Yes, I've got a joyous offering.
possibly a studio in Guildford, I think. There's Potts comes in. Oh, he's played him on! And that is the end of Alsop. Potts pumps the air with his Alsop, went up on his toes, flicked the ball down, and it's clipped the stumps, and he's out for 10. 86 for 3.
He's going to feel hard done by there, the batter, but he seems to keep getting the inside edge, Potts, so he's bringing it around, and it's an awful way to get out. He'll be disappointed with that, but Potts has deserved the wicket.
It's cricket season, which means that Adrian Harms is fleecing BBC and every hospitality lounge in the cricket up and down the country. So we've got updates from Harmsy as well. Really busy. With that in mind, producer Sophia's just taken
10 runs he made from 34 balls.
National superstar has gone and lost the lyrics to one of their biggest hits. We'll try and
I think what we're hearing is a handover between shows and the description of Adrian Harms in the cricket season going around fleecing hospitality places up and down the country. Off he goes and off. So Potts strikes, and Tom Clark is the new batsman.
2 and 6.
Possibly he's done for a little bit of extra pace there, Alsop. So the partnership ends at, 42. Nothing worse than hearing music in your ear when you're trying to commentate, but there you go. So Clark is the new man, and we have one ball left of this first over after lunch. Potts for the wicket to the left-hander, and this is defended. Stays in low, comes in low towards middle and leg, and he pushes the ball away back towards the bowler's end. End of the over then. 86-4-3 here on the BBC.
It's very strange. I know you guys won't be able to hear it on the stream, but we have a full-on concert going on our headphones right now in the background.
Can you not turn it down anymore? No.
And so we're trying to get through it.
If you pull that out and then mess around with that so you can hear us properly, but not that. So got rid of any of it?
That's worked.
Yeah, there you are then.
Genius. And then who have we got to... Come on, I can't see his number. Number...
Bushnell.
20. Bushnell, yeah. I've not seen much of this guy.
Right arm medium from memory.
Yeah.
I was looking around the team trying to think of who else might get a ball, as well as Kuhneman.
I thought they'd be going to some spin. Kuhneman looked really good at the end of the morning session, but they've gone to Bushnell, and he's going to be coming in from the sea end. Like I said, at a steep slope as well, so hopefully he can get up, find a bit of rhythm early on. He comes into bowl up the hill. Pujara just rocks him through square leg for one. Good start, to be fair. More pace than I was expecting.
Well, his debut in a draw against Worcestershire and Chastity Street last year, and he took 1 for 15.
21 years old though, so he's a youngster coming through, and they probably, with the England call-ups that might happen with some of this Durham squad, they do need to start making sure their youngsters get a go and find some form. So, be good to watch him.
Apparently the music's now on the stream again, so that's as well.
Nightmare. But he's bowling to Tom Clark here. Tom Clark, solid player, really improved over the last couple of years. Signed a new contract this year. So interesting to see how he gets on here. They've got a leg slipping as well as he comes into bowl. Very straight line. So they must have the analysis before the game saying that Tom Clark hits it through that leg slit region, because you don't see that very often, especially if he's coming over the wicket. So it must be a little testy for him to get back and rock it through fine legs. So that would be an interesting one to see if that comes into play. Bush run out the hill again. Comes into bowl. Back of a length, and it's leg side. So it's clearly a plan from Durham to get Clark out that way. They've done their analysis, and probably a little bit more than me, because I didn't realise that was a trend with Tom Clark, but they're looking to bowl leg side nice and straight and bring in the leg slip. So this is going to be an interesting tactic from Durham. He's coming into bowl now. Good length ball. Clark looks for one. Pujara sends him back. Absolutely not running up that hill, getting run out. And it's been a good start from Bushnell. It's so interesting seeing this plan. I always like looking at the field and trying to figure out how the team's going to get the batsman out and what their plan is. And you don't see this leg slip plan often, especially to like a number 5 over the wicket. So interesting here from Durham as Bushnell comes in again. Full delivery. Clark doesn't want any of that, leaves it. Keeper collects it. And he's found his rhythm early on. I always talk about the sea end with the slope, but I've bowled it quite a few times so far in my career, and it's steeper than you think, and it's hard to find momentum when you're trying to get through the crease, get some carry, just get some momentum. So Bushnell started well here, and he's got to bend his back if he wants to get some life out of this pitch. So he's running up now. Leg side again, and it does actually go to leg slip off the thigh pad. So that's the end of the over, 87-3. And imagine that would be Matthew Potts again coming into bowl down the hill.
There is a hill, isn't there? But it's funny because it's a bit sort of warped in its nature, the ground. So it tapers down, then you hit a bit of a plateau where the square is. But at this corner of the square where we are, it tapers down towards us again. But then this end wicket, it looks like a fairly flat approach to it from where we are,
Yeah.
doesn't it? But as you looked across to our left, there's definitely quite a climb up the hill there.
Well, where all the members are sitting, I used to sit there as a kid and watch all the cricket, and I was convinced that when I was a kid, I thought the pitch was flat, and now playing on it, I didn't realise there was such a big slope. Like, you won't even be able to see it on the stream how big the slope is.
Potts down the hill, bowls. It's left alone by Pujara outside the off stump. It's a nice sunny afternoon here, and having been delivered sandwiches yesterday, it's burgers from a burger van today, and I went upstairs to do my little video at lunchtime of the morning session, and the smell was gorgeous, but the queue was also rather long, so Adrian has gone off to find burger relief of some description, and he might be gone for some time. Potts in again to Pujara. Pujara back into the crease, plays the ball safely back to the bowler.
Well, I have a diet plan running. My first game is up at Loughborough on Sunday, and so obviously in the burger there, I thought I'd try and go as healthy as I can, gone for chicken, but it means I need to go to the gym after this commentary session and try and burn some of that off, trying to keep myself in shape for the summer. But it was quite interesting. I don't know if you saw a tweet from Chris Nash, but ex-Sussex player here, he said it's gone from a winter of prepping for all this food to now Marriott burgers and everything like that in the hotel rooms.
Just offended.
So it's quite funny how you do realise, and I've noticed it through the years, where you'll do all this preparation during the winter, healthy eating, doing all your fitness work, and then you get to the summer and you end up being in hotels having burgers and stopping off at service stations, sneaking in a McDonald's after a game. So
All those nights in the pub as well.
yeah, I didn't want to mention that as well. A few too many Guinnesses, but it's always funny how
I always put weight on during the cricket season and then spend most of the winter trying to get it off again.
I'm the same.
Potts comes in, and that's a leave, and that skips towards the slip court, taken at full stretch by the keeper, Ollie Robinson.
Is always a way, and especially with the teas these days as well. They're unbelievable. Obviously, they're getting a little bit healthier these days. So I remember a few years back, I literally just used to go past the sandwiches, go straight to the pork pies and the sausage rolls and the chocolates. But now there's none of that. It's all pasta and fruit and stuff like that, and healthy stuff. So
I don't think there've been any teas in the North East Premier League for the last 2 years because of COVID.
yeah, our club brought it back in.
Right. Potts with a shortish one. Pujara just tips it away up towards Minon. I think for a while during the tea interval or whatever, the players had to just go and sit in their cars and have packed lunches in their cars, or sit somewhere else around the ground away from anybody else. But
yeah, we all bought meal deals and stuff like that in a few years ago. But last year we did a petition, and it was one of the players sponsored the teas, and then we donate to a charity that he was supporting. So as Pujara pulls away, he doesn't like someone in the background walking around by the looks of it, or he wasn't ready. But yeah, they brought it back this year in the Sussex Premier League, and it was up to teams whether they wanted to do it or not. But I don't know how you see it, but it feels like a big part of the culture of cricket growing up is finishing, having a tea with the two teams, and then going back out. So it was a bit weird when they stopped
and then
that.
getting a stitch when you try to run again, full of orange juice.
Yeah, exactly.
Potts bowls. Pujara defends. I'm not sure what put Pujara off there. There doesn't appear to be anybody particularly wandering around in his eyes at the moment. There is a Durham player who's not on the field sitting against an advertising hoarding, which looks like actually Scott Borthwick, but I wouldn't say that he'd be in his eye line. He's too far across to the left.
Yeah, but it shows how concentrated, how much concentration he has. 'Cause it must have been something small that's just put him off, and he's had to start again, go back to his routine. So
Darwin Milan was like that. It was funny because we were commentating on a game against Yorkshire during lockdown, the lockdown summer. So you were in regional groups.
yeah, as Bushnell comes into bowl here, back of the length, blocked away by Clark. Sorry, what were you saying?
I was a bit confused as to how my stats included games recently against Yorkshire. I was thinking, well, Durham haven't played them for years. They played them in the Bob Willis Trophy. I forgot all about that. So yeah, you were in regional groups of 6, and the idea was we were allowed to commentate, but you had to have the windows open. It was part of the COVID protocol.
As Bushnell's running up that hill again, charging in, back length ball, and that's left well by Clark.
We had no complaints from any player for weeks and weeks and weeks, and then Darwin Milan one day at Durham decided he didn't like our window being open, but not at the start of his innings, not in the middle, way do his innings, and he wanted the window shut, and so we said we're not allowed to shut it. We have to follow these health and safety rules that have been put in place.
Yeah, they were stringent, weren't they? Bushnell's coming in again. And Clark pulls away beautifully through square leg for 4 runs. They've got Durham. They're trying to bring in maybe Clark glance it down to fine leg and gives them a chance. But you're going to leave yourself open to shots like that, where if he picks it up early, pull shot for 4 runs. Interesting plan from Durham, but Clark seems to have an answer for it so far.
Anyway, I'm not allowed to shut the door. You shut the window. If we do, you probably take us up, because we'll probably have to leave the room we're in. And there was this Mexican standoff, and then somebody came with lots of chairs and propped all the doors open along the back corridor of the press centre.
Bushnell comes in, back of the length, and he's chopped on. Oh, he's been upset with that. It wasn't a particularly brilliant ball. He's tried to hit it through cover, and he's chopped on, much like all. So he's going to feel like they've been hard done by today. They've had a run out of Alistair Raw, where he's hit the bowler and hit the stumps. He's been run out, and then 2 chop-ons. They're going to feel hard done by.
Bit of extra pace maybe there as well. 5 added. Anyway, the end of the saga with Darwin Milan was that somebody came and propped all the doors open to create this flow of air through the building, and we eventually shut the window. Then we were reminded that the previous time we played against Durham a few months earlier, at the end of the season for Middlesex at Lords, there was a building site at one end with cranes going backwards and forwards, lorries with flashing lights, bulldozers demolishing the old stands, and he batted, and I think he got a century, and none of it bothered him.
I know.
It was, but it's just the funny things where something just enters a player's focus from out of the concentration bubble.
Yeah. No, I'm really guilty of being the complete opposite as Carter walks in here to bat, and you can tell Carter straight away by his haircut and his moustache. He's a character, and he's a big favourite of Sussex players. He gets along really well with the guys, great character, and it's a big year for him, I'd say. He batted well last year, kept well, but with Sussex really needing to improve on last year's performances, it's keeping spots there to be had if he bats well. So it's a big for him, and I know exactly what you mean with the concentration, but I'm guilty of the opposite. Sometimes I'll just go in and I'll be so focused on the ball I won't even realise the sight screen's not in the right place or something like that. So I'm guilty of the opposite, as Carter shapes up to face his first ball, and he comes in, and there's an appeal there from the players as it goes past the leg side, as it goes past the thigh on the leg side, but there was no noise. I think they're just making noise, trying to build a bit of pressure. But yeah, I've had it so many times where people have said, "Did you not see that while you were batting?" And I was so concentrated on the ball that I didn't realise. And then you look back, you go, "I probably should have moved that or told them to stop walking across." But I was so focused on the ball that I never realised. As Bushnell comes in again, that's good heat from Bushnell. He's really bending his back here uphill, and obviously I always reference bowling up the hill and it being tough, but with a pitch like this you really need to work again, get some life out of it by putting some extra effort in, and it's tough going up the hill. And that is the end of the over. Sussex are 91 for 4. Clark's just departed, chopped on from Bushnell, and I imagine it's Potts coming down the hill facing our bowling to Pujara.
The other thing to bear in mind from a Sussex point of view here is the deficit, which is a tidy 285 at the moment, at 91 for 4. Sun's just gone in briefly. Potts has 4 slips as he comes in the bowl to Pujara. Played back out towards the the offside, no one there. Collected by Michael Jones.
We've just had Adrian sit down next to us, and I think you missed it while you were away, Adrian, queuing for your burger. You were called by BBC Sussex, I think, a legend.
Was he?
We had music.
He was also called other things as well.
Oh yeah, we can't repeat those.
Yeah. Including fleecing people was mentioned. Here comes the bowler. This has gone off towards point. Whoever your afternoon presenter is, you were saying, we'll be getting cricket updates from the legend that is, because it's the cricket season now. And he said Adrian will be up and down the country fleecing hospitality out of free meals here, there and everywhere.
Well, no veggie burgers at the Burger Man.
Oh, no veggie burgers at the Burger Van.
I can't say that worries me at all.
No.
So,
if there are any members listening, can you cause a riot, please? Adrian wants his veggie burger.
Oh. Pots to Pujara. That's turned off towards deep square leg for one run.
It's been really impressive how he's been playing on the leg side, Pujara. You see all these top players, as soon as the bowler strays off his line, especially on the leg side, they just never seem to miss out. And he's had a few balls where they don't seem to be bad balls, but they're just a little bit too straight, and he's put them away for 4. And once again, there wasn't a bad ball, and he's managed just to rotate it for 1. So Pujara's looking really good at the moment.
Ross Gregory, who's a sports writer in the North East, just pointing out something that's happening in the Northern League today as Potts comes in and bowls. It's a bouncer left by Carter. So Whitley Bay 1, Ashington 0 in the Northern League today. 783 were there. That's a decent crowd as well, isn't it? He says that pretty much nails on the title for Newton Aycliffe, who are from County Durham. 1 win needed from their last 3 games. They had a massive win last week against the team that I follow, Sunderland RCA, who've been having a lot of problems this season with money and squads, numbers to choose from, that kind of thing. As Potts comes in again, and this goes down towards deep gully, no run. Anyway, the beat Sunderland RCA, I think it was 9-1 last week. So Sunderland RCA bounced back with a win later in the week. Well, so the Northern League is about to reach its conclusion in the next few days, and then one person I know heavily connected with it will be straight in his camper van the day after, and is taking the camper van to Sicily for the summer.
Beautiful, lovely part of the world there. And just while you're watching, they're making a fielding change to bring back in that what do you call it, the leg slip that I was talking about earlier with Bushnell. So must be a clear plan from Durham here to bowl straighter and try and get the edge.
He's in, he bowls, that is the edge, but it's gone along the floor to Lees at 3rd slip. End of the over. What did you have then, Adrian, in the end?
Bowler chips. Anything else?
Bowler chips, you heard it here first.
I didn't know you were vegetarian.
I'd still like burgers from Vans.
Very picky.
I'm not, but I don't like burgers from Vans.
He's not happy he didn't get his club sandwich.
Yeah.
Well, anyways, Bushnell's going to be starting again, and looking back, they've made a conscious change to move the field around a little bit here, Durham. I think they would have had a talk at the break about probably forcing a few more wickets with the fields and changing up plans a little bit, and it's worked so far. And let's see what Bushnell does here. It'll be an interesting plan to see how they plan to get Pujara out. Maybe they just try and rotate the strike and get the new batter Carter on strike as he runs up this hill at the sea end. Back of a length ball, and like I said earlier, it's like a trademark. Pujara just blocking it away, no run, and then he's just backing it, getting ready for the next ball. But yeah, I think with the pitch the way it is, the field really needs to play a big part here. They can't just try and bowl and have a few slips and hope for the best. They've really got to start forcing things with the field and trying to make the batsmen play in different areas. And personally here, I'd be trying to get Pujara off strike, get Carter on whilst he's new to the crease, as Bushnell comes into bowl, back of a length, and it's blocked again from Pujara. This is where it's really important having someone like Pujara, an experienced pro, played over 100 tests now for India, so a veteran of the game, and he's got to look after these youngsters and talk them through the partnerships, and I imagine he's got to be here for some time now.
He got a half century in the recent series against Australia, which Matt Kuhneman played in.
Yeah. As Bushnell comes in again, full delivery, and it's blocked away.
18,658 first-class runs coming into this, and the highest score of only 352.
Oh, is that it? Be better.
Surashtra against Karnataka in the 2013 Ranji Trophy. So 19 centuries, including 3 that have been at least 300, 13 at least 200.
As Bushnell comes in again, back of a length, and it is just rocked onto the back foot, hit through square leg, and that is just 1. So Durham will be able to attack the new batsman Carter here. And there was one little stat that I was looking at this morning with Pujara, because it seemed like he was just batting so effortlessly in the county championship, and his strike rate's really different in test and in the county championship. So the county championship, it's near 70 now. It's like 67, 68, which is quite fast, and he's known for being quite a slow batsman. And in Test, it's only in the low 40s, so clearly has a different level of intent in the Championship, but he might have to go back to his Test ways as Bushnell comes in and he beats the outside edge, must have nibbled away, so Carter plays and misses there, but he's definitely got to consolidate and go back to his Test match style of seeing out some of the bowlers, because he was definitely aggressive in this morning session and punished a lot of the bad balls. But it was just quite an interesting stat, because that's quite a big change in strike rate as Bushnell's running up the hill. And Bushnell's been bowling well here, considering I hadn't seen him bowl before. He's bowled really well, and he's properly charging it, trying to get some life out of the pitch, and the Durham guys are letting him know, giving him a pat on the back, and that is the end of the over. So 93 for 4 here, and that's the over from Bushnell. It'll be interesting if they keep Potts going. And yeah, he's taking his jumper off, giving it to the umpire, so it's going to be Potts again bowling at Pujara, which is quite a fun little battle to watch at the moment.
Quite a thick edge from the dismissal of Clark off Bushnell. It was quite a way outside the line of off stump when he played it on, right under the foot of the stump.
It's an awful way to get out, just because there's no way in your head you can ever comprehend getting bowled from that, and you get a bit of bat on it and all you hear is the sound of the stumps go. Awful.
Potts in. Pujara plays it short on the leg side and goes for a quick single. The worst way to get out is to run out without facing a ball. And that happened to me at Bolden, and it was my 3rd duck in a row. Awful.
That's what I was trying to say about my the Pakistan World Cup, when it might sound like I was being quite hard on Ali Orr, but I, without facing a ball, got run out by that and got absolutely nailed by my coach for not being in my crease. Yeah, that is probably a worse way, to be fair. I did in the World Cup final as well, which I don't really want to talk about.
Oh, we'll have to get you talking about that. Potts in, and that flies through to the keeper.
Yeah, keeper.
You were now backing up again.
No, so without facing a ball, it was a World Cup final against India up at New Road, and I'd come into bat and I had a massive round of applause.
What year was this?
2019 it was.
Right.
Massive round of applause coming down the steps at New Road. It was all pumped up, and a ball went down the leg side or something, bounced off the keeper, and he was going, and I thought he'd gone down to fine leg, so I called yes, and the keeper literally next to him threw the stumps down, and that was that.
It's left alone outside the stump, so you didn't realise, you didn't know where the ball was.
Well, I just completely misread it, and I was so pumped
and that
up.
isn't your call either, is it? If it's gone behind, it should be you.
No, because I wasn't batting, so I was. It was completely my call. And there's a GIF, they call it these days. It's like a short video that they put in, and they've got a GIF of me getting run out, and I'm not actually in the frame in the GIF. It's that far.
All right, let's have a look at this then. What's the GIF called?
I forgot what it's called. Don't worry about that.
No, I'm worried about it.
Potts comes in here.
Potts balls. This has gone through the keeper.
I'll try and find it for you.
Liam O'Brien GIF. Run out GIF.
I don't need 1,000 people on the YouTube stream looking at my World Cup final loss to India, but I will find it for you. But yeah, it was just one of those moments where I was so pumped up, wanted to get on strike, and I thought the ball had gone off much further than it had, but actually the keeper was right next to it, threw the stumps down.
Well, there's a famous Liam O'Brien who's an American actor and does voiceover work, so when I've done the search there, it's taken me to lots of gifs of him instead. Potts balls, and that's right in towards the block hole, and played away a little bit late-ish there by Cotter, who's now faced 11 balls and is yet to get off the mark here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Newcastle. It's Emerson, Liam O'Brien and the boy Adrian Harms, the fleecer of the Culprit Hospitality Lounge. Your
little smile from Adrian.
He's off, he's going up London tomorrow to the Smoke. In comes Potts, slightly over pitched and drilled away. He's off the mark now. He's going to get 2 as the ball goes up the field. Chased by Michael Jones from mid-off. Who are you going to see tomorrow? Elton John. He's been on at Chesley Street in the past. I think he was on here once as well. I think he was here the same summer as he was up at Chesley Street.
Yeah, he was doing a stadium tour, I think it was.
Yeah. Right. I think he was at the Stadium of Light last year as well in Sunderland. Gets about a bit, doesn't he? He's very good inside left, apparently.
Yeah, he's a class man, Elton John. Love to see him live. So I imagine Adrian's going to be telling us all about it the next time in the commentary box, showing us videos, bit of Rocket Man. Interesting one for the listeners. What's your favourite Elton John song? Mine's got to be Crocodile Rock. Gets everyone going. Or a bit of I'm Still Standing. I could belt that one out.
Oh, I'm Still Standing, wasn't it, at the Royal Pageant last year?
Well, Pujara stopped.
I like Tiny Dancer.
Can you? Well, how does that go? Can you give us?
It's the one that starts with a piano solo. Somebody in the line of the batsman at the moment walking behind the sight screen.
No, Tiny Dance is a good one.
The lure of the burger van, I think, is calling a few people, but it is putting off Mr. Pujara, and he's now facing our end rather than the other end where he was put off by somebody.
It's that riot that Adrian's caused, isn't it? Adrian's caused a riot with there being no veggie burgers, and Pujara's not happy. Give the man a veggie burger. And there's quite a big, not commotion, but umpires are trying to move someone out of the way. It looks like it might be a steward or something like that.
Normally they have a little rope, don't they, to stop people coming past?
But anyways, I think it's all been sorted now. Yeah. Imagine if it hasn't, Pujara will let us know very quickly. But he's shaping up, so it looks like it's all been sorted. Bush was running up the hill, charging in. Back of her leg, Pujara just flicks that away. He's running hard, he wants to push for two here, and he calls it through. And they throw it in and he makes it comfortably. I couldn't quite see the ball, so keeper made it look closer than it was. But good running there from Pujara, and clearly he wants to be on strike against Bushnell. And it'd be good to see Pujara start asserting his dominance on some of these bowlers, and I think it will help Carter's confidence as well. And Sussex needs to get back in this game after two. Well, they'll call it unlucky, but two unlucky wickets as Bushnell comes back in. Bowls it down the leg side, and Pujara feels like he's missed out there. He's not happy, but it's taken from Robinson.
Who sang running up that hill?
Well, that was... Oh, is it Kate Bush? Is that it? Yeah. That came. It got really big recently, didn't it? With that series, I can't remember what it's called. Maybe Stranger Things or something.
Oh yeah, I think it was on that, wasn't it?
But that song came back, and she was talking about how much money she'd made since Stranger Things put it in the top.
Wasn't it? It was a record for the song to go to number one so many years after it actually initially been released.
It's a great song. As Bushnell comes in, and Pujara spots our way to extra.
It's a great album. In fact, she's my go-to when I want to get to sleep on a night. I just stick a Kate Bush playlist on and drift away.
Pretty sure that's not a great recommendation. I don't think she'd be chuffed to hear that. I listen to you when I try and go to sleep.
Yeah.
As Bushnell shakes up again, he's running up the hill, bowls it, and Pujara just blocks that away again. So we're in that point of the game where Sussex want to build a partnership, and Durham are getting a little more aggressive with their fields. Mid-wickets come a little bit closer for the catch. They've got a leg slip in as well, which I didn't realise. So my bad to the listeners, but they've taken out third slip and put it into leg slip as Pujara's playing so well through the leg side. So Durham have changed things up in the field here, trying to force wicket. And this is a big wicket of Pujara if they can get it, as Bushnell comes up. And he plays it through to mid-wicket. I don't know if you can hear it in the background, but the Durham players all shouting as if that was close. I assure you to listeners, it's come out the middle of his bat. Wasn't close at all. And I found the GIF for him. I found it on my YouTube video for Martin here. There's a video of me in the World Cup final. It's about to come up here. Of me not being even in the frame.
Oh, that's a good throw from the keeper as well.
It's a great throw. But I thought it was going down the fine leg as Bushnell bowls it to Pujara and he swats it away. But my friends have absolutely loved showing me that numerous times. I don't know, over 400,000 people have seen that as well. So I hope they enjoyed that.
I don't think the camera with a wide enough shot to get you in from that angle, I'm afraid. time you go out for a bike ride, you head into the wind, knowing you'll have the wind on your back when you come home, and guarantee the wind changes and you turn at the halfway mark.
Exactly. Always the way, isn't it?
Cast balls and defended by Carter. Interestingly, and this often happens at Durham as well, because the ground Durham's in a bowl. The wind direction, ground level, and then you look where clouds are coming from, and they're in completely the opposite direction. So the clouds are drifting in from the northwest, but the wind at ground level appears to be from the southeast. So
There's a bit of cloud cover, and there's dark clouds as well, so
don't think there's any rain to worry about.
let's hope not.
I don't think there's any forecast today, is there? I don't think so. Cast balls.
It's a good hit there, and Cast is really bending his back. He had a good spell earlier on. I was really impressed by him. I've not seen him play live before, but seeing him here, he's really getting the ball through and causing some things to happen on the pitch. So it's going to be an interesting battle between Cuss and Carter, because I imagine Carter might get some of the short stuff soon to see if the youngster can handle it.
Dad's just texted me. What was Kiki D's song with Elton John again? Don't go break him out. Did I get a number one? Cast balls. That's a short ball. Carter is totally on top of that one. Plays it down safely in the ground. Well, she was in Sunderland at Christmas because she was in Durham for the I think it was the Sunderland Foundation of Light Christmas concert at Durham Cathedral. So my dad was driving her and a few other singers around that for a few days, and Dave Stewart as well, and Marty Wilde, I think he was up as well. Kim Wilde's dad. Cast in, edged, didn't quite carry to Lee's at third slip, and bounced just in front of him, hit him on the wrist.
Tell you what, a new classic I've been listening to recently is what is it? Don't Let the Sun Go Down on Me with George Michael and Elton John. I've only just picked up on that. My brother loves George Michael. I started really getting into his music, and he showed me that one, and been listening to it. So I imagine Adrian's going to have that on full blast tomorrow, waving his hands, lighting his phone torch up, singing along.
Cast in, an edge again to Lees along the floor this time, bottom corner of the bat. End of the over, which was maiden, so Cast keeping things tidy there. He's none for 28 so far from 7 overs. Pujara has 6, Carter has 2, and the burger van is calling. So I'm going to go and try and see if I can get something from said burger van that I will actually like. And I'm going to come back and praise the burger people to try in a sort of act of balance. Adrian.
Thank you, Martin. Yeah, we shouldn't complain too much. We're lucky to get any nosh, really, but they had run out of various things. Good afternoon, everybody. Lovely afternoon here at Hove. Sussex looking to rebuild again after losing those 2 very quick wickets after lunch. The wickets of Tom Alsop, and then very soon after him, Tom Clark. Ben Rain back into the attack from the C end of the ground.
Bushnell bowled well.
Yes, he did. I mean, the prime wicket here is clearly Cheteshwar Pujara, who is just delightful to watch. And I'm very interested in your statistic, Liam, about the pace at which Pujara scores runs. Rain runs away from us. There are 2 slips. He's in and bowls, and Pujara is struck on the pad. There's a loud appeal from the way that Pujara was playing the shot. It looks as if that was probably erring down the leg side, and indeed as a leg bide.
Adrian, that's one of those as a player where you talk and you say, if that hits on the pad, even if it's going down to fine leg, even if it's nowhere near, we're going nuts as if it's out, just in the hope the umpire gives it. So that was one of those, I think.
Yeah, 99 for 4. Much depending here on Pujara. Look at the rest of the Sussex card. George Garton, who I very much consider an all-rounder, coming in at 7. Nathan McAndrew can bat as well, so there's plenty of batting to come. Rain in bowls to Carter, who's forward plays in jobs. We were talking about all yesterday. We had an email through from the club who's playing for in Newcastle, so we're going to get an update in a few moments' time for the listeners on BBC Radio Sussex. Yes, he was named as Player of the Year by the club he went to play for in Newcastle.
Yeah,
and made quite a big impression. And then we got a nice email through from them yesterday. So, but interestingly enough, Paul Farbrace has said that he wants the best keeper as the keeper.
Okay.
So in comes Rain over the wicket bowls, like out the off stump. The competition to was from Charlie Tier. I don't know if that's somebody who you've come across in your travels, Liam. He kept at Durham last year for Sussex.
Yeah, it's been really highly spoken about, to be honest with you. A lot of guys have been talking about him, and he's a good prospect.
Rain back to his mark. Runs away from us. Lovely afternoon here. Runs away from us in and bowls, and Carter edges again to second slip. Well, he's looking a little uncertain, and suddenly Durham are asking questions here of the Sussex batsmen. We'll just wait for a minute because here we are. Yes, hello, Joe. Well, Sussex are playing Durham. It's the second day of the opening county championship match of the season. We've got a big crowd and we've got beautiful conditions down here at Hove. Lots of sunshine, but Sussex have lost a couple of wickets since lunch, Joe. Tom Alsop out for 10, Tom Clark out for 4. Struggling here. They're 99-4. Very heavily reliant as ever on their overseas Indian test player Cheteshwar Pujara, who's still there. He's 38 not out. Ollie Carter is with him. He's on 2. Earlier on today, Durham bowled out for 376. Nathan McAndrew on his debut for Sussex, taking 5 for 85, and he was the pick of the bowling. Meanwhile, Surrey, who are the county champions, they're away at Old Trafford against Lancashire. Surrey out for 442. Cameron Steele finishing 141 out in reply. Lancashire are 77 for 1. The former Sussex opener Luke Wells, the man out for 24. So that's the end of the cricket report, and hopefully they'll cut the clean. That's it. We're all done, and we can natter away. So end of the over. Ben Rain. They've just taken his figures down, which is slightly irritating. About 7 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 34. You've got to know where to look on this scoreboard. Sussex 99 for 4, and Durham will fill here another couple of wickets, and they really are in business from a Sussex point of view. This is all about consolidation for the time being.
Yeah, I raised it in my point. I made a few notes before I came on air today, and I don't know how you guys received the team news yesterday, but I was surprised they didn't go for a couple of more all-rounders, Sussex, as Cast comes down the hill, and it's left by Pujara. But I was surprised they have Hudson Prentice, who I do rate as a batter, and of course the bowl seam. And I just thought playing Hunt, Garton, you have McAndrew, you have so many seam bowlers, you could have dropped one of them and brought in an all-rounder who can also bowl seam, and it would have given them a bit more depth, I think.
Yes, I didn't see McAndrew bat. I think he made quite an impression in Big Bash, doesn't he? And of course Jack Carson can bat as well down at number 9. But yes, I guess an option there with Finn Hudson Prentice, who missed out in this game.
Yeah, as Cast comes into bowl, and it's left again. But even you've got Daniel Ibrahim as well.
Yes, of course. Yeah, you would know well. In fact, I did an interesting email from Julian Purvey, who's sitting up there on the top deck in the sunshine. He's got his sun hat on today. And he says, "Good afternoon, gentlemen. I lose track of the players. I lose track of where the players are these days. What news on Delray Rawlings?" Well, funnily enough, I saw Delray down here on Monday when we were down just testing the equipment for the new season, and he was explaining to me that he'd been playing some cricket for Bermuda, which is, of course, the country of Delray's birth. Come back to that in a moment.
Yeah, as Cast comes down the hill here, and he's nailed that length 3 times in a row for the list here. He's just bowling outside off, trying to tease Pujara into a cut shot or a full shot. There's 3 slips in the gully, and he's properly pounding away back of a length, trying to draw a full shot. But Pujara's being very patient, isn't he? Just letting the ball go by.
And Delroy was explaining to me that he'd been away with Bermuda, and there'd been a T20 pre-qualifying competition for the next World Cup. And interestingly enough, that had been held in Argentina.
Beautiful part of the world, that. And Cast comes steaming in again, and it's cut away by Pujara. He's not going to let him bowl there 4 times in a row. Goes through third man, but don't mistake it for an edge. He's middled that straight through, control shot for 4 runs. And I have followed Delray on Instagram and follow some of the stuff he does, and looks like they did well over in Bermuda. He's a good cricketer.
He is, and he captained Bermuda in that competition as well. So Delray was saying a lot of those matches were played around Buenos Aires and how much he enjoyed it. An interesting point, Julian, because talking there about all-rounders and options. You wonder whether... I'll come back to it in a minute after this story.
Yeah, Cass is steaming in again. He's not going to be happy. Is that going to be a short ball? Nope. It takes the edge. That's a great ball, and it's 4 runs, and that's one as a bowler. You just feel so hard done by. You hit for a 4. Good ball, good length ball hitting near top of off, nibbles away, and it's down for 4. It's in that gap that they had previously. And Adrian's trying to explain it to listeners. He's climbed up onto the table to point where the ball's gone.
I think it might be down here in the little gully. He's gone under. He's climbing underneath the covers here.
I wish I could get a picture of this, but Adrian Harms is on all 4s right now on top of the table, trying to show the player where the ball's.
Yeah, we're helping Jonathan Bushnell there to find the ball, but he's found it as a young man. So well done.
Now he's trying to get down safely.
Inferring from Delroy, whether he's regarded here at Sussex now as more of a white ball player than a red ball. I'm sure in the day would have liked to have scored more red ball runs. Yeah. He's such a hugely talented cricketer. But who knows?
Yeah, it's an interesting one to talk about as Cass comes in again and it's blocked away by Pujara. But I personally think it's about a balance thing. If Delroy's quite an attacking player and a good spinner as a spinner, but they do need some players that can bat for long periods of time, and I don't think Delroy's shown that consistently enough yet. So if he gets a chance in the second, hopefully he can show he's built a bit of maturity, and then he might get a sniff. But I've just had a quick look here. I wrote down in my notes, and obviously not most teams have one left arm seam or something. Sussex went with 2 with Hunt and Garton. I just feel like Garton could do a job as the left arm bowler, opening bowler, for example, and they could have replaced maybe Hunt or one of the others like Crocombe and brought in a genuine all-rounder like Ibrahim or Hassan Prentice, and it would have given them a bit more depth, because it's not a small total there trying to catch up to, and a few quick wickets and you could be near in the tail. And as much as these players can bat, they're not genuine all-rounders in my opinion.
In comes Ben Rain coming in for the CM bowls to Ollie Carter. Lovely shot. That's the best shot Carter's played. That's going to be 4 runs over pitch by Ben Rain. Ollie Carter very quickly onto the front foot and timing that beautifully. The ball speeds away over the outfield, which is increasing in pace. A lot of rain here in Sussex during March. Very wet yesterday. That's only during the ball, but it's drying out and very across the outfield. Lovely shot by Carter. He goes to 6. Sussex 111 for 4.
Yeah, beautiful shot there. Nailed that.
2 slips of the gully in place. Rain in again. Bowls and Carter is forward. Defensively plays onto the onside. And there is no run. Was Martin coming? Bruce Talbot's just come and pinched a chair from the commentary. We'll let Bruce do that. He makes his way in to sit with the journalists who are in the other. I'm fairly certain that's Will Macpherson, who is the cricket writer for the Telegraph there. So lots of people here from national press down writing about this game. Keep running the rule over. Ollie Carter's going to pick up at least 2. Pujara wants to come back for a 3rd. He's deceptively quick between the wickets. Cheteshwar Pujara. He's settled for a couple. Carter goes to 8, the total to 113 for.
He's a typical experienced player, isn't he? As soon as it's like an easy single, he literally looks like he's there forever, just trying to jog to the other end. And as soon as there's a bit of intent, suddenly it's like he's back and he's 21 years old again and firing through the crease, trying to get an extra run in. But it's always funny seeing him run. He just jogs so slowly towards, if it's for a single, and then as soon as there may be a 2, he's firing.
Rain runs away from us. Number 44 on his back. He's in and bowls, and forward is cut base to the other side. There is no runner. So maybe tweets that came in actually that I'd intended to read out. So I'll uncover those, and we can natter about those.
Well, whilst you're doing that, talking about batting and all-rounders, and some of the listeners might think, oh well, he can bat and he can bat. There's a big difference between being a lower order batter who can bat and hold a bat and being a genuine all-rounder, because you do need to at times have the experience of batting high up. And I have had a look, and McAndrew can do that. He averaged 35 last year for Warwickshire, so he can hold a bat, so he might be that person.
Rain in bowls, let go by Carter outside of the off stump, taken by Ollie Robinson. And there is no run. I just tweeted at lunchtime about Alistair Orr, and I do think he's got huge potential.
It looks like a plan. One thing that listeners, they've had 3 slips in a gully for Pujara the whole game. They've been so consistent with that, and now they've suddenly just changed it. And Pujara sneaks it to point, very soft hands, so he can sneak it on. And Carter's on strike. And Carter's been got confidence in this innings. I don't want to. I'm going to be touching wood here because I hate the commentators cursing, jinxing people. But he looked a little bit scratchy early on. A couple of edges had just fallen short of the slips. But the last couple of overs he's played, he's growing in confidence, and he's faced 29 balls now without even realising he's faced that many. So he's had a bit of time to get in. So it'd be interesting to see how he goes on from here.
Very good 100 last year down at Glamorgan, did Ollie Carter.
Yeah, he's a good player, to be fair. To his class comes in again. Oh, and that's just beating the edge. That was some good pace there. He's bowled it. 4th stump line, 5th stump line, a bit of nibble. Carter's missed it. Where batter just nods at the bowler, and it's so frustrating as a bowler when you think you should be nicking someone off and they just nod at you and he's still standing there. And it's good wheels. I just watched that back on the replay, and Carter's gets a good carry here. He's bending his back. It's quite hard to run down the hill at Sussex because it's so steep with a load of intent and pace, because then you end up just falling over because of how much speed you're coming through. But he's really tearing in down that hill and getting some good carries. So he's having a good spell here as he comes in again. And Carter looks a bit more assured there and blocks it away for a dot ball.
I was interested in what you were saying about Ollie Carter. You said he's a very popular figure around the dressing room.
He's just a likeable person, and he's quite young, and there's a smile that are all around the same age, and they all love him and talk about him, and they all have a joke. And yeah, he's very popular in the change room, I believe. And I think going to Australia, I did it myself, is really character building and helps you. They're pretty brutal over there, especially if you're English. So it's good character building, and he would have learnt a lot from being over there. And Carter's coming in again against Carter, and it's well left by Carter. But yeah, it's so hard over in Australia. I went over, they just take it so serious, and obviously that's what you want, and they're so competitive. And the bit I struggled with is how competitive they are on the pitch, and then as soon as the game's finished they treat you like you're the best mate again, but because they'd already just given me 50 overs of abuse. It sounds like he did really well over there as well. Now Carter's coming in, he's got some really good rhythm in his run-up at the moment. Hits the deck, and Carter cuts that away, but it's well stopped from point. But it's well picked up. Carter picked up the length early, threw his hands at it, and that was an interesting over, actually. Very, very fair battle there. Carter sprinting down the hill, making him miss a few times, and then Carter finished off with a cut straight to point, which was well stopped.
Well, we're going to get a break in play because we're going to get some spins and various through yesterday, but perhaps those who didn't hear it yesterday, it came from Rob Parkinson over in Australia, and he said, I'm watching with interest here in Newcastle, Australia. As you mentioned earlier, Ollie Carter had a season here for Newcastle City Cricket Club in the Newcastle District Cricket Association competition. He had a sensational season, scoring 557 runs at an average of 52.7 in the first grade, and won the Player of the Year award. Unfortunately for us, Ollie had to return to Sussex for pre-season before our semi-final started. He also captained our victorious under-21s team, a very talented and nice young man. Hopefully he will return next to play again for Newcastle. So that was a very nice email that we had from Rob Parkinson that I will pass on to Ollie Carter. In terms of his age, Ollie Carter is 21. He's not 22 until November. But it is going to be a change of the bowling, and it is going to be Kuhnemann who's going to be coming in from this C end of the ground. A slip on a short leg. 3 men saving 1 on the offside in a ring. There's a mid-on, a mid-wicket, a deep backward square, and a short, fine leg. We were talking yesterday in commentary, Liam, about where you position your mid-off and mid-on when you're a spin bowler, and I'm very old school, and I believe those 2 positions, you either have your mid-on and mid-off up on the one, or you have them back on the fence. I don't like this halfway house position, and in fact, it looks to me like the Durham fielders at mid-on and mid-off are up on the one.
Okay.
That's the feeling that I get. In comes Kuhnemann, comes into bowl to Pujara, who's forward, plays short leg. There is no one.
How about, so obviously being a captain before, how about you flip it and think, if you just have him slightly further back mid on and mid off, it's still a short boundary, and for the eyes of the batter, it looks like they're still up, so you can take it on. So it's more of a wicket taking ploy.
Kuhnemann in bowls, and Wood comes Pujara, plays straight back in the track, and there is no. Yeah, it's just my own preference. balance. I thought I sometimes feel with spinners they give away too many singles when it's just a dab to mid on or mid off, and you can rotate the strike.
Yeah.
And again, bowls. Who's kept that was the quickest delivery. Finished it short leg, and there is no run.
I do agree, and one thing I'm really strong on about spin is the pressure you can build, and if you let a batsman off with a couple of singles, it does really kill the pressure. So I do agree with you there.
And then again, bowls. Pujara is using his feet forward and plays straight back down the track, and there is no run.
I just think if it's for wicket taking or for a reason to get someone off strike, then it's fine. But yeah, I mean, in this situation, it'd be pointless then being back.
Good winning again, bowls to Pujara, who turns this down to a deep good square and picks up a single. Does Pujara? He goes to 46. Cheteshwar Pujara, he really is a run machine. 115 for 4 last season. I mean, his statistics were just extraordinary for Sussex. He averaged 109 in the county championship. He scored 1,094 runs, and that included 500s. I mean, it was just extraordinary. And, you know, my feeling is with Sussex, people are talking about where can Sussex finish this season. All the time Pujara is there, and with the likes of Haynes and Orr particularly. Forward comes Carter, just with soft hands in front of him, short leg, a nice tie over.
Yeah, I mean, I think both teams finished a little bit lower than they were hoping for last year. I think Sussex just seemed to peter out a little bit, didn't they? They just, I don't know, it was one of those where it felt like they had a few games that they could have gone after and won, and then they just ended completely wrong.
I think there were a lot of games here that drifted into draws. There was a lot of talk about and it's very, very, I mean, Ben Gibson and his team do a wonderful job here at Hove, but I think there was a feeling that maybe one or two of the wickets were a little bit too much in favour of the batting side. This is a terrific pitch, isn't it? I mean, this is a terrific 4-day wicket. Yeah, really, excellent. Really good.
It's quite exciting actually, because Cast is coming steaming in again. It's been a really good battle with Pujara and Carter, and Pujara's been really clever there. He's leant on the front foot, soft hands, dropped it in between point and cover, and nicked a 1. So leaving Ollie to it, but Carter's looked good as well, and Pujara's really impressed me. Last year I was watching a lot of it on the streams and stuff like that, and it just seemed that he was so controlled, and as soon as there was a bad ball or something slightly in his area, he always seemed to punish it. And obviously you would have watched a lot of last year, but he didn't seem as if he took many risks. He was just ruthless when it came to getting a bad ball.
And I think as well his placement as well, he seems to know exactly where the fielder is.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. Exciting to watch, and Cass is coming in again, and that's what I was waiting for. Cass is going to have to start Benio's back here, putting some short stuff in, and then hopefully I think the plan is from them to then sneak a few full balls in, and Carter will be on the back foot and they can trap him. But they've brought that leg slip in again, really aggressive field, and with the slope being as steep as it is and in bowling back of a length, they don't need too many men in front of the bat. So I like this move from Durham. They've got 4 slips in, a leg slip, a fine leg, and pretty much like a deep gully where a point is. So really aggressive field, and it's a really good time for them to be hunting for wickets as Cast comes running in again. And that's well played from Carter. Looked very solid there, but it's going to be hard for Carter to nail 1 for 4 up that slope if he's bowling back of a length. So I do like the move from Durham there, putting a lot more men behind the back of a length, and they're all starting to be a little bit loud as well. I don't know if you can see it, Adrian, but their slips are starting to get a little bit closer, a little bit louder, clapping. Feels like they're trying to build a little bit of pressure, I think.
Well, it's certainly the quietest period of the match so far, because Durham rattled along the best part of 5 and over throughout their innings. And this is all about consolidation at the moment for Sussex.
Cast comes in again. That's a quick delivery there. It's one of those. Actually happened to me on Tuesday night nets. I was netting with my brother, and they have these things called the sidearm for those listeners. It's like a dog slinger, and it's a way of building up pace and slinging a ball down without it damaging your shoulder loads. And I went to leave a ball when it popped and nearly caught me in the elbow just as I was leaving it. And that's the exact same thing that happened to Carter there, where you think it's back of a length, you can lift your arms up and just leave the ball, and then it pops, and you have to try and stretch your arms up even further just so it doesn't nail you on the elbow. But he got out of the way of it well. And I've said it before, but Cast is bowling well here, and he's steaming down again, steaming down the hill. Full delivery, and I know I spoke about not having many men behind the bat because the ball won't go there, but Carter's nailed it up the hill. Beautiful shot, straight drive, and that is 4 runs. That's a brilliant shot, and impressive.
He is good. It was a nice clean shot by Ollie Cast from We talk about right-handers and the on-drive being a particularly difficult shot to play, and he played it beautifully.
And there's an interesting one about whilst Martin is not here, the man.
Yes. What's your view on the man?
I heard his view, and his view is impressively ruthless. But I just think there's such value on the wicket. It'd be a shame for someone just to sprint in and nick the bails off, and you'd be quite a bit baseball-like. I feel like there should be a warning in place.
I agree.
Cast comes in again. That's a full ball, well fielded by the Durham player. I just feel it's so hard in cricket to get a wicket. It feels a little bit cheap. I just feel like if you got a warning and you did it again, it's because you're negligent or you're trying to rob a run. But if it happens the first time, I don't quite notice, then I'm all for just giving a warning and the umpire managing it. But I feel there's so many times where bowlers are running in now pretending to bowl, and the batsman's getting out innocently without trying to nick a run or be cheeky. I think it's just a bit of a shame, and I was brought up to back up, so it feels like it's going against everything I was coached to do.
No, I agree. I think a warning would be the way forward. Live cricket on the BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Newcastle, Adrian Harms, Liam O'Brien and Martin Emerson, your commentary team here today in lovely afternoon sunshine here on the south coast. And Matt Kuhlman is going to come in to bowl his left arm spin around the wicket to bowl to Cheteshwar Pujara, who's forward and eases the ball into short extra cover. But there is no run. A slip and a short leg are keeping Pujara company. Then on the offside, there's a backward point, cover mid-off, a short extra cover, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a deep backward square as Limited again bowls, and Pujara again uses his feet and is stoutly forward, plays it back down the offside of the track, and again there is no run. This will do wonders for the over 8, which is level at the minute. The Sussex over 8, I think it was something like -4 when they went off, so that's something they'll need to address later in the match.
They have so many seamers.
Yeah, and it's something Sussex weren't great on last year, actually, in terms of over 8. So something you do need to keep an eye on. Communigan bowls, and Pujara just eases that one with a turn rest down to deep backward square and picks up another single. He goes to 48, I think that is, on the scoreboard.
Yeah, 48. Yeah.
121 for 4. And brings the right-handed Ollie Carter onto strike. Carter on 12.
I reckon we might see some aggression here. There's no deep player on the leg side.
And in bowls, and Carter is forward, plays to Clark, who trots in from short extra to field, and there is no run. He does rattle through his overs, which is good to see. And
I just feel like it'd be a good little spot here for a bit of counter attack if Ronnie Carter, if he backs himself.
Good in bowls, and you called that absolutely right, Liam. Well done you. He's just maybe erred a little bit towards the leg stump, and Carter wasn't on that. He helped the ball on its way. He didn't have to hammer the ball, but he just helped the ball on its way for 4 runs through the wicket. Nice shot by Ollie Carter, and Liam suggesting what Ollie Carter might do, and he must have been listening. He's 16, and Sussex were 123 for 125 for 4. I'm sorry.
Yeah, 125. I was just looking at it as a point of view, and the risk level there, they had no one deep, so if he gets a bit of toss a bit early on it, he'd still be safe, and it helps put a bit of pressure back on Kuhlman because he's been rattling through his overs, building up dots, building up pressure. So it's been a good little battle so far, and I actually like the way Kuhlman's been bowling. He's bowled at a really nice pace as well.
He's going around the wicket, comes in and bowls, and that's a full toss, and Carter takes full toll of that, and that's going to be 4 more, and that wasn't a great delivery.
I had to jinx that, didn't I? Commentator's curse.
He'll know that was a poor delivery. Carter doesn't miss out, so 8 runs off the last 2 balls of the over. And Sussex going along nicely again now, 129 for 4. Ollie Carter goes to 20 or 42. Pujara is on 48. These two come together when the score was 91. So what's that, Liam? Partnership of 9 plus 20, partnership of 38 between these two. Martin is back with us. We'll keep Liam on commentary for another over. I think we've got a change in bowling.
Yeah, it's rain again
Cromwell
down the hill, which I think will suit him a little bit more because he's not got tons of pace, which I don't think he'd be too happy with me saying, but up the hill is quite a hard job. So going down the hill and nibbling it around, I think will suit him a little bit more. And just while we've got a little break in play, I got the stats up for Pujara just to double check that I was right.
310 for 6. Sussex eventually finished 306 for 7. So they lost by 4 runs. Pujara made 107, and it was a masterclass.
Yeah, he's a player. And it's a good length ball. Definitely significantly less things going on than when Castle was bowling. Castle really got some life I'd actually quite like to see Potts back on. I don't know. I know they're trying to rotate their bowlers and keep them fresh, but Potts, I just see the way the game going is you need to get Pujara soon, and Potts is, when he was playing for England, was getting people like Kane Williamson out, and he's got some top players out. So I just feel like he'll be a taker here. But if Rain comes running in again down the hill, and Pujara beautifully punches that off the back foot through the cover. You've got Point chasing after it, full length dive, and he manages to stop that, but they're running hard and they manage to pick up 3. Brilliant shot. It wasn't actually that bad of a ball. Brings Pujara to his 50. Excellent innings. Effortless, to be honest with you guys. He's had a few edges here or there, but that's been from good bowling, not mistakes in his shot play, and effortless. He's punished the bad balls, and it's a really mature innings from Pujara, who's had to see through a few early wickets and a few different partnerships, and he's built a nice partnership here with Carter.
Well, it's just been a super knocker, isn't it? So you don't want to talk him out, but he doesn't look like out, does he? He looks in one of those sort of moods. Made a double 100 here last year against Durham, and Durham will be hoping that he doesn't do the same again. Sussex fans will, of course, be hoping.
Yeah, as Rain comes into bowl, and that's nearly nibbled back in through the gate, but Carter fends it out well. I've just been showing this stat here. It's the 95th time if Pujara reached 50.
Oh, there you go.
What a stat that is. I imagine by the end of this season he'll be up by 100, won't he? He'll get past that number in the form he's looking. But it's one of those knocks, Adrian, as a cricketer. You know, when you hear about people's averages and the way they play, and you watch them, and you're like, how does he make it look so easy?
Well, also from Pujara's point of view, India are in this World Test Championship final at the Oval in June, and I'm sure he's keen to prove that he's in good nick. He's playing in English conditions.
Yeah, Rain comes in again, and it's well fended from. Looks a lot more assured here as well on the defence. Looking definitely just a lot more confident. It's a bit scratchy early on. That's probably helped having Pujara in between overs as well.
Okay, we're going to have a little change around. I think Liam's going to have a breather, and Martin's going to come in for a stint on commentary. I just need to work out where your microphone is. Liam, there we go. So I'll keep nattering away. A bit of a discussion going on between a couple of the Durham lads about field placings. Sorry, Liam, let me just show you that. That's it. So we've got a brief break in play. We've still got another 54 overs to be bowled today, and with the light good, I don't really see any reason why we won't get those overs in. Last night we played a lot of the game under lights, but not necessary today. It's a glorious afternoon, and the weather forecast is good here as well.
It's quite a stiff breeze coming up the street off the sea, so if you're coming down the hill, it's you're running into that.
It's going to be Kunwin again, who's going to be bowling his left arm spin from the sea end of the ground.
You did well to get chips.
Was there nothing left?
There's absolutely virtually nothing by the time I got there.
Really?
She has dispatched her colleague to either a local shop or indeed a cash and carry, I don't know.
Kunwin comes in, bowls to Pujara, who just helps that around the ground. Picks up a single down to deep fine leg. So
I've had a cheeseburger.
Right.
Probably one of the last ones you had.
Okay.
So there was no chips, there was no veggie burger, and there was no chicken burgers. So
it's a big crowd. They could have cleaned up today, haven't they, with the amount of people who are in the ground. The field is dispersing slightly. There was a bit of a discussion about the field to be set here. Now, there's just the one slip. On the leg side, there's a backward square leg, a mid-wicket and a mid-on, and there's now a deep backward square as well. In terms of the offside, there's a backward point cover mid-off and a short extra cover. So they're thinking very hard here about how they're going to bowl. As in comes Matt Coolman bowls to Carter, who's forward and plays with a very high left elbow, then just drops his hands and the ball just drops in front of him, and there is no run. Out in front of us at mid-on, Alex Lees claps his hands, encouraging Coolman, who's in again. Bowls, Carter is forward again, head right over the ball, and just plays the ball to short extra cover. I think that's Graham Clark in there who comes into field in his white sun hat. A couple of sun hats out on the field at the moment. Coolman is in again, bowls, gives that more air, and Carter drives handsomely. That's a lovely shot, and it's going to be 4 runs. That's a misfield actually at mid-off, which wasn't the greatest bit of fielding by Bride.
in there and simply ran to a halt on the dry surface and the ball ran past him.
Shot by Carter, used his feet, timed the ball beautifully, and I thought for a moment Bryden Carlos was going to get there, but he didn't, and the ball ran away for 4 more in front of the southwest stand to our left-hand side, which is about 2/3 full.
They're approaching the 50 partnership, these two, 4 from it.
And comes coming again. These two have responded well, actually. Sussex losing 2 quick wickets after lunch. Left-handers Allsop and Clark back in the pavilion for 10 and 4 respectively.
Both playing on as well.
Yeah. At that stage, just 91 for 4. In comes Bowles cast plays into the side. There is no run. So end of the over, and Sussex are 137 for 4. Pujara already through to his half century. He's made 52. Ollie Carter is on 24. And just a reminder that you're listening to live cricket on the BBC. Every ball of every game of every match throughout the season here on the BBC, whichever county you follow. Sussex have a week off next week before they play Yorkshire here, so 2 home games for Sussex to start. Do you have a game next week, Martin?
Yeah, Worcestershire at home,
I think the weather forecast, which I was watching actually last night, the long range forecast for next week, is that I think the weather's meant to be pretty good everywhere until Sunday. I don't think Bank Holiday Monday's meant to be very special anywhere next. And I think next
it's going to be a big band of rain coming through on overnight Sunday and Monday.
And I think the general forecast for next week is not the best. I think it's a bit unsettled next week, so let's hope that they're wrong and there's enough to get you some cricket. So are you at Worcester or at Durham?
Durham.
Right, okay. There's a bit of debate going on
Pujara,
here.
by the way,
Sorry.
Liam mentioned the 95th time he's reached 50 in first-class cricket. That now works out at 76 50s and 1900s.
Well, he's the man who, everyone who's playing Sussex, now they've got to change. This is an interesting change in the field. They're thinking very carefully about their field placing here, Durham. And that's silly min on about.
Rain coming in to bowl. Back towards him. I don't know if you've mentioned what's been happening at Middlesex.
No.
But there's been a lot happening at Middlesex.
Okay, I'm intrigued. Tell us more.
So, Essex, this is at Lord's, all out for 266. And Middlesex in reply. And it didn't rain in Leicester, but there were absolute gale force winds coming in from the Bennett end and down the hill. And took Durham apart twice in one afternoon. Their 2 lowest scores within a couple of hours of each other. So Tom Moores, the wicketkeeper, caught 49 for Notts. That was yesterday, as they were dismissed for 185, with the pass taking 6 for 49. And then Hampshire 59 for Fletcher Middleton.
That could have been in bowls to Pujara. I thought for a moment that was good. I thought it was going to be a Colton bowl for a moment, but he played that into the ground.
Went flying into the other head, didn't it?
I think it might have been his bowling mark.
No, his glasses have fallen apart.
Does he wear glasses?
Sunglasses. Something flew up in the air. Initially, I thought it was a bail, but.
Is it again? Bowls. Pujara waits and plays firmly to mid on. Fielded by Alex Lees, who's very quickly in. And there is no run. Glorious afternoon, bathed in sunshine. Kuhneman in his 5th over, figures of 0 for 16. Bowling to Cheteshwar Pujara, and Pujara is forward. Solidly, confidently plays it straight back down the track, and Kuhneman just bends down, picks up the ball and wanders back to his mark.
Ollie Stone, Luke Fletcher and Dane Patterson all got 3 wickets each in that one.
That's a good attack. Coming in again, bowls. That was a quick delivery, and Pujara spotted it and plays to short extra, fielded by Clark. And there is no run. It's through his overs. You need a bit of that in a side season. And in again, bowls. A little flatter this time and chipped away by Pujara to deep mid wicket. They've taken 1. They'll think about coming back for 2 in the end. There's a comfortable 2. Good running, particularly by Carter, who was running to the danger end. But in the end, it was a comfortable 2. But he made it comfortable by running the first run really quickly allowing Pujara to pick up a couple more runs. He goes to 55, total to 140 for 4. Newman was on his way in, but Pujara wasn't ready, so he should wait a couple of moments. Still just the one slip in place. Newman in again, bowls, and Pujara drives down the ground. And as far as mid-off, the mid-off was on the one, which I like to see, fielded there by Bryden Cass. There is no run, the end of another over, 5 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 18 for Matt Kuhneman. Carter is on 24, Pujara on 55, Sussex 140 for 4, and we've still got, Marty, another 51 overs to be bowled in the day.
Oh, unbelievable. BBC Radio Newcastle with you, BBC Radio Sussex. Just looking at the scorecard of Surrey at Lancashire. Cameron Steele made 141 not out. He ran out of partners in the end and was smacking the ball around the park towards the end of that innings. Ben Folkes made 76. And not many others really weighing in with runs. Jamie Smith got 54. Quite a lot of low scores in that.
Interesting with Surrey, isn't it? What they're 70 odd for 4 in that game, with the likes of Burns and Pope out, and they still score over 400.
Here's Ben Rain coming in, bowling to Carter coming down the hill. Dot ball defended. It's nice to see Cameron Steele back playing county championship cricket, because a few seasons ago now, 2 or 3 years ago, he got hit on the head in a pre-season friendly in South Africa by Dwan Olafia, and he never really recovered from it. He had to take about a fortnight out through concussion protocol, and really it affected him badly, and he struggled and couldn't really get any runs. And Rain in bowls. Inside edge on the pad there.
That saved him. I think he was plumb if he hadn't got a little nick on that. It was certainly. I mean, we're looking here over just to the right of second slip, but even from here,
Potts.
He wasn't forward, was he?
No, but Potts at silly mid-on gave a big yelp there. He's just a few feet away from the batsman. Yeah, I think he's played that onto the inside of the pad. 2 slips in place, short leg, silly mid-on. Rain bowls, short, it's pulled towards the pavilion boundary. A diving stop.
Well fielded. Oh, he's going to move on here, Carter.
2 runs.
Well, they say never. Now the crowd are saying it was a 4. Kuhneman may not have realised, to be fair to him. Good bit of fielding, and actually Ollie Carter thought it had gone for 4, and he turned a little late for the second run. He's just making sure. It's just been a couple of runs, but he suddenly realised he had to get his skates on to get back for that second run, because it was a good throw.
They haven't signalled a 4, have they?
No, they haven't. I mean, I think I heard a few spectators shout out.
He definitely landed on the road, but
he may not know. I mean,
he was in the air.
Yeah,
he scooped the ball forward while he was in the air. Rain in. That's gone through to the keeper. It was a late leave from Carter. He nearly clipped that as it was passing by.
I think in those situations, it's very difficult as a fielder. You genuinely may not know whether you fielded the ball cleanly or not. And so often it's all right at test matches when they've got the benefits of all the cameras, but at county level, it's very, very difficult for a fielder to know. But it was just a couple.
Rain up to the stumps. Calder plays a short on the leg side. Picked up by Clark. There's a few people out on their balconies in the apartments across the way. 2 ladies having lunch in the shade around the corner. Canny place to live, mind, particularly if you're into cricket. There's a couple on the top floor. 1 or 2 others around.
Ian from Findon has sent us an email.
Findon?
Which is just down the road. Big horse, which used to be where Josh Gifford used to train in Findon years gone by.
Rain bowls. Batsman takes a big step back into his crease there and steers it to square leg. End of the over. 2 runs from it. 142 for 4.
Ian says your commentary on the live stream sounds like Freddie Parrotface. 1 word in 3 is dropped. Hope you're not too young to remember him. Please tell me it's not our Ollie Robinson who has joined Durham. If it is, I'll be very upset. No, it is the Kent Ollie Robinson who has joined Durham, Ian. He's a wicket keeper. He played some T20 cricket last year, and Durham liked him enough. They wanted to sign him, and Ryan Campbell came up on commentary yesterday, and he was explaining that Ollie wanted to keep wicket, and that's why he's gone to Kent.
To Durham.
To Durham. When does Steve Smith play for us? Well, a few matches yet. He's going to play 3 games at Worcester, which is a game that starts, I think, on May the 4th. Then he plays here against Glamorgan and then away against Leicester. He says, are you going to Tottenham tomorrow? No, I'm not. I'm coming to the cricket tomorrow. In comes Matt Cullinan bowls to Pujara, who nudges that one just short of slip, and he's crossed with it. That wasn't far short of first slip, you know. I don't think it was a chance, Martin, but it wasn't far away. And Pujara's furious with himself for getting lured into playing that shot. It's Matt Potts who's in there at first slip. I don't think it was a chance, but he must have just dropped a little bit short. In again, bowls. That's a quick delivery. Pujara's forward, plays to mid-wicket, and there is no run.
It's bounced right underneath him.
Right. So Ian says, are you going to Tottenham tomorrow? No, Brighton have a very good chance of doing well. What a season, says Ian Infinity. I've done it remarkably. No, I'm at the cricket tomorrow, but I will be going. They're playing in London again. In fact, the next 2 Saturdays they're playing in London on the Albion. Kuhlman again bowls. Pujara over pitch, clips that away through mid-wicket. He picks up 1, and they will pick up 2 because who's that running around to field the ball there? Is that young McKinney? Yeah, gets the ball in. Number 9 on his back.
6'7" he is.
He's a big fella.
They had a photograph yesterday of the 3 debutants, and he's towering above Ollie Robinson in the picture.
Comes in again, bowls. Pujara forward, plays into the offside, and there is no run. Liam has returned with a very nice looking ice cream, with which looks like chocolate sprinkles on it.
Do you know what? It's me with these young people, isn't it, with their ice creams?
Matt Cullinan coming in from the C end of the ground. He's in to bowl to Pujara. Pujara uses his feet and drives into the offside. He was on the walk there, was Pujara. He was looking for the single. We were talking about the positioning of the mid-off, but he placed it perfectly. It was wide of Clark at short extra and to the left of the fielder at mid-off, who is Bryden Cass. And he set off immediately for the single, did Pujara, keeping the scoreboard ticking along. He goes to 58. Sussex to 145 for 4 as Cullinan bowls to Carter. Carter plays that quietly on the leg side. There is no run. It is the end of the over, 145 for 4.
I'm just looking at this ice cream situation here, Adrian, and it's not the biggest of ice creams. It's a sugar cone, you know.
Yep.
Looks like a cornet if they still exist. I don't know if they do anymore, but you see the size of Liam's hands there? He could have carried another 2 of those quite easily up here, couldn't he, do you think? Yeah?
Well, I can remember, Martin, and you'd have probably been the same commentator down at New Road, Worcester, when the ice cream man used to come in, and Dave Bradley used
Dan the ice cream man?
Yeah, wonderful commentator, Dave Bradley, and the ice cream man Bradders would get in the order.
It was Dale's Ices.
Was it? And he'd come in and he'd bring around some ice creams. They were great days.
He was there for years, this ice cream man, and then
you could set your watch by the ice cream man coming, you know. Bradders would say, here he comes.
And then one year I was there and he'd been replaced by Cow Corner ice cream truck for 56. So Michael Hogan was going to retire last year.
Yes, he was.
And he said that was it, he was done. What is he, 43 or something?
Yeah, I think Glamorgan were a bit peeved that he left.
Yeah, well, I was chatting to him. In the opening game of the season last year, he came in the press box at Cardiff and I was having a chat with him and I said, what are you going to do? As Rain comes in and bowls. Ball flicked off down towards long leg for 1 by Pujara. And he said, I'm going to be a dad. I think he said he had 3 children. He was going to do the school run. He was going to cook meals. And he was going to be a dad and be around. And then at the end of the season, it was announced he was going to Kent for a season. Has Darren Stevens been given a new contract? Oh, did he ever get one?
I'm not sure that he did. I don't think he did this season. But he's he
was about 45, wasn't he?
I mean, he's a great example, Michael Hogan. He's got a bit of a fan club down here, actually. Some guys who live up near Burgess Hill can come down as a group and watch him whenever he plays in a T20 and love to cheer him on. So they might well do the same when he's playing for Kent this year.
Got a short mid-wicket in place now for Carter. 2 slips as rain comes in, right arm over to the right-hander, and that finds its way to short mid-wicket to Potts. And that is the end of the over, just the 1 run from it. So they're doing a good job, these two, keeping things together from a Sussex point of view. Partnerships 55 from 115 balls. Sussex lost 2 wickets in the morning before the 10th over was up, or was going after Ben Rain. He hit him for 6, then got caught, but it was a no ball, then hit him for another 6 in the same over, and then Rain ran him out, backing up the following over that Rain was bowling. And then the same over, he got Haynes caught behind for 11, so all gone for 29, Haynes for 11. And then 2 quick wickets after lunch. Allsop bowled by Matty Potts for 10, and Clark bowled by Jonathan Bushnell for 4. Very early overs after lunch. In fact, the first over after lunch and the 4th over after lunch, both playing on. But since then, it's been steady away from a Sussex point of view.
McAndrew is in bowls. Forward comes Pujara, plays down the offside of the track. There is no. And I'm just looking here at a tweet that was posted earlier on today. I don't know if anybody in the ground who lives in Brighton is familiar with Raven's Bakery in Ditchling Road in Brighton, and the queue outside the shop this morning for people to get their hot cross buns. McAndrew in bowls to Pujara. He's put down, I think.
I don't know if he got it. Yeah, he did get a hand on that.
Matt Potts at first slip. I think he got a hand to it.
He dived a little bit too early there, I think.
We'll have to get a look at the replay of that. It was cut away.
Past him.
It's past him,
Yeah.
is it? Okay. So
He's diving backwards as it goes high above him, but he may have got a finger end to it, or I don't know if it's the way he landed and clattered his hand on the
I thought
ground.
for a moment he put him down, but he hasn't. Pujara goes to 61. Clooney again. Pujara flicks this away through mid-wicket, picks up another single. He goes to 62. The total to 149 for 4. Yeah. So Raven's Bakery. I don't know whether Liam might know it. Ditchling Road in Brighton. But a massive queue for people to get their hot cross buns. Indeed, people sitting in there, those sort of summer picnic chairs, queuing up outside the shop to get them. So there must be lovely.
What is the point of that?
Must be lovely hot cross buns as in comes
Other bakeries are
bowls.
probably available.
They probably are.
Might have been shut today with it being a bank holiday.
Well,
I can guarantee you the Shields Gazette will have photographs of a particular fish and chip shop in South Shields and the queues there as well. I just don't understand why people go and queue in the street for hours to get fish and chips or hot cross buns.
Clooney in bowls to Carter, and Carter is forward, plays that to Backwood Point. I just hesitated.
With hot cross buns, a 10 a penny.
Yeah, but they may be specialist hot cross buns, Martin. We've got a bakery local to us, and I have to say there's something about their flapjack which are lovely. You just get...
That hot cross bun joke just went over your head.
It did completely over my head.
That was the song. Hot cross buns.
Oh, sorry, okay.
10 a penny. Yeah.
In comes Clooney bowls, cut away by Carter. Really good stop at Backwood Point. Who's that there, Martin? That was a tremendous stop. Prevented a single. It is the end of the over. We've got an update to do to the listeners on BBC Radio Sussex, which I'll do in a couple of moments' time, and then
It was rain.
Liam will be back in on commentary.
Can you remember that song, Hot Cross Buns?
1 a penny, 2 a penny, hot cross buns. I can't remember the rest of it.
That was about it, really.
Da, 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 da. Yeah.
So I said 10 a penny, didn't it?
The Billy Joel in our ears now,
Yeah.
Martin. Yeah. Can you hear that?
No,
No. Okay.
because I've pulled my headphone out, so I
Okay.
don't hear anything.
Well, we're getting updates on the radio from various non-league football matches in a
Yeah.
moment's time.
What's the song?
Tell her about it. Oh, here we go. Yes, thank you, Joe. The Sussex recovery continues here at Hove. They lost a couple of quick wickets after lunch, and at one stage were 91 for 4, but the recovery led by the Indian Test player Cheteshwar Pujara, who's batting beautifully. He's on 62. Ollie Carter is on 26. Sussex are 149 for 4 in reply to the Durham total of 376, in which Nathan McAndrew, on his debut for Sussex, took 5 for 85. Meanwhile, up at Old Trafford, Surrey, the county champions, are playing their game against Lancashire. The latest score in that one, just quickly get that on our screen here. Lancashire are 127 for 2. That in reply to the Surrey total of 442 all out, in which Cameron Steele was not out 141.
I was talking about Carlisle United earlier and whether they could go up. Dave's email to say they could actually go up automatically or through the playoffs, and they've had an initiative on tickets today They're playing at home to Tranmere and they're expecting 10,000 at the game in division, effectively the 4th division, really.
Well, I'm going to take my leave for a moment, and I'm going to leave you with Martin and with Liam, who are going to see you pretty much through to the tea interval, which today here at Hove is at 4 o'clock.
Thank you, Adrian. If Adrian times it nicely, you could walk back in here at 4 with some ice creams. That would be the challenge. They're over there near the museum, are they? Kuhneman to Carter from the C end, left arm round. Big stride forward from Carter to snuff that one away. Patchy cloud drifting towards us, some of it a little bit darker than we've been seeing today, but I'm not aware of any rain forecast.
So I headed over during my little break and sat down with the crowd, and it was still really bright, so it might just be our gloomy commentary box.
Well, these windows are tinted. Quick single from Carter, playing that one just in front of mid-on, picked up by Lees in the end. Just looking to see cricket ground weather, see what it says for today.
Yeah, so I sat over by the members, and it's really bright over there. I didn't realise how small the boundary is on that side, to be honest with you, and it's getting a good perspective of everything. I'll tell you what, the groundsmen have done an amazing job. The ground looks unbelievable. And I had a little look at the grass, and it looks pretty, as golfers would say, it looks pretty pure for April. It looks really, really good. They've done a great job.
150 coming up with that single after 45.2 overs, 150 for 4. Kuhneman in again. Dot ball. So the weather forecast today, it does suggest the possibility of showers between up to now, really. When's 3 o'clock? Yeah. Well, we haven't had any. Cut off the back foot by Pujara. That's away to that short boundary fence for 4 past point.
One thing I did notice when I was over there is you can hear the calling and the players talking a little bit more, and it seemed like Pujara was just starting to get a little bit frustrated and a little bit agitated that he wasn't able to get some of the balls away. He was coming down the pitch to Kuhneman a few times, aggravated when he couldn't get the ball away. So it looks like he's trying to up the momentum a bit.
Kuhneman in again. That's met on the bounce and defended. Do you think he could see in the corner of his eye somebody with an ice cream? And that was...
He was really annoyed that
bit,
there was some young commentator eating a Oreo McFlurry in front of him, or Oreo Whippy.
Ball played back to the bowler this time along the floor, end of the over. There's a big fly outside our window.
I don't think it's aggravated him as much as the commentary team by the sounds of it.
No.
Or just one certain individual to my right who seems to want to have a Mr. Whippy. How about after this, I'll get you a Mr. Whippy and I'll ask for all the toppings.
Is this... basically, we've entered Whippy Gate here, haven't we?
Yeah, this is Whippy Gate. Yeah. I tell you what, I didn't think I'd be talking about Whippy Gate in my first. Number 20, this is Bushnell again, isn't it? Just from memory. And he had a really good spell earlier on up the hill, and he's bringing him down the hill, and he got a bit of bounce. So let's see if he can keep up the good work from her. One thing that I noticed early on in the day, and they're doing it again, Durham have got leg slipping, so they're really standing by this. So I've got a feeling there's not as much life in the deck as they were hoping for, and so they're going to bowl a little bit straighter and hope they get a glance from one of the Sussex players, the leg slip. And they still have 3 slips on the offside as well. So I like how aggressive Durham are being here with the field and definitely hunting for wickets. So Bushnell's coming running down the hill here. Oh, and it's pulled beautifully from Carter. Nobody there, and that is 4 runs.
Expansive land unoccupied on that side.
And you can tell he's a player in decent form, or feeling confident after his trip to Australia, because he held the there, swiveled on it, and he knew straight away as soon as it left the bat that was going for 4. And it wasn't a horrendous ball from Bush, maybe a little bit short, but Carter's been with that for a little while now and pounced on it well. So now he's coming down the hill. How can he answer back? Well, was it? And that from Carter, top of off. Bush was back on his length after that wayward ball before, and it's well blocked, and After that shot, they've taken out leg slip and they're bringing Potts into like a catch in mid-wicket. So I still think they're going to bowl a little straight, but maybe less back of a length. They're going to go a bit filler, get Ollie Carter driving, which I think is a good idea, especially he needs to hit the ball hard to get it up that hill at 6. So I like the change of plan here as Bushnell comes running in. Fuller delivery, and it goes straight to mid-on. It was a full top. Carter couldn't make the most of it. Yeah, I'm just going to look above our commentary box here, and we're facing the opposite to the sea, so we can't actually see behind us. There's some big grey clouds here, some dark ones there, so hopefully they pass over and we have a full day of cricket, because they're having a bit of a washout at the start of the morning today. It'd be great to get all those overs back. As Bushnell comes in, bowls, and it's well blocked again. Carter's looked really good. Earlier on, I said he looked a little bit scrappy. There's a few that didn't quite carry, and since then I think it's him and Pujara have good together in the partnership, and I made a point of this being a really big year for Carter, maybe cementing his place in the Sussex team. And I mean, if he carries on batting the way he does, then he's got a season. But I'm touching wood now because I hate jinxing people as Bushnell comes running into bowl. Oh, and that's a great Yorker. Goes to bat through a square leg, but it's a leading edge, goes to the point, and the umpires are walking in because that is over. So what are we now? We're 158 for 4.
Yeah. How many overs left today? 44?
You're only halfway through the day.
Long days, these 104 over days when they're trying to squeeze in extra time from lost overs the day before.
Feels even longer when you don't have a Mr. Whippy as well, doesn't it? Mm-hmm.
Yorkshire have signed Saud Shakil. Pakistani batsman will be available for at least the next 4 county championship matches. I think Durham play them in May. Here's Kuhlman bowling round the wicket to played out towards mid-wicket. Picked up by Jones, no run.
Good intent there from Pujara. He's come down the pitch there, and the ball wasn't quite there, so he's just tried to rock it for a single. But he's definitely looking to cement momentum here.
Turned off to square leg this time. He gets a single. Takes him on to 67. It was already on 60. Yeah, 67. And a centurion in this match. Jones got to 87, Lee's 79, Clark 47 for Durham, 67 for Pujara and 31 for Carter at the moment. Kinman bowls, can't look forward to this one, plays it back to the bowler along the ground. The hubbub of conversation and a bit of laughter out there at the moment. Kuhneman in, straight into the hands of Beddingham at silly point via the grunt. In comes the ball. Turn towards short mid-wicket. I think we've got commentary on BBC Radio Newcastle at the moment of Gateshead in a relegation clash with Scunthorpe in the National League, and Gateshead are 2-0 up in that vital game. This is defended again by of the other 1 run from it, 159 for 4 here on the BBC. Scunthorpe are also down to 10 men because Tom Pugh has been sent off. And Hartlepool, which will be on Radio Tees, are playing Grimsby. Hartlepool battling for survival in League 2, beating Grimsby 1-0, I think.
Then we've got Bushnell coming down the hill. He'll be a little bit disappointed with that last over. It was bowling really disciplined, then one kind of wayward ball, and Carter made the most of it. So imagine he'll be right on the money early doors. And it's quite interesting. They've taken away a slip, brought in a deep square leg, so they've only got 2 slips now. a pretty square point as well, so big gap through third man, so he needs to be on his line here. And that is perfectly bowled there. Blocked away by Pujara. And yeah, I don't know if you can hear it in the background, guys, but there's a lot of chatter. A big crowd today for Sussex. Easter weekend, a lot of people coming out with their families to watch the cricket, and queues for the burgers earlier. It was crazy. And Adrian wasn't happy because he didn't get his veggie burger.
Wow. He got chips when I got there. There wasn't even any chips. So.
Bushnell's coming down the hill. Pujara's facing up, and that is just swiveled for one off his hips, down to fine leg, and throws it back into the keeper. It feels like at the moment we're in a bit of a limbo stage.
Yeah, it's
we're waiting for it to happen.
In the doldrums a little bit at the moment, isn't it? After lots have gone on, but they're doing a very good job, these two, in keeping things going for Sussex. After 4 early-ish wickets, they were 91 for 4, and at that point in time, 285 behind. Now 159 for 4.
Yeah, I agree. Well, Carter's facing up. Bushnell hits the deck. It just feels like there's waiting for like this one moment of just something to kick in. Maybe either Carter or Pujara just putting their foot down and upping the momentum a bit, or Durham taking.
Well, I don't think there'll be any of that before tea.
Yeah.
I think purely it's about making sure these two are still together at tea.
I agree. It's just trying to think of a way in which Sussex are going to go about and win this game, and they need to, I feel like, put a bit of momentum or bit of impetus against Durham bowlers.
Ball that comes in. This is defended by Carter. Just rolls all the way up towards mid-on.
But Carter's looked really good. He's looked really good, and I talked to Adrian earlier about his stint over in Australia, and he won Player of the Year in the league he was in. It's really character building stuff, and he looks really mature while out here. He was a little bit scratchy early on. They bowled well at him, but he looked really solid. Put away some bad balls as well. So Bushnell's going to be coming in. A short ball pulled away in front of square, and that is just going to be a 1. I thought he nailed it, so I thought I was just going to be easily saying that's 4. But he didn't quite get a hold of it. They do have a deep square leg out there as well now, so I imagine they might sneak in a few short balls, trying to catch him off guard and get a catch out there. But yeah, that was just 1 run in the end, but quite an expansive shot for 1.
49th over as well, so the ball will be a little bit softer now. But I think from where we're sitting, it looked like he was going for the big hook shot, put it over the stamp, but I think he pulled it straight down into the ground, didn't he, and went for safety first.
Yeah, I think he thought against it. Now Bushnell's coming in against Pujara. Pujara's there, cut shot, and that is just beautiful. What a shot down to third man. I said it earlier, man, and they had a pretty square point. So Bushnell's going to have to be on his line here, and Pujara's seen it. He's slightly outside off. Punished, just really good shot down to third man, straight out the middle of the bat, and that is the over. So we're 164, and Pujara on 72, and Carter on 32.
Little late cut there, wasn't it? And he's got quite a bit of space to aim for as well. Vacant third man, open for business this afternoon. Drinks ordered at the bar.
If the ball's not doing as much now, it's a bit older, he'll be able to just take advantage of these gaps now. He'll be able to do the later cuts and play a few more shots like that, because you don't have to worry about it nibbling around as much. So it could be a good time for Pujara to start picking up where he's been left off from last year.
Kuderman, new over from him, left arm round, and that's ended walking. Carter, he's walked down the track to play it, and has eventually dug it out right underneath his eye line. No run. Kuderman jogs in and bowls. This is played to square leg for 1. So a reminder today, 104 overs, so tea's at 4, scheduled finishes at 6:30, but that never happens. Kuderman in again, bowls.
Does that mean it's another takeaway for you tonight then? Fish and chips?
Nah. I think we're going somewhere to eat later on. I'm thinking there's Kuderman balls. This has turned for a quick single bite. Pujara to walk. Throw comes in from Jones to the keeper's end. I'm just trying to work out, so what have we got? 41 overs to go. The next 2 deliveries. Well, probably with a spinner at one end, squeezing maybe another 5 or 6 overs here before tea.
Do they have another spinning option apart from Kuhneman, a part-time at all?
Graham Clark can bowl a bit of spin. I'm sure I've seen Alex Lee's bowl as well, but need to keep the pressure on, really, don't they?
I'm surprised we haven't seen Potts back, I'll be honest with you. Got to try and get Pujara out. He's got out some quality opposition in this time, so yeah, I am surprised they've not brought Potts down the hill, try and nibble it around and get Pujara out.
Full toss. It's gone out into the covers. Gone away with that one. And David Bedingham under the helmet. It's silly point there, leaping out the road as that one came crashing towards him. Comes in again and ball. That is the end of the over. So 12 minutes to tea.
Let's see if they make a bowling change. It just feels like they need someone down the hill, maybe Castle, Potts, just to bring a bit of energy down the hill, because Kuhneman's been bowling well. But it looks like it's going to be Bushnell still. The youngster, 21 years old, had a good spell earlier on up the hill, and they've changed ends now. Earlier on, and I hadn't seen him before, so very impressed. And it's going to be against Pujara. And last ball, the over that Bushnell bowled, Pujara just did a late cut down to third man, and they've not changed the field, so it's going to be the same field. So I imagine Pujara is going to be eyeing up that part of the field again as he comes into bowl. It's much straighter line this time, and it's blocked away by Pujara. But yeah, I did venture out when it was when Adrian and Mike were talking, and big crowd and quite a lot of people excited for this year, and they're talking about the Sussex and the players and the youth, and that's just going to be one. So I mean, one's gone third man, another one's gone through point for 4, and then the next one's even straight going to deep square. It doesn't feel like they have a plan for this over. It feels like they just want to get through it. So that brings Pujara on to 80. Now they're taking out, putting him back into second slip for Carter. Have a catch mid-wicket here. Bushnell's come running in. Full delivery, that is driven beautifully by Carter. They're up in the momentum now a little bit. Sussex is racing up that hill. It is a steep hill. Is it going to make it before? Yeah. Yes, it is. Brilliant shot from Carter. He looks in brilliant form at the moment. Over for Sussex. It feels like the game's a little bit. Someone to the initiative.
11 from it.
Serious over, and I imagine that'll be Bushnell's last over of the spell. And is it going to be Kuhneman to keep going, or are they going to change it up, do you reckon?
Looks like he's waiting for the ball.
Yeah.
Lovely sunny day here in Hove. Bit of a cooling breeze off the sea though, but the Sharks stand on our left in the southwest corner, and there's a few people in there in t-shirts this morning. That's now jumpers and coats. It's in the shade as well. That's the way the sun's moved around.
Typical Brits, aren't we? As soon as you see the sun, shorts and t-shirt, and then you realise it's still April.
Yeah,
so you need
that
a
sea
jacket.
breeze. I'm just looking at the other end of the ground where it's very much in the sunshine, and yeah, there's a few people in shirt sleeves there. Kuhneman to ball to Pujara from the sea end. Ball cut out to the point boundary, 1 run.
Wow.
179 for 4. Some breaking news from the world of showbiz. This wasn't my era of music, but BBC has just announced the S Club 7 star Paul Cattermole has died at the age of 46, weeks after the band announced a comeback tour. was found yesterday at his home in Dorset and pronounced dead later that afternoon. The cause of death is not known, it says.
Terrible news, that.
Was that your era at Club 7?
Nah, my era is more Michael Jackson and stuff like that, I'd say.
Kuhneman left arm over. A sweep shot. It's gone off the bottom of the gully.
It's probably different, probably same era, just different style of music. I wasn't quite an S Club 7 kind of guy.
Probably not target audience, really. I wouldn't have thought. In comes Kuhneman again. Ball played back towards him.
It's interesting.
When did you have your teens then?
So I was born in 99, so I would have been...
99, I'd been the BBC a year by then.
Yeah, 99 I was born. So early 2010s would have been my teenage years.
That's the year I met my wife, 99.
Sorry if I'm making you feel old.
Played out into the covers. No.
Yeah, I was brought up on a bit of Michael Jackson, Stevie Wonder, that kind of stuff. I remember dancing to him in my lounge. It wasn't S Club 7 in the household, unfortunately.
No. Kuhneman coming in. And Bowles, this is defended on a leg. Do an update next door, so I'll see you all after the tea.
So that's going to be left with me, and it's in an interesting position at the moment where Sussex have started to put a bit of impetus on the game. They're starting to be a little bit more aggressive up the run rate just before tea, but the last thing they need is losing a wicket, so they still need to be a little bit vigilant here as Carter flicks that. And that is, so at the moment, the state of play is 179 for 4, Sussex are. It is 3:56. We've not got long left till tea. Pujara's on 81 off 122 balls, so great strike rate there. And Carter is on 37 off 89. It really feels like Durham need to make a bowling change. And there's a few bowlers huddled up there, so it'd be interesting to see who they pick.
I mean, it's been an absolute masterclass from Pujara. We saw this last year. I mean, he made 500 for Sussex last year, and since he walked in, there's almost been an inevitability that he was going to score 100 today. He's just looked unruffled, untroubled. He just makes the game look ridiculously easy. And Ollie Carter has taken, for someone like Ollie Carter, it's a fantastic experience to bat with Pujara.
Yeah, 100%. That's why I'm there was a lot of grief for Sussex signing Steve Smith, but that's why I'm all for it, because you've got the best players in the world coming over to help your youngsters, and these players play with each other enough in the IPL and stuff like that. It's not going to make a massive difference, Steve Smith coming over 3 games for him, but it's going to make a big difference for the club.
In comes...
that's still Bushnell, number 20.
Still Bushnell. It is still Bushnell. Will take hold away by Pujara, gets a single out to mid-wicket. There is no run. I suspect Durham will be hoping this is the last over before tea. I suspect that probably Alex Lees probably wants to get the side in and just regroup a little bit. There's 3 minutes to go on the digital clock. A session that started off really well for Durham, picking up the wickets of Alsop and Clark, both cheaply 10 and 4 respectively.
They've let things slip, haven't they? I think they should have been a little bit more on it with bowling changes, a little bit more positive. I don't know if Potts has picked up an injury, but he should have been on by now, I think, as Bushnell comes in. Nice bumper there, going past the right shoulder of Ollie Carter, but it feels like they need to make a change. I don't know, it just feels like they're letting Sussex get into the game a little bit too much, and I'm quite big on partnerships and breaking partnerships. It doesn't feel like they've done enough to break up this partnership, because this could change the game here if Carter and Pujara keep going. And great word, inevitable. It just feels like it was inevitable he's going to be able to pick up another half century as Bushnell comes running in. Straight drive, but that is stopped by Bushnell for its own bowling. What's your thoughts then, Adrian? You must have seen a few overseas players in your time. This year with McAndrew, Steve Smith, Pujara, have they got it right this year, Sussex?
I think what Sussex desperately needed was an overseas quick bowler. I think that's been absolutely essential, and it's what they've missed for the last 2 seasons, because they just haven't looked like bowling sides out, and that's why I'm so pleased that Nathan McAndrew has taken wickets.
Yeah. And that's Bushnell coming in again.
Shot.
Ollie Carter hitting it through mid-off, and they brought mid-off right up trying to get him for the catch, but he's just driven it past him and picks up a couple. Especially with Sussex having the kind of worry about losing their seamers to England all the time. Bringing over an overseas player they know they're going to have for 3 months is so important.
Well, so they haven't looked like bowling sides out. So it's just that I think that was I'd have said that was number one priority for Sussex this winter, was to get in an overseas bowler who's going to be, I know you can't break off.
That's all right. Bushnell was coming in, and Carter just flicks it down to fine leg for 1. Sorry, where were you, Major?
No, I was just going to say, clearly you can't talk about fitness. People doing the season, but if they could have an overseas quick bowler, a medium quick bowler who can stay fit all the season, that is what Sussex need. I mean, we're not going to see much of Ollie Robinson, even less of Jofra Archer, and unless you can bowl sides out, you're not going to win county championship match. So that was absolutely crucial to me. And I think, to be honest, since probably Steve McGoffin was here, haven't had an overseas bowler who can take a lot of wickets. So that's really, really important.
Yeah, and Bushnell's coming in again, running. They've made a fielding change. He's stuff, and Pujara is just so good. 6 runs there from Pujara. Put 2 deep out on the left side to set him up for a ball shot. He rocks back, opens the face, and hits it over the keeper for 6 runs, and that is going to bring up the team. I think Alex Lees was running down past his head. I think it's time for the team to get the team up a bit, but Ollie Wilson's had to come over the keeper, trying to jump over the boards, but he's got keeper stuff.
Welcome back to Hove. Sun continues to shine, and it's been shining on Cheteshwar Pujara and Ollie Carter as well, because their partnership's worth 98 as the players head out after tea. So the scheduled finish tonight is meant to be 6:30. I can't see that happening because there are still 38 overs to go, and you're looking probably more nearer to 7, I would think. Maybe 16 overs an hour.
Yeah, we shouldn't be as late as last night, should we? With a lot depends how much spin we get, Martin. I think you're right there. It's been entertaining again today. It's been 2 really good days cricket down here. So back Kuhneman who's going to bowl? Yes, it is. So we are going to get spin straight after tea.
So, you're looking at about 2.5 minutes and over or so. Right, Kuhneman then, bowling from the C end, starting where he left off. 11 overs earlier, none for 33. The first ball's defended. Comes in and bowls again. It's been turned around the corner, and for a second there, I thought he was a bit daydreamy.
I agree.
Might get run out, but
no, I agree. It was a good bit of fielding actually. Who's that at short fine leg?
Rain.
Yeah, it was a good bit of fielding out, and Carter suddenly had to get his skates on, didn't he, to get to the non-striker's end. I didn't realise quite how many people were in the ground until tea time, and everyone's on the outfield, and there was you know, so they have given away a lot of free tickets today, but it was you know, still people who've come in and enjoying it.
Bowler in again. Pujara plays it back to him. Just slightly wide of the stumps on the offside. Somerset now 128 for 5 on what is effectively day 1 against Warwickshire at Taunton. Bowler once more comes in. Pujara with a little nibble off towards short mid-wicket, no run there. And talking of ice creams, which we were earlier, Brian Halford, who is works in the media team at Warwickshire now, former newspaper cricket columnist, has just posted a picture of a lovely ice cream with Taunton in the background. Kuhneman in, and that's defended by Pujara. What ice cream do you reckon that is then? It's toffee and chocolate maybe?
It's rather nice, isn't it?
Does it? Pujara plays this off the back foot out through the covers for one, and I think we'll keep strike. When he was at the end of the over, it was, and that's the 100 partnership for these two as well, I think.
Yeah, very good partnership indeed. 182 balls, 115 minutes. So going along at about. And a really good partnership between the pair, because Sussex were in trouble losing those 2 quick wickets after lunch. So Bryden Cars is going to open up after tea from the Cromwell Road end. To see how many overs Matt Potts has bowled. Liam was saying he thought maybe Potts might have bowled a little more. Bowling for 11 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 27 for Matt Potts. Bryden Cars 10 overs, 0 for 42. I think in the main, Durham have bowled pretty well, actually. I mean, how many overs have we had in the innings? 53. So Sussex going along a little shy of 4 and over. Much of the Durham innings, they were rattling on at about 5 and over. But I think Sussex will be pleased with the way they fought back, because at 213 for 1, I think they'd have settled for bowling out for 376. Yeah, Durham in the end 80 overs, so they, was it about 4.5 and over in the end? Is that right? No.
4.6, I think, wasn't it? I think I said it in the end.
In comes Cast, down the hill, comes into bowl to Pujara, is up on his toes and plays into the covers. And there is no run. He's a big fella, isn't he? Just when he stands at this end, you get an idea of how tall Ben McKinney making his debut for.
6'7"
for a 19-year-old.
18.
18.
Yeah.
He towers over Ollie Robinson.
Wait until he's grown a bit.
The wicket keeper. He's a big fella. Batted very nicely for his 35 yesterday. Standing at first slip next to Ollie Robinson. Pujara on 89. Waits as Cast is in down the hill bowl, and Pujara nudges this, and he's going to get 4 more. Wide of second slip, it bounced in front and wide of the fielder at second slip. Pujara picks up another boundary. He goes to 93. Sussex to 195 for 4.
Heading for century number 20, isn't he?
Yeah, number 6 it would be in Sussex colours.
Yeah. Got 203 against Durham last year, 231 against Middlesex, 201 against Derbyshire.
And then he made hundreds in the. That's forgetting the hundreds he made in the One Day Cup. Wonderful 100 at Edgbaston. That was the best I've seen him play. I mean, pretty much single-handedly, he nearly got Sussex over the line in a terrific game of cricket. But he's looked in prime form here. I mean, he only arrived at the weekend as well, but he's a fine player. Cast on his way again, bowls, and Pujara kept a little low actually, and Pujara plays to mid-on, and there is no run. What I was saying about the breeze, and if you look at the flag on the top of the clock tower's scoreboard, with that you stop billowing away, but it was billowing away just now, and behind it someone's got some washing on a line behind them. Day for get the sun on the flats all day on that side of the ground, or pretty much all day. Just the 2 slips now. A third man, Matty Potts down in front of us. Backward point, cover mid-off. As in comes Cast down the hill, bowls, and Pujara drives down the ground. That's going to be 4 more. I mean, that is pitched, and Pujara just eased the ball down the ground for 4 runs. Lovely shot. He goes to 97. The rest of the field, there's a mid-on, a deep backward square and a fine leg, so he's bowling with a 6th. I mean, there wasn't much wrong with the delivery, to be honest. It was just slightly over-pitched. Pujara just helped it on its way, and the ball first sped across the outfield, up the hill, for 4 runs. 2 boundaries in this over. Pujara just surveys the field, and he waits as Cast is in again over the wicket bowls, and Pujara cuts away, and that is going to be his century. Wonderful shot by Cheteshwar Pujara, and the Durham fielders, to their credit, stand and applaud, and that is an absolute masterclass from Cheteshwar Pujara. Coming to the wicket when Sussex were 44 for 2, it's looked almost inevitable since he walked to the crease that he would score his 6th 100 in Sussex colours. It's been an absolutely magnificent innings in 133 balls, 12 fours and 1 6. A big crowd at Hove have been treated to a wonderful display by Pujara as he moves to 101 not out. What an innings. I actually tweeted at tea time that I thought it was almost inevitable to get 100, and I've had a few people saying, well, that's putting the mockers on it. But he just hasn't looked like getting out. It's been a superb knock. In comes Cars. Down the hill bowls, and Pujara plays to mid-wicket, and there is no run. And I think what was really nice there, Martin, was the applause from the Durham players, and I think a recognition. Now, these guys know they play enough cricket in international cricket to know when they've seen an innings of the highest quality, and that was an innings of the highest quality from Pujara. It really was.
Yeah, there was one little incident very early on where they caught the shoulder of the bat, didn't there?
Yeah.
There was a no ball, and there was another one he edged round the slip cordon, but other than that, can't think of any moment he's looked in peril, really.
Yeah. No, really very good indeed. So, big crowd, and they've been treated to the beginnings.
This is what I was saying about how it was good that Durham had so many runs on the board, but we'd seen that runs could be made here, and I think I looked ahead to what Pujara might be able to complete in this game, and we now got a stumping, and it's not him.
It's given.
It's Carter who's gone down the track to try and smash the living daylights out of Kuhneman, missed the ball, lost his balance, tried to turn around and get him back into his crease, and he's been stumped. And
I reckon he lost his concentration there.
yeah, it was a bit of a rush of blood to the head, to be honest with you. And that ends the partnership on 203 for 5 at 112 runs.
I think that Ollie Carter completely lost his concentration there. Came running down the wicket, didn't he?
Yeah.
No need to do that at all. Partnership 112.
He's taken a couple of steps. Well, what's happened there is, I think initially there's an appeal for caught behind. And while he's appealing for caught behind, Ollie Robinson then decides to break the stumps anyway and try and make doubly sure. So Carter gave the impression that he'd got his back into the crease.
Yeah.
And maybe thinks he didn't hit it, but he's out. He's gone for 41.
Well, now we're trying to work out. Was he given stumped or was he given caught behind?
Don't know. Gonna have to check with the scorers on that one, because Robinson looked convinced. He put an arm in the air to celebrate the catch, and then decided to break the stumps as well. So.
Well, either way, he's gone, and it brings a new man to the crease, who is George Garton. So Sussex, he's been given out caught by Robinson.
Caught, he was, right?
Yes.
Who's told you that?
Well, that was on the BBC feed that's come through.
Next ball is played out through the covers by Garton, who's off the mark. First ball, it's going to get 3 here. It's gone right down towards our right-hand side. Probably the furthest point of the boundary you could have aimed it at without actually going over the rope. Caught given by bowlers umpire, says William, the Durham scorer.
Thank you very much, William.
He's making doubly sure by trying to stump him as well. Ball is defended on this occasion. So what score was it when the wicket came?
The wicket was on 203.
203. It was the first ball of the 57th over. Pujara pulls that out up towards Cow Corner. There's a man out there. It bounces tantalisingly in front of him, but goes for 4.
still hanging around here, Pujara, is he? He's
Ball now played out on the offside, no run there.
well. Yes, thanks very much indeed, Joe. Not sandwich bunch. We've had some cake, though, that's been very nice at home today. We've also been treated, in a big bank holiday crowd here, Joe, have been treated to a masterclass of batting by the Indian batsman Cheteshwar Pujara. He came here last year for the season. He scored 500 in the county championship, and this is his first game of the season. He's already got another 100. He's 105 not out. A wonderful innings by Pujara. Since then, though, Sussex have lost a wicket. The wicket of Ollie Carter, who was caught behind for 41. So Sussex now are 203 for 5. That in reply to the Durham total posted earlier on today of 376. But Pujara is still there. He's been joined by George Garton, who is 3. And all the time Pujara is there, you think Sussex are going to make further inroads into this Durham total of 376. Meanwhile, up at Old Trafford, applause there. George Garton just tickles one down to fine leg for a boundary. At Old Trafford, Lancashire now 157 for 3 in reply to the Surrey total of 442, and a couple of wickets there for Sean Abbott. So George Garton has started in good fashion as well. A 3 and then a boundary down to fine leg. To his mark goes Bryden Cast. There are 3 slips in place, a point to cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and a fine leg. As in comes Cast down the hill in bright sunshine, bowls to George Garton, who lets that one go. The ball bounces in front of Ollie Robinson and really died on him. Robinson did enough to stop the ball and sort of surveys where that one pitched. And then claps his gloves. You can probably hear in our effects microphone. Been impressed by his wicket keeping in this match, Ollie Robinson, after he's moved from Kent. Garton waits. I spoke to George Garton. If you want to hear an interview with George Garton, if you go onto the BBC Sussex Twitter feed, you'll see an interview with George that we did before the season started. Casts in bowls, and there was a pacey delivery, and Garton watches that go through into the gloves of Robinson. There is no run. Very much an all-rounder, George Garton. He's a very fine batsman. He's an excellent fielder. And having had a really difficult time with injuries and illness over the past few seasons, really determined, and I just sensed a real steely determination from George to cement his place in this Sussex side. As in comes Cast bowls, and Garton is forward and plays to mid-off, and there is no run. He plays a lot of franchise cricket around the world. He's got himself into the England limited overs set up as well. But he's just had his progress halted by what was thought to be long COVID for a long while, but turned out to be a blood clot. Pretty serious stuff for George, but it was just great to see him back fit and well. He's waiting, left-hander, as Cast comes down the hill, bowls, and Garton is back on his stumps and plays to mid-wicket. There is no run. Garton remains on 7. Sussex 214 for 5. Kuhneman just fielding down below us, picking up that record of Ollie Carter. Enjoying the sunshine. Bowls, and Garton is back and plays straight back down the track, and there is no run. End of the over. Good response from Bryden Cast, that boundary off the first ball of the over, which George Garton tickled down to the fine leg boundary for 4. And Cast 12 overs, 1 made, no wicket for 58, I think that says on the scoreboard. Let me just double check that. And it is going to be a change of bowling at this end. No, it's not. They're going to persist with the left arm spin of Kuhneman, which means we'll get through the overs a lot more quickly Yeah, 214 for 5. Bryden Cast, 12 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 58. A wicket for Potts, Rain, Kuhnemann and Bushnell, but it's going to be the left arm spin of Matt Kuhnemann to carry on.
Here he comes. And the ball played by Pujara to Lees at mid-on.
Sussex do back pretty deep. They've still got Nathan McAndrew and Jack Carson to come. In terms of
Ball goes out to mid-wicket this time.
and Sean Hunt and Henry Croker, but certainly the first two. I haven't seen McAndrew bat, but he's certainly considered an all-rounder, I think, and Jack Carson is more than capable.
Ball play back once again. Rich Turner says, I'm following a closely fought match between Hampshire and Notts, but it sounds like you've got an even better game along the coast. Enjoy.
It is a good game.
Kuhnemann left arm round. Lees dives on it, wide, mid-on, good stop.
Yeah, good example from the skipper there.
Yeah, 1 run.
Big fella as well, Alex Lees, to get down there.
Ahmad Diallo and Edouard Amishu returning to the Sunderland starting 11 today. Remember, that one's a 5:30 kick-off. Barnsley and Benno will be bringing you commentary on BBC Radio Newcastle of their match against Hull City. If I time it right, I can get off air round about then and watch it. Kuhnemann left arm over now to Garton. Now there's a big appeal here. And there's dust flying up as Potts dives across towards second or third slip area.
Yeah, I think the appeal was for the LBW.
Yeah.
I think Alex Lees is saying, do you want to change in the field there? I like to see that, when a skipper is constantly sort of thinking for his bowler as well. He's just moved that deep mid-wicket a little straighter.
Kuhnemann in again. Well, that pops a little bit there on Garton. Ends up hitting him around about the box area. That's the end of the over. 1 run from it. 215 for 5 here on the BBC. A question from BBC Weather. Did you know it's more likely to snow at Easter than it is at Christmas? Yes, I did, is the answer.
Yes.
And that's probably because Easter lands on so many more different dates, doesn't it?
Well, that's very true. Yeah, it does indeed. So Bryden Cast is going to carry on from the Cromwell Road in Sussex. Cricket at bbc.co.uk or We're Cricket. You can get in touch via our email or you can tweet us at Marty Cricket or at BBC Sussex Sport throughout the day. We've got another, 33 overs left in the day. All the time that Kuhnemann is bowled, we're going to get through those quite quickly. Matthew Potts is now fielding down below us, third man. I'll describe the field in a moment as in comes Cast. Over the wicket bowls, Pujara solidly fought a ball of good length, punches to mid-off, and there is no runs. There are 2 slips and a third man, a backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, a deep backward square, Graham Clark over there. And a fine leg. He's chatting away to one of the spectators in the seats over there. The Spen-Karma Pavilion side of the ground is now in shade, and you tend to get people drifting around to other parts of the ground to sit in the sunshine. Some heavier cloud banking up over the downs, but I think we're going to be okay weather-wise. Passing bowls to Pujara, who flicks this down to deep backward square and picks up another single. Does Pujara? He goes to 107. Sussex to 216 for 5, which brings George Garton on strike. Still those 3 slips in place. Slight change in the field, and that on the offside there's now just a backward point and a mid-off. And the onside field has been reinforced. There's a fine leg, a deep backward square, a mid-wicket and a mid-off. So there's a big gap between mid-off and backward point. Cast is in bowls to Cast. That's a quick bouncer, and George Garton plays it well. He just ducks shoulder and into the gloves of Ollie Robbins, who takes it in unfussy fashion. Is Ollie Robinson. Middlesex recovered a bit at Lords, as Martin was pointing out a bit earlier on. Middlesex at one stage were 4 for 4 against Essex, and then 20 for 5. They're now 66 for 5. That recovery led by two very fine county cricketers, John Simpson, the wicketkeeper, and Ryan Higgins, who's back at Middlesex this season, having spent some years at Gloucestershire. In comes Carl Bowles to Garton, who's forward, plays to mid-wicket, and there is no run. I could never understand why Middlesex let Ryan Higgins go in the first place. He's a very fine player. So Middlesex now 66 for 5. Lancashire have lost another wicket at Old Trafford. They're 163 for 4 against the county champions, who made 442.
With that game in mind, I'm just looking at an interview here on Twitter which the county championships put up. There's a couple who've travelled 3,500 miles from Delaware in Ohio to watch Lancashire against Surrey.
Wow, that's some dedication. And again, Bowles to Garton, who I thought for one moment I got a little nick on that. In fact, he rehearses this shot. I think he was looking to pull it on the leg side, was George Garton, but he's got those two men set back, which maybe made him just think twice about it.
That's nearly as far as I travelled to get here, isn't it, really?
It's a long way, Marty, from Durham down to Hove. Elsewhere in the First Division, Martin was saying about Somerset 131 for 5, and Kent going on nicely just across the border against Northants. Northants bowled out for 117. Kent in reply 192 for 5. Zach Crawley looking to stake, to underline his credentials. He's 86 not out. Cast is in, bowls to Garton. Garton hammers that one away. That's a good shot by George Garton. A bit too much whip from Bryden Carson. George Garton wasn't going to miss out, and he belted the ball through cover point for 4 runs. Lovely shot by George Garton. A boundary off the final ball of the over takes him into double figures, and Sussex to 220 for 5. Briefly in the second division, Worcestershire 183 for 4. After Derbyshire made 321. Glamorgan in the box seat against Gloucestershire in Cardiff. They're 277 for 5, leading Gloucestershire by 112. And Leicestershire not having a good time of it at Headingley. Yorkshire making 517, and Leicestershire 106 for 3. In reply, with a continuation of spin, Marty.
Yes, it is going to be Mike Kuhneman again.
He's taking great care with his field, isn't he, here?
Yeah. The County Championship Twitter feeds just posted a picture of that Cheteshwar uppercut 6 right on tee.
Right. That was an amazing shot.
Kuhneman bowling to him around the wicket, left arm round. No run there, just gone to mid wicket. That was that off Bushnell? I'm trying to remember. Or was it Cars?
It was
Cars?
Yes, I think it was Bryden Cars. It was at this end, wasn't it?
Yeah. Zinnan balls again, turned off past square leg. And picked up eventually by Ben McKinney. 2 runs out of deep mid-wicket.
Yes, he'll have his eyes firmly on this, playing in this World Test Championship final at the Oval, will Cheteshwar Pujara. Comes up from memory in early June. And I think Sussex would probably miss him for a couple of games, were that the case. Yeah, they play. There's not much county championship cricket in June, is there? I'm just looking here, actually. Actually, none, I don't think.
T20 is on, isn't it?
It is, yeah. In May, he would, again, in May, he may not miss too much, actually. There's a championship game here against Glamorgan. That's the middle of May. Steve Smith's scheduled to play in that as well. So maybe he wouldn't miss anything very much at all.
Quite a delay while Kuhneman was discussing tactics with Alex Lees, and then the ball is played by Pujara to Lees at mid-on. Throw back to the keeper. Pleasant evening.
Lovely.
I would be up the far end of the ground now in the sunshine.
Yeah, me too. I wouldn't be sitting in the shade.
No. Kuhneman in. This is turned to backward point, no run there.
Yes, that finals at the Oval. It starts on the 7th of June.
What's the World Test Championship?
Yeah, at the Oval. Wednesday the 7th of
Who
June.
are they playing? Is it?
In Australia, India.
Right. Around comes Kuhneman. Quicker delivery, leading edge.
Yeah.
That's gone off through the covers for a run. But I don't really think he knew where that had gone there.
I completely agree. He didn't intend that to go there. So, looking at that, I'm not sure that Pujara will miss an awful lot of Sussex cricket if he's selected.
Can you imagine he would be? He's playing in England and getting hundreds.
There's the county championship game here on the 11th of June, Sussex against Worcestershire. So he would probably miss that, I would imagine. Yeah, he would, because that starts on the 7th of June.
Kuhneman over the wicket, a sweep from Garton, which I think whacked the backside of whoever's at short leg there. He's giving it a rub now. Is that David Beddingham?
That would have been painful.
Yeah, got a run. Garton gives him a tap on the hand, says sorry. End of the over. I'm going to make way for Liam because I'm going to go and do updates for Radio Newcastle now, coming up towards 10 to 5. But Sussex are 224 for 5.
Thanks very much indeed, Martin. Yeah, so if Pujara is selected for India for that Test World Championship final, whatever it's called, he would miss the game here against Worcestershire, which starts on the 11th of June. And then I believe I think India have a tour to the Caribbean later on in the season. We've got a change in bowling, and it's going to be Matthew Potts who's going to come back in from the Cromwell Road. I don't know, Liam had been talking about Potts, and had he bowled enough? He certainly looked very dangerous. From memory, and I'll get his stats up, he bowled 12 overs in the innings so far. 11 overs. 11 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 27. And he comes, bowls to Garton, who's beaten outside the off stump. George had a bit of a heave-ho at that. Looked to crack that one away through backward point, didn't really move his feet, and the ball rattled through into the gloves of Ollie Robinson, and there is no run. Momentarily, Potts thought he was in business. Hello, Liam.
Hello.
Did you have a good tea break?
See what I did? I went out on the pitch and had a look at the deck.
Did you? There's a lot of people out there.
I haven't had a look. I imagine you had a chance to look yesterday.
I didn't.
Belter.
Yeah.
Absolute belter for April. I remember April being green and wet, and it's a belter.
Potts in, bowls to Garton, who turns on the onside to mid-wicket, and there is no run. It's always funny, I think, when you get to tea time and people stand and look at the pitch.
Yeah.
I think it's always fascinating. I think you watch the groundsmen sort of filling in the footmarks and doing their work, marking out the crease again.
I love listening to like the dad explaining the different things to the kids, and one of them was saying about how there's loads of rough now for the Kuhneman to bowl in.
In comes Potts, bowl short, pulled away by Garton. Now is he going to be caught? No, he's not. In fact, that's a good shot. And in fact, down below us, Matt Kuhneman was in a conversation with some of the backroom staff for Durham. I don't think he could have cut that off anyway. But George Garton was going to take that on regardless, wasn't he? Pulled it away. They all sailed away, almost straight behind the wicket-keeper for 4 hours. In fact, I think it might have hit George Garton on the helmet as well.
Oh, I thought he top-edged it.
I wonder if he top-edged it into his helmet. I think he might have done, actually.
Yeah, it might have just.
So it was short. I wonder whether he top-edged it onto the helmet and then it's run down to final. So we will have a break in play here. We will have the usual concussion protocols just to make sure that George is okay. But it was short from Potts, and Garton decided he was going to take it on, which he did.
Yeah, the last few times I've tried that in the nets recently, I've been clonked in the head as well, but I've not had a physio run out to me and do a concussion test. It literally just glanced the top of his head, I think. So. I know it's good, but it just kills the momentum in the game, doesn't it, a little bit when they have to have these breaks, because it's literally, for any of the people listening, he's gone to play a pull shot to a square leg and it's just glanced the top of his helmet, and then just gone over the keeper for 4 runs. Kuhneman's tried cutting it off and couldn't. But I tell you what, I was watching on the side just after tea, and it's amazing how many people absolutely love Pujara. He's like a fan favourite around here. They were chanting. I've never heard chants at a county championship game, and they were chanting Pujara's name, and it was just really cool to see. And I had a cool perspective on the Ollie Carter dismissal because none of us heard anything. So I don't know. Like I didn't. He seemed like he was a bit annoyed to be given out caught behind as well. So it might have been a bit of an unlucky one there.
Right. Interesting. I tweeted at tea time that there was almost an inevitability that Pujara would get his 100. And probably one or two people to say commentator's curse. Callum then replied and said he's so good he's immune to the commentator's curse.
That's a great shout, Callum.
And it's been a brilliant innings from Pujara. He's on 110. So we've got a break in play because George Garton is just being checked over to make sure he's okay. And after all his injuries concerns that George has had, the last thing that he needs is any sort of injury or anything that's going to keep him out of the game. But we have to do this now. I remember being down here for a game against Gloucestershire a few years ago, and I think I'll stand corrected on this. I think it was Liam Norwell who was hit, and Bob Hunt, dear old Bob, who was the Gloucestershire commentator at the time, spoke to him after the game, and Liam actually went off after, if it was Liam, a few overs later, and when they spoke to him, he couldn't remember it, couldn't remember the incident. So it's, you do get these incidents of delayed concussion, they just have to make sure that everybody's absolutely right. They're bringing out a new helmet.
Yeah, he seemed fine. As soon as it happened, he looked at the slips, took his helmet off, went as if, I have to stop, but I'm absolutely fine. It didn't even affect me. The helmets are so good these days, Adrian. Like, I got my New England helmet for the year, so I had it all given to me a couple of weeks ago, and they're so protective and light, and unless you got caught flush, then I get you might get concussion. But stuff like that where they're so well padded and protected, it literally just bounced off the top of his head. I bet he didn't even feel it. But I get they've still got further protocols.
John Morelli's out there giving him the once over, so we have got a break in play. One of the Durham players down below us to our right is doing a bit of Pilates. I don't know if he's getting ready to bowl or not, but this is quite a lengthy break in play. Both umpires are now talking to George Garton, who's putting his helmet on, so...
So do you want me to talk you through the concussion questions they do and stuff like that?
Yes, please do. Yes,
so
that'd be interesting.
I had my concussion test. So at the start of every year, you get asked a series of questions that they mark down on your answers and stuff like that. And then in examples like this, they might start giving you some of the questions. And if your responses are wildly different to what you were given when you were absolutely fine, standing there in a changing room, then they start looking for signs of concussion. So I imagine he's going through some of the questions that they asked him, asking him random questions at the moment, just trying to see his responsiveness.
So what would your questions be, Liam? Do you have to give the questions that you would want to be asked?
Yeah, so I got asked my name, and I remembered that one, thankfully.
Yeah.
No, it's stuff like they give you random words to remember, so like give you like 10 words, like dog, cat, mouse, whatever, and then they'll ask you to say them again, and then they'll ask you to say, like, and then they'll say, like, can you do this? It's hard to explain because they try and make it so random that you can't prepare for them.
Yeah, no, and I was going to say, actually, if it was pre-prepared answers, you would think, right. Well, now, they're still talking to George Garton. John is still out there. I think George is going to carry on.
Yeah. But it's just the way the questioning goes. They have to just make sure, and the umpires have to be there just to see that he's okay. And then you have to have a new helmet. I think he's absolutely fine. It's just a longer process just to make sure
he's okay. John Morelli goes running off the field, and George is okay, puts his gloves back on. Sharing a bit of a joke there with the Durham lads. So well done, George. He's okay. He's going to resume 16 not out. Sussex 220. 26.
Yeah, 228. I think it is for 5.
Yeah, there's just the sun glinting off the scoreboard there, making it a little difficult to see the numbers.
I'll tell you what, it's really nice seeing how quick Garton's going to bat his work, because Durham could have got back on top after that Carter wicket, and he's come straight in and got some early runs.
Potts in bowls, and he bowls another short one which goes down the leg side, taken by Robinson, and there is no run. There is some heavier cloud building up over the downs, but that's happened a couple of times today, and I think the breeze is such that it's carrying it away, and behind it out to the west, if that's where the weather's coming from, there's lots and lots of blue sky. So with a bit of luck, we'll get through these overs tonight.
100%. Well, it's really nice to see Potts bowling again. I said it earlier, in the afternoon session, he just wasn't bowling enough. I don't know if they're trying to hold back his workload, but...
Potts in and bowls.
He's a top bowler.
He is. Having said that, that wasn't a great delivery. That was down the leg side. But he is a top bowler. He's got a wonderful rhythmic approach to the wicket. Forced himself into the reckoning. And this is a guy who, due to the strength of the England bowling attack, when you're talking Broad, Anderson, Wood, Archer when he's fit, Robinson, Wokes, Stone. It's tough to break into that, but he's all Matthew Potts can do. He did really well last summer, is to pick up wickets. But he's a fine bowler and a terrific prospect as well. I mean, I say prospect, he's more than a prospect. He's played for England and done extremely well. He's coming in around the wicket now to George Garton in and bowled, and again that balloons over the head of George Garton, who wasn't worried by that. Watched the ball all the way through into the gloves of Ollie Robinson. It is the end of the over, the end of the 61st over of the innings. I think that's saying 30 overs left in the day. So 30 overs is going to take a couple of hours. So Martin was speculating we might be 7 o'clock. If people hang around here, I think people might start to drift away as the minutes tick by, but all the time Pujara is there batting. I suspect they might want to stay.
Yeah, absolutely. It was quite interesting just seeing how Potts bowled at Garton there. Potts is so good at pitching the ball up and nibbling it around. I don't think he needs to go to the short stuff. Garton obviously is respected as an all-rounder now. He can hold the bat, but early on, just get the ball pitched up, nibble it around. That's what he's good for. And I think they've hit him in the head, and they've automatically presumed Garton's not good in the short ball. Why after that he looked still pretty comfortable. So I'd like to see him go back to his original plan earlier on and pitch the ball up. And we've got Kuhneman coming in here up the slope, and Pujara just rocks down the crease, comes down the wicket and just knocks it for one in the offside. The reason for the delay there with me was I wasn't sure the runner, the point was trying to run to the ball, and I wasn't sure if he'd cut it off in time, and there was a bit of a delay with the batsman running there. And now it's going to be interesting. Kuhneman's going to come over the wicket to Garton, but at mid-wicket it's a very small boundary and Garton hits a clean ball. So I'd like to see if Garton takes him on, maybe a slog sweep or something. And it feels like someone needs to put Kuhneman out of his rhythm, because he's just been bowling all day, hasn't he?
Short leg side boundary, Liam.
Yeah, very short. And I mean, it must just be the 2020 in me, but as soon as you see a short boundary like that and someone's bowling into my pad, I just automatically think this is going for 6. But maybe they're being a little bit more patient than I would be.
Well, he can hit a long ball, George.
Now Kuhneman's coming up.
There you go.
And he hits a slog sweep for 6 there. That is absolutely massive. Brilliant shot. And thankfully, it's my first day on the commentary, and I've had a few of these where I've managed to call it, and a few balls later it's happened. But it just seems set for George Garton to be able to have a go at it. He didn't have to overcommit because it's a small boundary. Just trust his timing, and that's gone a long way. They're looking for the ball.
Yeah, that's gone out the ground. That's gone into the gardens behind us. So immediately, Brenda, who's in charge of the balls over on the far side, the balls have been brought out to the umpires. So we've got another delay there now. So we've now got to find a ball that's going to match a ball that's 61 overs old. Have they retrieved the original?
They found the ball.
I think they have. They've got the original. So well done. Whoever found that. That was a long way by George Garton. Well, we did say, when you called it, Liam, and we said, it's a short leg side boundary.
It's just the way the angle of Kuhneman's bowling off spin into George Garton's pads, and all he has to do is kind of rock over to the offside, cover the stumps, and if it's anything full, he can just do a slog sweep. And because it's a small boundary, you don't have to overhit it. You can just get it in the air, and there's enough momentum with them shots with the spin that it's going to go for 6. And I like the intent from George Garton. Put the pressure back on Durham. And so Kuhneman's coming in again. How can he answer back? A lot quicker, a lot flatter ball. We've seen that a lot today. As soon as a Sussex player gets a boundary, the next ball they just want it to be a dot, so they'll bowl back of a length, try and get him to block it, and then make sure it's not 2 6s in a row or something like that. But Kuhneman's experienced. It's going to be interesting to see how he finishes out this over as he comes up the hill. Bowls it, and there's a bit of bounce here. They're celebrating, but I didn't see any bat there. I thought that was all pad, and it is. So what happened there is he's bowled it out the rough. There's a little bit of rough building from the bowlers running down the hill, especially from people like Cass steaming in, and it's just popped a little bit, come off the front pad, and short legs caught it, but it never really looked like there was any bat on there. It just a bit of bounce off the pad, and they tried to celebrate to trick the umpire, but he's not having it. Now he's coming up again. And he sweeps it, full delivery, but it's just out for one. A lot fuller, a lot faster, so George Garton couldn't get the slog sweep out. It was a controlled sweep there for one, and that's going to be the over. So we're currently 236 for 5. 5 o'clock, there's still very bright, there's a few dark clouds around, and George Garton, 23 off 25, coming in after a good partnership with Carter, and kind of setting the tone, really, letting them know that Durham aren't in control yet. Sussex still have a point to prove here, and Pujara's, it feels like you just could be watching back all day. He's looked unbelievable.
He has been unbelievable today. You're listening to BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Newcastle. Adrian Harms and Liam O'Brien on commentary at the moment. Martin Emerson will be back with us shortly. But we've still got 29 overs left to be bowled in the day, and the first of those is going to be bowled by Matthew Potts, who's going to bowl down the hill, down the slope from the Cromwell Road end. The ground bathed in sunshine, and Potts is in. Bowls to George Garton, and Garton is up on his toes and plays it down the onside of the track, footed by Potts, and there is no run. If you just joined us, the story of the day was that Durham added another 24 runs this morning, eventually bowled out for 300. By Sussex setting off like a Sussex colours, well supported by Ollie Carter, a partnership for the 5th wicket of 112. A shortish mid-wicket as well, and they've got 2 men back on the fence on the leg side. So it's a 6-3 field, 6 on the leg, 3 on the off, as in comes Potts bowls to Pujara, and Pujara eases that one backward or square on the leg side.
I'm not a fan of this plan. Like, Pujara's shown that he's so good on the back foot. He's patient, and he can rock on his back foot and just flick it down to fine legs. So you've got to bring the stumps into play, I think. If the ball's not doing as much, if you get anything out the pitch, it will nibble around, and you've got LBW in play. Just beach at the moment, it feels like, and if you're bowling it Shah Vader watching down as he's about to blow up, it's just sitting there, and it's a really dark cloud, and I think it's far enough away that we won't get affected, but the wind's completely died. There's a flag just above the scoreboard.
Yes,
it's completely dead,
completely limped to the scoreboard, isn't it? Matthew Potts, 13 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 35. But I think Liam's right, really. He didn't really threaten to take a wicket in that over, and I just wonder whether there may be some thought being given now to Durham looking ahead to when the new ball is available and keeping Potts back for that. Maybe that was a little burst of 2 or 3 overs just to see if they can pick up a wicket and then keep Potts under wraps until the new ball is available. Another long break in play here. Alex Lee's having a chat to Kuhneman, who's going to come into bowl the next delivery to Cheteshwar Pujara.
Yeah, well, it's a good point about the ball. I think Sussex needs to really put together a decent little partnership here, but maybe keep the strike rate up while the ball's a little bit dead as Kuhneman comes in and bowls and it's blocked away by Pujara, because there is a bit of life in this pitch with the new ball. So whilst Durham are struggling a little bit to take wickets, it'd be nice to see Sussex keep on the attack, get as many runs on as they can, and then maybe they can fend for the rest of the evening with the new ball. Now, we've seen this loads today with Pujara. As soon as there's a bit of movement behind the sight screen, he'll stop play, make sure it stops, and he'll reset. And now Kuhneman's coming back up. That got sorted very quickly, and it's blocked away again. Kuhneman's been very good today. He's been on his length. We kind of joke around in our England team. It's like a boring length. It's one of those where it doesn't feel like it's going to get you a wicket. It's very patient, and it feels like you're just waiting for the batsman to make a mistake. It's one of those things where he's waiting for Pujara to make the first move. He's back on his length again, and it's just blocked away to the leg side.
Just remind us, Liam, what you've got coming up for England over the next few months.
Yeah, so we're all working towards a World Cup in India in October. I've got my first game of the year on Sunday in Loughborough, playing against Leicestershire Academy, and then it kind of really builds up from there, to be honest with you, as Kuhneman comes in again, and it's blocked away by Pujara. We have a Disability Premier League. We had it on live on TV last year, and that's back again this year, and then that's a 2020 franchise league. Loads of stuff building up, really, and there's games all around the country in case people want to come and watch. One in Arundel very soon as well. As Kuhneman comes in, blocked away, Pujara manages just to get it in between fine leg and square leg, and they nick a quick single. But this is a matchup we want to see, Garton versus Kuhneman. Hopefully Garton takes him on again, just for entertainment reasons more than anything.
When do you go up to Loughborough, on Saturday night or Sunday
Saturday night. So I'm with you guys tomorrow.
Yeah.
And then as soon as I finish, I'm going to bring my stuff and then drive straight up to Loughborough. Team hotel. I'm missing the team dinner, so I'm probably going to get fined for that because I'm here. And then
I hope you don't get into trouble.
Sunday. Oh, that's all right. And then Kuhneman comes in again, and Garton just blocks it away. And they looked for the single, but point was in very quickly. And it's worth the fine just to spend an evening with you, Adrian.
Oh, thanks, Liam. Appreciate it.
You can pay the fine if you like.
End of another over. An over that passed by without incident. He does rattle through his overs, does Matt Kuhneman? 27 overs remaining in the day. Sussex are 238 for 5.
But it just feels like he's bowling a length where it's not really going to take wickets unless the Sussex players make a mistake, if that makes sense.
And I just wonder now, from a Durham perspective, whether the plan might be with a new ball available in another 16 overs. It's a little way out to be planning for that, but I think Durham will be quite happy to get through these next 16 overs without too much damage, and then be planning for when the new ball will be available.
Yeah, I feel that they have a good enough bowling attack to not have to do that, don't you? Where you see the names they've got: Cass, Potts, even Rain bowled well, Kuhneman, international bowler. I think they should be a bit more positive.
Yeah. I mean, it is a little way away. Matt Potts is going to carry on, so we've got one slip back in place now for Pujara. There's a big debate going on about the field. And in fact, the over rate, is that saying -1 or plus one?
It's saying there.
In comes Potts, bowls to Pujara short, Pujara ducks underneath it, and there is no run through to Robinson, so no danger of being in over-rate trouble. Certainly Sussex were behind yesterday. I didn't check it, which was a miss of me before the players went off when the Durham innings finished. Potts back to his mark. So just to confirm this field, there's a slip and a third man, a backward point mid-off, and on the onside, Potts in again, bowls short. Pujara lets it go through again to Robinson. There is no run, so there is. Just wait for fielders to get back in their position, but they're certainly playing for the short delivery. They've got 3 men in catching positions on the leg side, 2 in front of the wicket, 1 behind, and they've got a fine leg and a deep square leg. It's a very obvious ploy, which Pujara will be aware of, and they'll be aware that Pujara is wary of it. So whether we'll get a couple up in the block hole here to Pujara, we'll see. In comes Potts and bowls, and Pujara just turns this, gets inside the line, tucks it down to deep backward square, picks up a single, and he goes through to his 114th run.
That's elite cricket, that. He's got 2 bounces over shoulder height, and he's not even bothered to play. He's just ducked under it, nice and patient, and then as soon as it's slightly fuller, because Potts has already used his short deliveries for the over, he's then got in behind it, rocked it for 1. And that's the difference. It's just the maturity to wait, bide your time, and then when it's in your area, then just rotate the strike. And it's been so impressive. I'd love to see the stats on how many singles Pujara has had, because it feels like he's been building his innings, then gets a flurry of 4s, and then suddenly he's on 114.
Potts again in on bowls, and George Garton plays firmly for extra cover for 4 runs. Lovely shot, the over pitch there, Matthew Potts, and George Garton wasn't going to miss out on that. Lovely shot by George. He goes to 28 off 32 deliveries. Sussex to 244 for 5.
Yeah, it was an excellent shot. I've just watched that back on the replay, and it wasn't that bad of a ball. It was pretty good length, 5th stump, and he's just rocked on the front foot and hit it for 4. Excellent shot there from Garton.
It's a bit gloomy here now at Hove. The cloud has completely obscured the sun, and the conditions weren't that much different to this yesterday when the floodlights suddenly flickered into action, so we'll keep an eye on that. As in comes Potts again, round the wicket bowls, and Garton covers up and plays to mid-off, and there is no run. To keep you up to date with everything else that's going on around the country in terms of cricket.
Whilst you're doing that, you have a plate there that I've been looking at for ages. It's so teasing. I think Adrian
put a cream on it.
Tucked into a bit of cake a little while ago, and it's every time I look over to the pitch, you can just see this little bit of cake left, and it's making me so hungry.
In comes Potts, bowls to Garton, who's up on his toes and plays that down in front of him, taking one hand off the bat. There is no run. It is the end of another over, an over that yielded 5 runs. Sussex 244 for 5, Garton 28, Pujara is on 114. Means the deficit between the two sides is 132. For those of you just joining us, Durham bowled out this morning for 376. Nathan McAndrew taking 5 for 85 and you're listening to Live Cricket on the BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Newcastle. I'm Adrian Harms. Liam O'Brien's making his BBC commentary debut today. It's been a real pleasure to welcome Liam to the commentary box. Plays for the Physical Disability England side as well as club cricket down here in Sussex. It's been a pleasure to have him. He's going to be commentating on the next over.
Yeah, it's been really enjoyable, to be honest. Love a bit of the cricket. Couldn't wait for the championship to start again, and what a better way than to spend it here. And we got Koeneman starting again, and there's Pujara really trying to lay his authority in the over. I'm a big believer as well in getting being positive as a batter in the first few balls, because you can really then control the over from there, and I like that from Pujara coming down the pitch, even though he's not trying to hit it for 6 and just trying to change up the bowler's length a little bit, and it was a dot ball. So Koeneman's going to come back, float it up there, he comes down the pitch again and just rocks it to the leg side to deep mid wicket for 1. Real mature batting, and for if any youngsters out there, if you come down the pitch, you don't have to always try and hit it for 6. You can just do it to change the bowler's length and still rock it for 1 or even block it away. And real mature batting from Pujara, and that's one thing I've been just watching as a cricketer, just how he's been using his feet against spin. He's either gone right back if he thinks it's back of a length and hit it for 4, or just rocked it away for 1, and then if it's full, he's coming down the pitch so the ball can't turn and get him into trouble. It's been really, really interesting to watch, and you can learn a lot from watching great players like this. But anyways, this is about what we want to see. Koeneman against Garton, comes into bowl, slog sweep, up, and he's out a deep square leg. Garton's disappointed with that. The ball was definitely there for it, but I think he just got a little bit inside it. Should have really tried to give that a little bit more welly, and Durham are really happy with that one, and that's a big wicket for Durham. So Koeneman picks up another wicket, and that leaves Sussex 245 for 6, with the new ball still to come in about 14 overs time. Pujara is still there if any of you guys are new to the commentary, and I don't know who's going to be coming out to bat yet. They've got such a fluid order, haven't they?
Well, I would imagine it's going to be Nathan McAndrew. The catch was taken by Graham Clark on the boundary, and that was a bit of a bonus wicket, really, for Durham. When George hit that, I expected to see it sailing over the stands, but he didn't get all of it, and Clark took the catch.
Yeah, it's disappointing. That's what we were talking about earlier a little bit, though, is if that's one of your strengths and it's a small boundary, I still think you back yourself. That was in the area to do it, and obviously now the outcome isn't what you want, so we're able to criticise it. But in the moment, it felt like it was there to happen. Yeah. Bit of a counter-attack from Sussex, and it's just a shame he couldn't execute it. I don't think it's at a brilliant time, because it's getting a bit gloomy, and it's right with Nathan McAndrew coming out, who's known as a bit of a bowler, who's now kind of turning into an all-rounder. He averaged 35 last year, which for someone coming over as a fast bowler is a pretty solid average in first-class cricket, and I'm excited to see him bat.
Yeah, well, he certainly bowled very well. He's a big fella, is Nathan McAndrew. So George Garton's gone for 28. Looked a good nick though, George, and that augurs well for the season for Sussex.
Yeah,
Durham will just, in terms of, I mean, Jack Carson will be next in. He's a perfectly capable batsman. Jackie's got a top score in first class cricket of 86, I believe it is, which is at Worcestershire a few seasons ago. But I just feel the door is slightly ajar here, I think.
This is where I just think Sussex could have done with one more batting all-rounder, or just a genuine batsman, because it's a big total they're chasing. They're trying to catch up to. And as Koeneman comes in first ball and McAndrew blocks that away pretty comfortably, he's looking good. I didn't realise how big he is.
Yeah, he's a big fella.
Big unit.
Last night. Yeah. The highest score, I'm sorry, I said 86, it was 87 he made at Worcester back in 2021, Jack Carson.
So now Koeneman's coming up. Delivery, and that's blocked away well from McAndrew. Yeah, it was interesting to listen to McAndrew yesterday as well. He interviewed really well, and even though he's new to the team, I reckon he could be an important senior figure for this season.
Yes, absolutely. Oh, no, absolutely.
And now Koeneman's going to come in for the final ball of the over. Blocked away to the leg side, and that is the over. So at the end of the over, we had 245 for 6. It's 20 past 5. We still have 25 overs left of cricket, probably dependent on light there. Pujara is still in 115 for 161 balls, and we have McAndrew there on 0.
Actually, this heavy cloud that was above the ground is now drifting in another direction, isn't it? Initially it looked as if the cloud today was coming in from the west, but this is drifting sort of from east to west now. So I don't know if there's been a change in the wind direction. Nonetheless,
That's Rain coming on to bowl, I think, there. Bowling change.
yes, it is. Ben Rain, 13 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 47. He's going to come on from the Cromwell Road end. So Matthew Potts taken out of the Durham attack.
And we've got a few questions on here about what ball are they using. And I'm pretty confident they use a Dukes, don't
Yes,
they,
they
over
do.
here?
Yep.
So for those listening overseas as well, they use obviously kookaburras and that in Australia and other countries, but over here they use a Dukes, and they try and replicate it to the test ones they use. So when the bowlers, for example, a test match bowler like Potts is bowling, they're bowling with the same ball they'd be using in international games.
They are going to use the kookaburra in 2 rounds of matches this season, and I'll tell you in a minute which games those are going to be in. But you're quite right, it is the Duke's ball. So
And do you know the reason behind that? Just out of curiosity, is it so they get used to bowling
Yeah.
the kookaburra?
Here comes Ben Rain running down the hill from the Cromwell Road in, bowls to Pujara. Pujara eases that through the leg side. They thought about a single, there was probably one there, but Pujara deciding that discretion was the better part of valour. Yes, so they are going to play, the kookaburra ball is going to be used in rounds 9 and 10 of the county championship. That's the game between June the 25th and 28th and July the 10th to the 13th. So 2 rounds of matches will be using the kookaburra ball.
It's really interesting.
Yeah, so we have to see how that pans out. Just the one slip in place. The very tall figure of Ben McKinney. First slip, in comes Rain bowls. Pujara said no back, that's tight, and he's given out. Pujara has gone. Ben Rain gets the breakthrough. I think Pujara knew. And the finger goes up from, I believe it's Billy Taylor at that end, and Pujara is gone for 115. And let's listen to the applause from a big crowd here at Hove. The Indian master batsman who's going to make his way off, and we'll just let the applause do the talking as he makes his way towards the pavilion here at Hove. Ben Rain with the breakthrough. That's a big wicket as far as Durham are concerned.
Excellent knock there. Captain's knock, wasn't it, Adrian?
It was a captain's knock, and he quite rightly gets a standing ovation from all of those the Sussex players on the balcony applauding. Wonderful knock, but I tell you what, Durham have fought back. You know, the wicket of George Garton, now the wicket of Pujara. It looked a good shout from here, didn't it? I mean,
Yeah.
It looked on height like a good shout. Pujara maybe only half forward.
Yeah, I'm watching
Now-
it back here. It got a bit of nibble, as I would say, but he got a bit of movement off the seam. And from our angle, it looked pretty stone dead, didn't it? But I've just watched it back, and it's tailing towards the leg side, so it's probably one of those umpires' cool ones, I would say. But well deserved. Rain's worked hard.
Yeah, looked a good shout. Well, he's gone for 115. Marty's, but I've got to do an update in about 5 minutes' time, and then we'll bring Marty back in to join Liam.
Yeah.
So Ben Rain with the breakthrough.
Excellent knock from Pujara, like I just said earlier, and it's quite funny. You can see a few of the crowd standing up and walking out. So they, I think they all came for Pujara today, by the sounds of it. As the
two wickets have gone down without a run being scored.
yeah, and that's Carson coming into bat now, who can hold a bat.
In comes Ben Rain running in bowl. And that's short. Carson to flick that one down to find out. But certainly Durham will feel if they can get through these two without being disrespectful in any way to Henry Crocombe and Sean Hunt. You know, let's be honest. Everybody can bat in cricket now, even those who can't. They're worked on in the nets. But I think in terms of batsmen who you think are likely to make a big difference to the match, I think it's probably fair to say that this is the final 2 for Sussex. There's not to. I mean, the others can't make a useful contribution. Rain in bowls, Carson is forward, plays to mid-wicket, and there is no run. And there's a real spring in the step now of the Durham fielders. They'll feel they're in the box seat here, because the lead is 131.
Yeah. So it's an interesting debate on the stream here. Loads of people out, not out, very, very split,
Pujara?
very torn. I think it's clipping leg stump personally.
I mean, we can't tell from here because we're looking over third slip, but it just looked a good shout.
Yeah.
In comes Rain, bowls to Carson, who's forward, plays back to Ben Rain, and there is no run. And credit, and I think a lot of credit actually to Alex Lee. So I think has skippered Durham very well here. He's thought a lot about his field placings. And that was a bowling change, and that's resulted in the dismissal of Cheteshwar Pujara.
I think he could have been a bit more positive with
You
his
thought
bowling changes earlier, but he's done it since here after the tea break, and it's paid off. So yeah, good work from Leeds there.
Rain in again, bowls, passes forward, plays into the covers, and there is no run. So the end of a good over from Ben Rain, a wicket maiden. And he's bowled 14 overs, 4 maidens, taken 2 for 47. Sussex, at the end of the over, 245 for 7. Both Carson and McAndrew yet to open their accounts. Sussex trailing by 131, which is quite a significant margin. If Durham will feel if they can wingle out these last 3 wickets, and we're going to, there's a very good chance that we could see Durham batting tonight.
No, I agree, and that's what I was talking about earlier on when I was saying Durham seemed to came out this morning with a bit of intent, as if they were quite happy with the amount of runs they had. Obviously, they'd like the bonus point, that would be great, but it's 376 is a lot of runs in a 4-day game when you have a bowling attack like this. And with Sussex not being able to, in my opinion, bat particularly deep, it's a really good chance here to Durham to nick a few quick wickets, get themselves in, and pile the pressure on to push for a win. As Koeman comes in, another over from him. It feels like he's bowled all day. And that's an unbelievable drive from McAndrew through mid-on. That is textbook for 4 runs there. Slightly over pitch, but excellent shot.
He seemed to lead on that, didn't he? And the ball sped away over the boundary for 4 runs.
He's got great levers. He's a big unit for those listening, and big unit as in he's 6 foot tall. And it means his arms are so long that for some reason I'm only 5'11". It feels like I'd have to try and nail it to hit the ball that hard, but people that tall just seem to lean on it and it goes miles. And Koeman's going to reply now. Bowled well. He's been on the money all day, to be fair, hasn't he? And there's not been loads in it for the pitch, but
well, he's done a good job, hasn't he? He's in his 19th over, 2 for 61. I think he'll fill the wicket of George Lott. Was probably a bonus wicket.
Now Koeman's coming in again, slightly flighted, and that is well blocked out from McAndrew. And looking at the pitch earlier, there was a little bit of rough starting to build up, especially at the C end. So it'd be interesting to see in the second innings whether Carson changes ends and bowls down the hill, because there's a big bit of rough starting to build. And Koeman's going to come in again. Well blocked from McAndrew. Now Durham's gone pretty aggressive with their field now, which I really like to see in a moment when they momentum's like this. They brought in a short extra cover, and then they have another catching extra cover there with a slip. They're really trying to push for these last wickets as Koeman comes in. McAndrew leans on the back foot and flicks it, but there's no run there as a mid wicket is there.
Yeah. So Martin will be back with us in a minute. We'll just do a half-hourly update in a couple of moments' time, and then there's still 23 overs left after this one.
Yeah, Koeman's just coming in now, and he's just slid it on just onto 4th stump, and McAndrew's let that one go, and it's the end of the over. So 249 for 7.
Yeah, we were making the point, weren't we, about the new ball, and you were saying, well, perhaps they need to be a little more positive. There's still 12 overs to go until that new ball is available. But Durham will want to wrap this up before then if they can. What are you two laughing about, you better?
He's got the Sunderland game on. He's absolutely loving it.
Oh dear. Right, it's going to be Ben Rain. The sun has disappeared. A couple of ground staff have just come and sat down below us, and another one wandering round, and that's often an indication that maybe they think that something may be up. We shall see. Ben Rain comes in, bowls to Jack Carson, and there is no run. I'm going to get ready for the update to give to our listeners on BBC Radio Sussex for the last time today.
Yeah, it's a good spot actually. The groundsman staff are starting to get a little bit shaky, just sitting next to their covers and everything like that, and they've probably seen that Death Star looking cloud and trying to see if there's going to be some rain coming in. And I imagine when we get Martin back on the commentary, he's going to be a very happy chap.
Ben Rain runs in towards us, bowls to Carson, who pulls onto the leg side and picks up a single. Just Jack Carson. The ball is fielded at deep mid wicket by Graham Clark. One to Jack Carson, who's on the way. 250 is up, so Sussex have got a batting bonus point. 250 is the new mark at which the first batting point becomes available. Durham picked up 3.
They batted well, to be fair, Sussex.
They've now picked up 1, but indebted to that 115 from Pujara.
Yeah.
So I think this will be our update, and then we'll get Marty straight back in on the microphone as in comes Ben Rain. No, we're not. We seem to have another wicket. Bowls to McAndrew, who plays onto the leg side, and there is no run. 250 for 7. Sounds like we're not going to have the update for a couple of moments, so apologies for that. Yeah, it's always slightly... I mean, the ground staff don't look overly worried, but they are just sort of sitting down below us as if to sort of say, well, we're here just in case.
Well, I was saying it earlier on commentary, if you guys are new to listening, they've done a great job with the ground. We're early
amazing.
April and it looks unbelievable.
In comes Rain, bowls, and let go by McAndrew outside the off stump, taken by Robinson. And there is no run. Not for the first time, I'm going to say. I said it to Martin earlier on, so I've been impressed by Ollie Robinson behind the stumps. I like unfussy wicket keepers, and I would say he's an unfussy wicket keeper. Several takes today have been low down and, you know, not the theatrics of diving around and all the rest of it, just nice and tidy.
Well, my favourite keeper at the moment is Ben Folkes. I just absolutely love his glove work, and he's so no nonsense. He just follows the ball and catches it. He doesn't try and do these fancy rolls. We call them a parachute roll. He doesn't do all them. He just catches the ball, quick footwork, and excellent. And Ollie Robinson's a handy batter as well, isn't he? So
He is.
yeah, I do like watching him play, and yeah, he's been good behind the stumps.
Changing the field, we've got a third slip coming in place. I think that's the skipper who's just sprinted from mid-off to field at third slip. So 3 slips, a cover point and a mid-off on the offside, as in comes Rain down the hill. Bowls and, McAndrew very nearly breached his defence as the ball dribbles just in front of him. There is no run. We'll keep an eye on the floodlights here because it has got a little gloomy. This big bank of cloud is just sort of, it's hanging over Hove at the minute. There's lots of blue sky around as well, but at the minute it's the cloud is doing its best to block out the sun. A few people drifting away, but in the main the crowd are staying with us. Another fielding change now. We've got a fielder being brought from the leg side. The fielder who was on that deep mid-wicket boundary has come in. So there's 3 in the covers, 3 slips, a mid-on, a mid-wicket, and a deep backward square. No fine leg as Ben Rain is in and bowls, and McAndrew is solidly forward to a ball of good length, plays it back down the offside of the track. Rain fields off his own bowling, and there is no run.
It feels like Sussex still need to have a bit of intent, though, don't you think? Just because this new ball's going to come in, they don't have too much bang left to come. And with Potts and Cars coming in with a new ball, I don't think it could be around too long. So you're better off cashing in while the ball is old.
End of the over. 15 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 48. Very mindful of getting Martin back on the commentary here, but I'm just waiting for this update to happen, and then I'll get out the way. Oh, here we go. Hopefully it's going to be any second. Cooliman's making a signal towards the dressing room. I think we'll probably do it now. 22 overs left in the day. 250 for 7 are Sussex. Just the slip and the short leg in place. Yes, thanks very much indeed, Joe. Sussex 250 for 7. So they've lost a couple of wickets since you were last with us. And the main wicket they've lost, that of Cheteshwar Pujara, the Indian batsman who weighed a wonderful 115 before he was LBW to Ben Rain. George Garton has also gone for 28. So Sussex now 252 for 7, Joe. It means they trail Durham by 124 and still 21 overs to be bowled today. Meanwhile, up at Old Trafford, a good day for Surrey. They made 442. Cameron Steele 141 not out, and in reply they've reduced Lancashire to 196 for 6. So, thank you, Joe. As in comes Kuhneman bowls, forward comes Carson, plays down the track. There is no run, so I'm going to get off the commentary and I'm going to leave with Liam and with Martin.
Perfect. So yeah, we have Kuhneman still bowling here, and they've got a short leg in instead of a short extra now. So changing things up. Imagine a bit of a straighter line here. Oh, and he squares Carson up, and that's a dot ball out to point. So yeah, like I said, we've had Martin on for a little while, and since then there's been a lot of wickets. Pujara's gone, so I imagine we're going to have a happy Martin when we get him back on the commentary, and here he is. as Kuhneman comes in and blocks away by Carson.
Kuhneman, has he bowled all the way through here? He did bowl one over before lunch, didn't he? But since he came on today, he's bowled all the way through either side of tee, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's not been off. He's been solid, to be fair. He's just very consistent as he walks up again. Very consistent action, and it's just flicked away by Carson. But I was saying to Adrian, it doesn't seem like he's been trying to bowl wicket-taking balls. He's just been very consistent, trying to plug away and let the Sussex batsmen make the mistakes. And his patience has paid off as he comes in again. Bowls it, and it's blocked away by Carson.
Noticing on my monitor here that Sunderland are playing at home in red shorts. They normally play in black shorts. Apparently today it's to promote the Foundation of Light, the club's charity, and the Small Change Big Difference campaign which they're running.
Amazing.
I wondered if it might be because Hull have turned up in their home strip with their black shorts and it was a clash, but no, it's not. So I'm thinking, when is the last time Sunderland played at home in red shorts? Anthony Watson, as somebody mentioned earlier, during the Roy Keane promotion season, which was due to a clash, he says, which I think that was about 2005, 2006, something like that. This is driven past point and away towards the boundary in front of the main scoreboard on our right-hand side. It's cut off by Bushnell, they'll run 2. So McAndrew on strike there.
You've got the full setup going on. We've got Sonny on his right, cricket replays on his left, and Martin, experienced vet now.
Deck in the middle.
No one can see it. No, he's just waved at the ground staff as well. And they don't have to have all them stinging balls getting hit at them.
Well, there's a few hand warmers out there at the minute. 257 for 7, rain in and bowls to... Who's that? Carson, isn't it, on strike?
Yeah, Carson.
He's on 3. McAndrew at the other end on 9. So since T, Carter went for 41. He was caught behind going down the track off the bowling of Matt Kuhneman, and he was caught by Ollie Robinson, who initially appealed for the catch, then broke the stumps as well and appealed for the stumping. It was given caught behind. Garton then got one off the head off Potts, and then a few overs later tried to slog sweep Kuhneman and put him into the hands of Graham Clark on the boundary. Pulled by Carson. There's a man out there that will be cut off. It is cut off. It's Kuhneman fielding that one run down at long leg, and then Pujara LBW to Ben Rain when he was on 115. That's the end of the over. Got through that over pretty quickly there, but there's still 20 to go. So you're looking at around about an hour and 12 minutes, I would say. Maybe an hour and 10 minutes, something like that. So where are we there? So that's 10 to 7. Maybe quarter to 7.
Yeah, with our 2020s we play, we get 80 minutes for it, so it'll be about an hour and 20, won't it? An hour and 10. By the way Kuhneman's bowling, they're rattling for you.
Well, yeah. I'm going out for some Scranton tonight with the Durham scorer, and he booked us a table for 7, and I said they might not have finished by 7.
No, it is getting dark, so I will be impressed if they make it all the way to 7.
Yeah. That's just why that cloud's just drifting slowly past, but there's blue sky behind. I think the lights might come on soon, though. How much it costs to turn them on these days.
That's why they're delaying it, I reckon. They probably could do the lights on soon. There's Kuhneman shaping up to bowl again. 20 overs he's bowled, nearly 3 and over, 2 wickets. Like I said, he's been very patient today, and he's coming into bowl again and blocked away. They have a very, very aggressive field, I'd say, to Carson. Short extra cover, they have a slip in place, a kind of catching extra cover and mid-wicket, and mid-on's pretty tight as well. So building a bit of pressure.
Someone have just hit the post.
Now we have Kuhneman coming in again. Back for length. Bit of a quicker, flatter delivery.
I know we're looking through tinted windows, but this is now starting to, when they're throwing the ball between them, you can't track the ball, can you, in this light? I think the floodlights are now needed.
Yeah, I agree. And now Kuhneman's coming in again. Very patient. When I had a look at the deck, it didn't look like it was going to be able to turn loads yet. And I've played here a few times. It's not a massive dust bowl. It's pretty consistent. Slides on with the slides onto the back quite nicely. So he's done well here. Very patient. Very test match bowler like. Just patient as he comes into bowl here. and that's blocked away again. I imagine the Sussex batters will have to do something to get themselves out, which is what's happened in his 2 wickets. Carter came down the pitch and had a big swipe, and the umpire judged that he'd nicked it, and then Garton got caught a deep square as he comes in and bowls again. It's blocked away again. Carson really should have gone forward to that one. Nearly got trapped on their pads going back to it, but just got away with it.
And Sunderland are a goal down again at home.
So Carson's having a little word with himself. He wasn't too happy with himself there. He knew he should have been going forward. So let's see how he responds as Kuhlman comes up to bowl. Leans back, cuts it out for 1 to deep cover, and that'll be the over there. Another very patient over from Kuhlman, only 1 from it, and that leaves us 259 for 7. The crowd is starting to really disappear now. It was so funny. As you saw Pujara get out, there was about 100 people, I reckon, just all stood up and then gradually started making their way to the exit. So I reckon they were all holding off to see him bat till the end of the day.
Well, they've certainly had some entertainment today out. It's following in a group of 4 guys who were chatting about the fact that they got the free tickets, and then when I went out to grab something to eat a little bit later on, I was stood near the burger van, and there was 4 or 5 blokes there all talking about how they'd all got free tickets and taken advantage of it. So it's brought people in. One guy was saying he hadn't been here for a couple of years, I think he said 2 or 3 years.
Yeah.
So
had a really good feel about today, didn't it?
Yeah.
Even when I turned up, there was a bit of a buzz, which is nice to see, especially early April when it's normally freezing cold.
Rain down the hill, comes in and bowls, and that's played safely away by Carson towards the covers, picked up by Potts.
They would have made more today at the club, wouldn't they, through having people come in, using the food stalls and stuff
Well,
like that?
the food money's not gone into their pocket, has it? Because they've brought in burger vans and stuff like that. So the ground staff are moving away again now. I think they're satisfied that cloud that's drifting to the west of us is not going to cause any problems. I mean, whoever's running the burger vans and the mobile bars will have paid to be here, but that's a drive. And did he get a hand on that?
Yeah, he's dropped it.
Well, it was going like a shell. Carson hammered that one out towards point. Bushnell got a hand on it, and all he could do is tip it up into the air.
I think
that was a very good stop. That.
I think he'll be disappointed with that. The way the ball dropped down, it felt like he got a full hand to it and didn't just quite grasp it. But
well, I'm not. You see, I don't know if that bounced before it reached him because of the way the light is here.
No, I thought it went on the floor and it was a drop. It's a tough chance. He was diving up, but it was definitely a dropped opportunity, I think. And the amount of fielding you do these days, you still feel like that was a missed opportunity.
Rain bowls again, and he falls over as he bowls, and then the batsman pulls out of the shot halfway through and inadvertently still plays it towards the leg side.
I'm being harsh on Bushnell there, but it's just one of those where you get half chances like that and you do so much training in the winter that you get one like that and you feel like you should take it. And yeah, he looks disappointed with himself, or he's hurt his hand because it's come at him like an absolute rocket.
He was at full stretch and he was off the ground.
Still got a full hand on it. Would have been a fine in my team for a drop catch.
Rain in and played this time by Carson up towards mid-off. I think that's a bit harsh when it's going like that in a ring of knots in this light. He's looking back across the field and he's got a mixture of people in dark clothing and white seats and lots of little gaps under the stands.
I just know myself, if I got a full hand on it, you'd hope to hold on to it. But he looked disappointed with himself. You can always tell by their reaction whether they're just like, oh, I gave it a go, or whether it was a good opportunity. And he seemed a little bit disappointed with himself.
Rain in, full-length delivery played into the covers to Potts, who then has a shy of the stumps at the non-strikers end as McAndrew has to turn and get back to his crease.
It feels like it's building towards getting this new ball, doesn't it? And then we're going to spring into action with the ball doing all sorts. And I bet as a Sussex bowler, you'd kind of be hoping to bowl in conditions like this. It sounds a bit weird, doesn't it?
Still 7 overs after this delivery to the new ball. Yeah. And in this light, you just wonder how far on they'll progress. The sun's been behind the cloud for some time now. Rain in, final ball of the over. It's a half volley and it's dispatched to the boundary past point for 4. Quite nicely done.
That was a good finish to the over from Carson. Actually a good ball. He's been nipping it in a little bit today, Rain, and that one was just an away swinger and Carson's timed it well. Well played.
261 for 7, so at the moment Sussex trailing Durham's first innings total by 111.
It's a lot of runs still, isn't it? They put up a lot of runs yesterday, Durham, without even realising they were going at nearly a run a ball at times, or even more than that.
David McCall's emailed. He says it looks gloomy on the live stream as well. Not great in the northeast either. Never really got out today, even though I've had some washing on the line for a few hours. It's finishing off in the dryer right now. Oh, hark at millionaire Dave, who can afford to turn a drying machine on these days. He must have won the lottery.
Right now, Kuhneman's back for his 22nd over now. Coming up the hill, and he comes down the pitch, McAndrew, and that is absolutely massive. Smokes it over mid-on, 4 or 6, and the ball, I think, has gone under the covers, so they might have to move them around to get them. That's an excellent shot.
Smacked into the wall next to our commentary position.
That's a brilliant shot. He's timed that really well. And I have another view of Adrian Harms on all fours on the table, trying to find the ball and point it out to Alex Lees. That was an excellent shot. He's come down the pitch, very controlled, and that's what I was talking about earlier, having levers. He's a tall guy, a lot of arms, so if he gets that bat swinging, it's going to go an absolute mile if he connects, and that was an excellent shot. And just notice, the floodlights are coming on, and
you could hear Leesy's spikes on the gravel there, couldn't you, as he was coming to get the ball?
To hear. But I like that intent from McAndrew, putting the pressure on the bowler. And I feel like the length Kuhneman's been bowling today, with him not turning as much. Pujara in particular was using his feet a lot, and it's something Sussex could have been doing a little bit more. So I like the fact McAndrew's used his feet like that.
He's coming left arm over now.
Yeah, he's changed the line, which is probably a smart thing to do because you can't get lined up as easily that way. It more promotes you doing a slog sweep or something like that. But I like the fact that McAndrew's done that kind of counter-attack. And he did well in the Big Bash during 2020. So he's not new to playing the aggressive shots as Kuhneman comes in and it's blocked away again from McAndrew. It's a typical joke, isn't it? He'll block it, or he'll big swing for 6, then you do 5 dots in a row because you've got your runs for the over. So Kuhneman's going to come in again, up the slope, a little bit flatter, a little bit quicker, and it's another dot ball. But yeah, the floodlights are really bright now. They've brightened up the ground a little bit. We do have tinted windows looking out this commentary box, but it is gloomy outside 100%, so they are needed as Kuhneman comes in again. It's flicked away for a dot.
Well, I'm just looking at it because the glass angles away from us, doesn't it? But what it does is, because it's sort of mirrored glass on the outside, it's the reflection of the ceiling adds another level of darkness on the inside.
Yeah, Kuhneman comes in here and it's blocked away again. No, you're absolutely right. It just makes it look even darker, and that is the end of the over. So literally was a 6 first ball and then 5 dots, and it was a great shot from McAndrew. If you saw on the live stream, it was absolutely massive and it was pretty flat as well. But Kuhneman got out of that over quite well without taking any more damage. It looks like a bowling change here as well. Cast coming back on.
Yeah, is that him? Yes, it is. He's just handed his jumper to the umpire.
I went out a little bit earlier and he was getting some real life out the pitch. I was just sitting near the members side on to or level with the wicket, and he was really getting some bounce, and you could hear just the way the ball was hitting the bat was slightly different to the other bowlers. He was getting a bit of life, a bit of bounce, and he's definitely got a bit of pace about him.
Big win for Hartlepool today, trying to stay in the Football League. They beat Grimsby 4-1. Sunderland have just equalised. Gelhardt has scored for them. I will repeat, Gelhardt has scored for them. Seconds after the keeper made a point-blank save at the other end. Here's Cast coming down the hill, right arm over, bowling to Carson. Cast to Carson. This is going to get confusing. He's gone out into the covers for one. Thankfully, he's off strike now, so it's Cast to McAndrew instead.
Pretty heavy ball to start with. Properly strides in as well, doesn't he? It gives it his all.
And at the Stadium of Light, I think Sunderland have scored again. 2-1 now. Scored 2 goals in 2 minutes. It's a crazy start of the game. Carson, right arm over, balls. McAndrew defends. The ball bounces down hard into the ground and runs off up towards Lees at... is that Lees? Yes, it is. Mid-on. His throw back to the keeper. The keeper diving to his left.
Is that another goal again?
Yeah. 21 minutes, 2-1.
Wow. Sorry, you're suddenly tuning into football updates, but are you a big Sunderland fan of mine?
Got season tickets. My daughters would actually be there today in my absence, but they're on holiday. Cast balls defended by McAndrew. I think I'll probably see one more game this season. I think there's a Birmingham match midweek, in a couple of weeks or something. Might be next week.
And that's Diallo, I think. Big talent from United on loan. Has he impressed you this year?
He's been good. He's done really well, but he just got a bit sort of run down a few weeks ago and was left out for a while. I think he went back to Manchester United for a check over, didn't he, or something? But he scored some cracking goals. In comes Cars. And that's played to point. It is quite difficult to follow the track of the ball here now, even with the floodlights on.
That was a solid shot there. It was about 4th stump line, and he's just leapt back and crunched it to point. And it's a good stop from Bushnell. McAndrew can hold a bat. He's shaped up really well so far, and a massive 6.
What's his highest score? 20 something or other, was it?
Well, he averaged 35 last year in first-class cricket.
Oh, he's got 92 Warwickshire against Yorkshire.
Yeah.
He's got 650s, so he knows what he's doing.
Yeah.
In comes the bowler. Oh, that's a top edge, and it's gone for 6. He's trying to duck out the road of a bouncer there, and that might have even come off the back of the splice of the bat. Did he go to the V?
That's literally an instinct shot where you see the length and you just instinctively pull it, and then you realise you're nowhere near it, so just close your eyes, hope for the best, and it's gone for 6. Yeah, he's not known anything about that. I think he's thought it's going to be shorter than it was. Committed to the pull shot, and thankfully it's a top edge for 6, but he didn't look too sure about where they'd actually gone. But a 6 is a 6.
Well, they've got the deficit under 100 now. 2, 7, 8 for 7. In comes Cars. This is defended on off stump. Ball runs up and just misses the stumps at the bowler's end. What's this partnership worth now then? It was Ollie Robinson and was it Matthew Hobden? They put on was it 110 for the final wicket against Durham a few seasons ago?
Good, right, so the legend it is. It's coming back on, so I'll leave you guys to it.
164 they put on. I thought there would have been 30 last week. So Ollie Robinson made 110. I think that was his Sussex debut as well. Kuhneman bowling round the wicket here from the sea end. That's gone off towards backward point. Adrian's coming back on to join us now. Well, have equalised, my lord.
Sorry, you were talking about Ollie Robinson's...
2-2 now.
Kuhneman comes in and bowls to Carson, who flicks that back to the square on the leg side. They've taken 1. In fact, the fielder there, he tripped over. Did he lose a shoe? He did lose his shoe. Who's that fielding out there, Martin? He's lost his shoe, much to the amusement of the other Durham players.
It's Ben McKinney.
Right, well, he lost his shoe. I think he's okay, which is...
back on.
Were you talking about Ollie Robinson's maiden 100? Were you?
Yeah, with Matt Hobden at the other.
Yeah, it was,
put on
yeah.
164.
Yeah, amazing. Yeah, we were both there. In comes Kuhneman again, bowls. Carson forward, plays into the offside. I think everybody hopes that that's a record that stays forever in the Sussex annals. Floodlights on, Kuhneman back to his mark. 280 for 7. Comes in again and bowls. Useful runs these for Sussex. So Carlson defends into the offside. Fielded it. Silly mid-off. There is no run. There's a slip and that's silly mid-off. Backward point, cover mid-off. Mid-on, mid-wicket. Deep backward square. Oh, sorry, the sweeper on the cover boundary I missed. Kuhlman in bowls. Needs to be called into action here, but he's not going to get there because it's thrashed away by Jack Carson. Ben Rain, who's the fielder out there, has got no chance. Carson picks up another boundary. He goes to 18. And Sussex to 284 for 7 as the gentleman has to climb over the advertising hoardings to my right-hand side and retrieve a tennis ball that's been thrown onto the field inadvertently, I hasten to add. Kuhlman bowls and Carson nudges forward, plays it around the corner. They've taken one. They think about coming back for a second, but they don't because McKinney is in very quickly. Doesn't lose his shoe on this occasion. Picks up a single. Jack Carson pinches the strike. End of the over. He's on 19 off 33 balls. Sussex 285 for 7. Nathan McAndrew on 21. And these two with a very important little partnership here of Sussex of 40, which when they were 245 for 7 and Garton and Pujara going with the score on 245, we might have thought we might see Durham back tonight. We might still see that, but at the moment these two are doing a good job for their county and reducing the arrears.
That was what got me thinking about Ollie Robinson and Matt Hobden's partnership. It's never over till it's over, sort of thing.
No, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely.
Carson coming down the hill again. Carson is on 19. He bowls. Carson defends. The ball bounces high into the air and is snatched one-handed by the bowler. He's follow through. In our corner of the ground, just where where that ball's just come from there's a little family sitting and playing with a tennis ball. It just bounced over the fence. A half volley and it's been dispatched to the boundary for 4 on our right-hand side.
Yeah, that was a nice juicy half volley, wasn't it? He wasn't going to miss out on that, Jack Carson. But
now it's still not gone.
Yeah.
And it's moved through really, really slowly. There's no wind at ground level. The flag's limp. And then there's another big bank behind it, which actually, from this angle, looks like a giant flying saucer, doesn't it? That's a set of clouds to come. Carson is pulled by Carson for 6 over deep square leg and into the director's lounge by the looks of things. Ball's landed on the balcony there. Andrew's retrieved it, I think.
Yeah, I think that's the boardroom over there. Yeah. So, Great and the good sit over there, Martin, on the balcony. And are we going off?
No, I don't think so, but I think there's a partnership total there, is it?
It's the 50 partnership. Yeah, they came together when it was 245.
So that's 50 in 64 balls.
It's been a good partnership, hasn't it? Just when Sussex looked like they were rocking a little.
So he banged one in short there, Bryden Carson. Clearly Carson had no difficulty in spotting it because he hooked it straight into the stand. What's the score now? Is 295 for 7. So they're 5 runs away from their second batting point.
Yeah, and it's going to be Jonathan Bushnell who's going to come in from this end of the ground to bowl to Nathan McAndrew. He's in and bowls, and McAndrew drives without timing to backward point, and there is no right. You're listening to live cricket on the BBC Radio Sussex in Newcastle. We'll be here tomorrow. And commentary on every ball of every game of every county right throughout the season. And this has been a really good game to start the season off. You know, we lost a few overs yesterday, but a full day so far today as in comes Bushnell bowls and McAndrew drives from the crease. And Bushnell fields of his own bowling and there is no run. Be interesting tomorrow to see you never know what's going to happen in these games. Martin was talking about that wonderful partnership with Ollie Robinson and Matthew Hobden all those years ago at Durham, the record stand. You never know quite, Sussex may go past Durham. We'll have to wait and see. In comes Bushnell bowls and McAndrew has 4 more. That's a nice shot. It was outside the off stump and he just stood and delivered and belted the ball through the covers for 4 runs. Lovely shot by Nathan McAndrew. He's had a good day. Picked up a fifer. And he's now 25 not out and Sussex 2.99. Is that Martin for 7?
2.99 for 7. Yeah. The where are we? 2.5 overs away from a new ball.
Yeah, and that comes Bushnell again bowls, and McAndrew drives down the ground. It hits the stumps at the non-striker's end, but on this occasion, unlike when Ali Orr was batting, Jack Carson was safely home. Someone's not very happy around the ground. In comes Bushnell over the wicket, bowls and cut away by McAndrew. That's going to be 4 more. A bit wide of the off stump and carved away by Nathan McAndrew down to third man. He takes the second boundary of the over. Nice looking shot. He goes to 29, and the Sussex 300 is up. 303 for 7. These are very, very useful runs for Sussex. I rather feared when George Garton was out that Sussex may have a substantial deficit to face, but we said Jack Carson can bat. He made 87 down at Worcester a few years ago. In comes Bushnell and bowls. Oh, that kept low. And well taken by Robinson. That really was a good take because that crept along the floor. Taken by Robinson, end of the over. So we've got 2 overs until the new ball is available. I'm almost certain that Durham will take it. The light isn't great. I just wonder whether they're saving Matt Potts for a little blast with this new ball to pick up these last.
Yeah, you'd think so. And, you know, if Durham want to ball with a new ball and the umpires say, well, it's too dark, they're not going to just stick out there for the sake of sticking out there with the old ball, are they? Because that doesn't benefit them. So then you're in the realms of going off for bad light again. But you could see parity here, really, couldn't you, I suppose?
Yes.
$13 overs left. So that's just over, that's about 48 minutes-ish or so.
Yeah. I mean, the last thing I would imagine Durham will want to do here is the own and bat tonight, to be honest.
Yeah. Cars, Cromwell Road end, an attempted drive by Carson. He misses it, bounces out the keeper's gloves.
So the years, I mean, at what, 73 the arrears. So, you know, we've had 2 days, 73 runs between the team. We've had 17 wickets in 2 days. Really good game of cricket to start the season off, and with a good weather forecast over the next couple of days.
Yeah.
We're to get 104
I don't
overs
think
tomorrow.
there's any real rain due until quite late on Sunday night.
Yeah, that's right.
There's going to be quite a bit of heavy rain coming in Sunday night, Monday.
Yeah, Monday's a horrible day. I think it's a washout across the country. I think.
Probably be on the train. Carson stands firm, plays it away up to mid-off. So if it's raining on Monday and it's chucking it down, are you going to come back down to pick me up, to drive me up the hill to the train station? Is that how it's going to work out?
I like you, Martin, as you know, but I think I might pay for you to get a cab.
Okay.
You never know, you might get... the way the game's gone so far, you think we could go quite deep into Sunday.
Carson comes in. Carson has bowled. He's tried to smash him into next week, and he's missed the ball entirely. And that made a funny noise as it smacked into the stumps, didn't it? So that's the end of him. He's gone for 29, which is the same score that McAndrew's on at the other end, and it ends the partnership at 58. And as things stand, the deficit is 73.
That was a strange shot, wasn't it?
He was just trying to take him on, wasn't he? He'd hit him for a 6 in the previous over, but that was from a short ball. I mean, this one is was a decent ball. He's now angry with himself.
He's really... I like Jack Carson enormously, and one of the things I like about him is that he's incredibly competitive. He hates getting out. He hates getting hit for 4. And I like that. You know, he's walked up there.
He's hit the top of off stump. He's swung right across the line, but never moved his feet.
Yeah, and, he will be furious with himself because it does just say no disrespect to the Henry Crocombe and Sean Hunt. who are capable of hanging around, but I wonder whether now we may see an assault from Nathan McAndrew, because a quick 30 or 40 here from McAndrew may be just what the doctor ordered. We'll have to see how things go. And as I say, I'm sure the Durham Openers may be thinking, oh, crumbs, we might have to face a couple of sort of awkward overs here. Either way, Sean Hunter's come in ahead of Henry Crocombe. It looks a very good pitch, doesn't it? There's no signs of it at this stage of the season. It's very unlikely to be taking too much spin or... So it really is even Stevens, and Durham with these important runs in the bank. And I'd imagine tomorrow we'll see them. If it's a nice day, I'm sure they'll be batting as they did in the first innings.
Pass comes in to bowl, and that's a leave. Who's it? Sean Hunt's the new man.
Yeah, Sean Hunt is the new man, and Henry Crocombe will be coming in at number 11. What's Sean?
Number 11 basically nailed on for Henry Crocombe as he worked hard for the number 11 slot.
Well, last season we'd have seen Henry in ahead of Sean, I think, but I watched Sean back down here for a while on Monday when they played Exeter University. I don't think we're going to see, Sean smashing it around the ground, but he's perfectly capable of holding up an end and providing support for Nathan McAndrew. I'm sure they're the instructions.
Hunt facing Carse with a bounce to that one. He ducks out the road of it. Ducks under. He's a tall lad as well, isn't he? So
he is. There was no fast bowlers union there. He pitched that one halfway down, didn't he? That was welcome to some fairly dodgy light from Bryden class. I think we're on the cusp here, Martin. I don't think it needs to get much darker. It's a shame, really, because there's lots of blue sky. If the sun came out, I'm sure we'd have a glorious, late afternoon, early evening here. But I don't think we're going to get to 7 o'clock or whatever it was, 7:05 as it was yesterday.
Oh, that whips in and that's got him midships, hasn't it?
Well, it sounded as if it may have got him somewhere very painfully. He looks
He's
all right.
trying to stand up and pretend it isn't hurt.
Yeah, I wonder if that wrapped him in the thigh. The umpires didn't look at each other, which is normally a telltale sign that they're getting a bit twitchy about the light. But just noticing there's someone having a word to the... I just wonder whether Durham might be saying, actually, we quite fancy going off here now, because I'm sure they won't want to come out and face 3 or 4 awkward overs just at the end of the day if a couple of wickets were to fall. I wonder whether we might see a bit of Nathan McAndrew looking to take the attack to Durham here. It's been very much the way it's gone with attacking cricket. And it's going to be Jonathan Bushnell who's going to bowl the 80th over of the innings. So after this over, the new ball would be available for Durham, and I see no reason why they wouldn't take it. In comes Bushnell running away from us, in and bowls to McAndrew. McAndrew plays this to mid-wicket, fielded by Ben Rain, and there is no run. Durham have got... a 12th man is coming out with a sun hat. What a funny thing to bring out at this time of day. Anyway...
Keeps the head warm.
Well, possibly. There's a slip in the gully.
I don't think David Beddingham wears caps. He always goes for the wide-brimmed hat.
Right. Well, he's just been bought out a wide-brimmed hat. As in comes Bushnell bowls and hits McAndrew on the pad. It kept a little low, in fairness. I don't know whether he got a little nick on that. I would imagine he probably did. And there is no run. So there's a slip in a gully, back will point cover mid-on, mid-wicket. So there are just 2 fielders out on the leg side. Everyone else is in saving the one. I thought they might have given McAndrew the single, but in comes Bushnell bowls and McAndrew covers up, plays it straight back down the track. There is no run. So no sign in the opening 3 balls of the over that Nathan McAndrew is looking to step on the accelerator here. Now I can see Matthew Potts warming up at second slip, so I think that will tell us that the new ball is going to be taken, and it's going to be Matthew Potts who's going to take it, bowling down the hill.
And then the moment he gets it in his hand, will they go off a bad line?
And comes Bushnell bowls, and McAndrew clips this one down to fine leg. They've taken 1, they're thinking about 2. They're going to come back for the second. They need to get a move on. The throw comes in. Off he hits, he's out. but he didn't hit. He threw to the right end. It was a good bit of work down at fine leg. The throw came in and Sean Hunt was really struggling running back to the non-striker's end. I was a little surprised they took two there because there were only two balls left in the over. Yeah, it was McKinney. That was he hit, but he was miles out.
Him and Jones were way out in the deep, and they both had their hands on their heads because it was so close to hitting the stumps.
Yeah, one far away at all. Two more to McAndrew. He goes to 31, 305 for 8. McAndrew eases this one through the offside. They've taken one. They may settle on one here. I'm surprised about that. Really surprised. They're coming back for the second run. So McAndrew goes to 33, 307 for 8. One more ball in the over. I would imagine the field will come in here to prevent the single because Matt Potts will undoubtedly take the new ball. Yes, indeed they are. They're bringing in the deep mid-wicket to square leg on the single. The fine leg is staying out. As in comes Bushnell and he bowls, and a good delivery that McAndrew could only defend to mid-on, fielded by the skipper Alex Lees. I think that means we will see the new ball being taken, and I see no reason for them to go off just because it's a new ball. The umpires aren't looking at each other. Potts is going to be marking out his run, I expect, and yes, there we go. It is going to be Matthew Potts who's going to take the new ball. So 307 for 8. Sean Hunt will be facing the new ball. And there are 11 overs left in the day. He doesn't lack anything for bravery, does Sean Hunt. He won't be getting...
Dinged away to the left, and suddenly he's flying through the end. Took a magnificent one-handed stop there.
And I'll tell you what, it was unfussy, wasn't it? I mean, he took it, just gave the ball. He wasn't sort of rolling around, lots of histrionics. Brilliant.
Comes in again, bowls, and ball played out to Jones in the covers, no run. Bounced along the floor, actually, that one.
Did it? I thought it was happy. We are really quite close to going off here, I think, is my feeling.
But not according to Liam.
No, not according to Liam. It just...
In that room, is that a tinted window next door or not? In this little room that I'm in?
Good question.
It'll probably all have to be, won't it?
Yeah.
It's what? Brighter out there?
It's definitely brighter.
Okay, well, that's good news. It'd be nice to get these overs in, wouldn't it? It really would be nice. People are really huddled up over here now the sun's got in.
Potts balls. That's left alone outside the off stump.
I think it helps if it's dark here, so then obviously it's reflected. It looks dark.
Yeah. Martin's waving to someone out there. Martin's having a conversation with Bryden Cars, who's in trouble now. Bryden was in a conversation with Martin Emerson, and his skipper wanted him at fourth slip.
Yeah.
You're going to get it in the neck now, isn't it? I was talking to that commentator.
He's going to take a crack and catch it, and they say, I haven't got a clue what Emerson was going on out there. Pot in. And that's left alone. That's gone across towards first slip. How many balls left in this over? I thought that was the end.
One.
One to go. Yeah, but the camera always enhances the light generally, naturally anyway, because it's got built-in filters. It's digital, you see. Yeah. Well, I've got to go next door and do an update for Radio Newcastle in a sec anyway, so 2-2 at the stadium, like it is at the moment. Hasn't been a goal for a good 20 minutes. In comes Potts once more, tries to York McAndrew, he keeps that away. It's gone off to point. That is the end of the over. I'll be back a little bit late.
So Martin is going off to do his final update of the day. So a little bit of jiggling around with microphones, etc. Liam is back with us. Well done. Really well, picked up 3 wickets from memory, and then picked up some injuries, and he's worked really, really hard on his fitness over the last 2 years. As in comes.
It's a tricky one with this fitness, because I've spoken to a few of the players that played with him, and he lost a lot of weight.
Huge amount.
And then went to the gym, and then when he came back bowling, his body wasn't ready for it, and then got injured again. So it's an interesting point, and I don't know if any of the listeners agree, I feel like there should be more bowling going on in the winter to keep your workloads going, so that you don't just hit the gym, come to April, and then your body's not used to it. I think you still need to get quite a lot of overs in your legs.
Here we are. He took 3 for 47 in his debut. As in comes Ben Rain, bowls to McAndrew, plays into the offside. There is no run. That was the first game of the season 2 years ago up at Old Trafford. It was still during COVID times, actually.
Do you reckon this is quite an important innings for McAndrew? I feel like the way he bowled today, taking a fifer, if he can really start putting some runs on, he's got to be pushing for an Australian spot. It feels like it's there if he carries on and makes a statement that he can hold the bat as well.
I don't quite know enough. I mean, I was certainly impressed with the way that he bowled. As in comes Rain over the wicket bowls and driven down the ground by McAndrew, and there is no run. He's clearly an all-round cricketer, isn't he? Whether there's space in the Australian side. I mean, he said to me last night that he was really very surprised to get a call up for to come and play county cricket. Delighted that he has. It's the end of the over. Ben Rain has now bowled 18 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 82, 9 overs remaining in the day. I get the feeling here that so if a wicket goes down now, Durham would face 6 overs, or if 2 wickets went down tonight. 309 for 8. What does that make the arrears? Your maths is probably better than mine. I think it makes it 67. Is that right?
Yes.
Yeah, 67. So a useful lead for Durham, but by no means insurmountable as far as Sussex are concerned.
Yeah, it's been really impressive. I'm just looking at Potts' figures here. His economy is really good.
Yeah, very good. He's on a lot of short stuff, hasn't he?
Yeah,
Particularly to Pujara.
He's bowling well, and he's coming in again down the hill, and that's jagged back, and Sean Hunt seems to keep getting pinned on the thigh pad. He keeps getting nailed, so he's going to be sore tonight with all those bruises around his thighs. But I've been really impressed by Potts, and I was asking for him to come on earlier in the day, because I feel like he could have been the one to maybe cause Pujara problems. But it looks like they've been saving him for the new ball, and he's tearing down the wicket. And Adrian's said it earlier, he's got such good rhythm when he bowls. He's so good to watch, and I've just watched the replay there. That's jagged off stump and jagged back onto his thigh pad. And as he comes down the hill again, good length ball, and that's well fended away from Sean Hunt. You can see it there. I don't know if you saw Adrian. He's gone on back foot to play a half volley. So I think Sean Hunt's conscious that anything shortish he's not too comfortable with. He's played a back foot defence there to a full ball. So I think he's worried about the short stuff a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. And you're facing an England bowler, aren't you? In sort of, I know the light it's not brilliant, but I mean the lights are on.
It's an interesting one. We've got Potts steaming in again down the hill. There's a good length ball, and it's just fended to point for another dot ball. But yeah, Sean Hunt looks solid. That's why
he is. No, he is solid. I watched him here against Exeter on Monday for a few overs, and he suddenly gets into line. He lacks nothing in courage.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
But no, it's a good story, Sean. And if he could keep himself fit, and you got the benefit of being there's 2 left arm overs in this, 3 now. There's George Gart and Brad Curry.
Yeah,
he bowled well last year, and Sean.
No, absolutely. And Potts is steaming again. He's found his rhythm, and that's a bumper there, and he's got underneath that very well. But that goes to show they can still see the ball quite well. I think if he didn't see that,
I
got
agree.
Pinned, but he saw it very early. I tell you what, Brad Curry really impressed me last year. I didn't really know enough about him, and I saw he started taking up wickets. And a few of the crowd, I was talking to some of the guys while I was waiting for my chicken burger earlier, and they're talking about the selection and stuff, because it was quite a big talking point, and a lot of people mentioned Curry's name. So I think a lot of people were impressed by him last year when he was bowling.
Yes,
so
he bowled very well.
That would be
really bowled. He took a fifer from memory at Lords, and bowled particularly well in the One Day Cup.
Yeah, interesting. And Potts is coming in. I reckon this to be a fuller ball, and it is, and it's driven straight to extra cover. It's absolutely nailed, flown off the bat, and extra cover's rubbing his hands. So I think it's a little bit cold out there, and I don't think he quite fancied that one with how hard the new ball is. But yeah, Curry's impressed me from what I've seen from him. Is he out injured at the moment, isn't he?
Not as far as I'm aware. I saw him the other day just to sort of say hello to walking around the ground. I'm not aware of any injuries. We know that Steve Finn isn't going to be available for the first couple of months of the season, but other than that, Not that I'm aware.
Yeah, and then Potts comes in and he's nearly pinned him with a bumper, but he's just got out the way of it. And that's a dot ball. So that's the end of the over, and that was a good over from Potts. But with a new ball, you've got to be challenging the stumps more against these tail enders, I would say.
Yeah, I was going to say, I mean, they are good figures from Matt Potts. Looking from afar, what's it there? Is that 16 or 18 overs?
He's bowled
18 overs, 6
Oh, no, that's Rain, 18 overs. I think Potts has bowled 16.
16 overs, 6 maidens, 1 for 38. So economy-wise, it's a very good spell. My observation, it's not a criticism, because I never criticise. I'm sure there's good reason. My observation would be that he's bowled a little too short, and particularly to the tail enders with the new ball, you've got to make the batsman play, really.
100%.
So, 8 overs to go in the day, and it's going to be Ben Rain who's going to bowl the first of those up the hill, coming into bowl to McAndrew, who's solidly forward, plays out into the offside, and there is no run. So the arrears now are still 67 as far as Sussex are concerned. The crowd has thinned out considerably in the last half hour or so. If you've been, it's getting quite chilly. I think it's going to be quite cold tonight. And if you've been here all day, and people that are here, I can see are pretty well wrapped up. Well, there is a fella over there in sort of like a short-sleeve T-shirt. It must be frozen.
I think that's just to prove a point, isn't it?
In comes Rain, in and bowls, and McAndrew is forward and plays down the offside, and there is Durham. I think from a Durham point of view, they may be quite happy with this last sort of little passage of play, because the ball isn't disappearing around the park.
Yeah.
And whilst they haven't picked up wickets, I'm not sure Durham would fancy batting now. I think they'll be quite happy to pick up these 2 wickets if they can, but I don't think they're going to want to face 2 or 3 overs in this gloom. There's a change in the field. Ben Rain has moved his mid-wicket back to deep mid-wicket.
Yeah, I know what you mean, but at the same point, like if you're bowling, you just want to get the wickets as soon as you can.
I appreciate it. I think if the ball was disappearing around the park, but I do understand. I'm sure they would like to get both wickets, of course they would, but I don't think they're going to be devastated if they won't want to bat tonight. I don't think.
No.
Punched into the offside by McAndrew, who seems quite happy just to stay there. His attacking intent, which he showed, as we haven't seen in evidence in the last couple of overs.
Yeah, I agree. It's consolidated a bit more. It's definitely harder to go at the new ball because it's just getting a bit more bounce, a bit more carry, and it's nibbling a bit more sideways. What I would say with the Durham batting is if they did get in early, I'd love to still see their intent that they showed in the first innings, and it could leave them feeling really confident. It feels like their momentum's fallen their way. So see if they can pick up a wicket here.
Rain is in bowls, and McAndrew looks to signalled a wide down the leg side. Good take by Robinson. That was a little harsh, actually. And Ben Rain is standing at hands on hips, looking at the umpire saying, "Are you sure?" He's saying, "Are you sure about that?"
That was pretty wide, actually, looking it back on the string.
Signalled a wide. So bonus runs for Sussex, who go to 310 for 8. Elsewhere in the Championship today, in the second division, Leicestershire a good recovery, 185 for 3 in reply to Yorkshire's 517. Colin Ackerman and Peter Hanscom steadying the Leicestershire ship after they were in trouble in that game. Glamorgan 366 for 7 against Gloucestershire. Billy Root in the runs. In comes, that's a short bouncer, and Ben Rain. I don't think he's very happy about that wide decision. The ball goes through to keeper Robinson, no run. Yeah, Billy Root, 94 not out. Glamorgan 368 for 7, leading Gloucestershire by 203. And Worcestershire 293 to 6 in reply to Derbyshire's 321. So lots of runs around. Brett D'Oliveira not out, 68. Runs all the way down the scorecard for Worcestershire today. Rain again running up the hill away from us. Bowls to McAndrew, who's forward. Rain fields off his own bowling, and there is no run. In the first division, Notts 136 for 5 in their second innings, leading Hampshire by just 90. Northamptonshire 20 for 1 in their second innings, trailing Kent by 85. Lancashire 230 for 8, trailing Surrey by 212. Middlesex having at one stage been 4 for 4, or 143 for 5 against Essex. As in comes Rain and bowls, and McAndrew plays into the onside. It would have been a maiden over but for the wide, but there was a wide which go against the bowler. End of the over, 310 for 8. We have got Is that going to kick over to 7 overs left in the day? Yes, it is. 7 overs left in the day. Ben Rain, 19 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 63. And that game at Lords, as I say, 4 for 4 Middlesex were, but a recovery. Ryan Higgins is on 69, John Simpson on 50. And those two have so far added 123 for the Middlesex 6th wicket. And the final game, Somerset 241 for 7 against Warwickshire at Taunton. Yesterday's play was washed out.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to finish that game in Taunton, do you?
Doesn't look like it unless it starts to spin, which sometimes it does down in Taunton.
Been an interesting one. We've got Potts in again, steaming down there. He's found his rhythm here. It's just too short. You can't be testing the stumps, I'd say. Easy for me to criticise from here, but with a new ball, tail ender needs to be targeting the stumps a little bit and getting him to miss is a big appeal, and see what the umpire says from there.
I always say it's an observation.
An observation, yeah, we'll go for that. But I've played enough to know games like this where it's a little bit gloomy and it's moving around, you need to pitch that ball up, especially against tail ender, get the stumps in place. So let's see if he can do that. He's steaming in again. Bowls it. Full delivery is nicked. Inside edge, down to fine leg, and that is 4 runs. Much better length from Potts, head on his hand. But yeah, it's gone for 4, so he's going to feel hard done by. Much better length. No footwork from Hunt there, to be honest with you. He's just reached out, trying to hit it through cover, and it's ended up cutting down to fine leg for 4 runs. Potts is going to feel hard done by there, but 4 runs is 4 runs. And Sussex are gradually building this total back up. They're only 60 odd short now, which I know is still a decent feat, but it's just ticking away, and Durham want to get these wickets quite quick just so they don't get near enough their total. And Potts is in again, fuller delivery again, much better length. I like seeing Potts around that area with a new ball. He gets a lot of movement on it, and he did a great spell last year, I think it was against New Zealand, and he got Kane Williamson out, and me and my brother were watching on TV, and when he gets that ball moving nice and full, he's so hard to play against. So see if he can keep up his form from last year.
He's done a good job here, Sean Hunt. He's been for 20 balls he's placed. He's only got 5.
Yeah.
4 of those are a bit streaky.
Potts is in again. That's Nick.
That's out.
And that is out.
Out. Commentator's curse. Well done,
I know,
Adrian.
you've absolutely jinxed him, and it's very similar to the shot that he edged down to fine leg for 4. He's reached outside, as some people would call it, a fish. Potts has bowled a much fuller length, and he's just picked the outside edge. And Robinson's hands have been so good today, and
really good.
He took this phenomenal take.
I think he's been terrific.
Yeah.
Really, I can absolutely understand why Durham wanted him. I mean, I think he's been immaculate behind the stumps today.
Yeah.
There was a little bit of chatter that he might have been on his way to Hove before he went to Durham. There were one or two whispers around, but I think he's just absolute class behind the stumps.
I'm just watching it back here, and
hasn't looked like putting in it. He hasn't had a fumble. I think he's been really, really good.
Yeah, there was no footwork from Sean Hunt there. He'll be a bit disappointed himself. It did nibble, but you want to climb into it if you're going to do a cover drive.
Actually,
like that.
and we were talking about the way that Matthew Potts has bowled, and we were saying at the end of the previous over, that we felt that he'd be better pitching the ball up, and he has, and he gets a wicket. So I think it vindicates now that there's a possibility here. Now we could see Durham batting tonight. I'm sure that they're not going to want to, but that could well be the situation.
Yeah. So would we lose a few overs?
You lose 2.
Lose 2 overs.
So, for example, if a wicket went down now, they would have to face 4 overs tonight.
That'd be really exciting, wouldn't it?
Well, that could well happen, and I'm sure that that's what I was saying about the Durham lads. I mean, it's part of the game. I'm sure that Alex Lees is mentally preparing himself for that. Yeah. That he might have to go out and bat. I think ideally they wouldn't concede any runs in the next few overs, and then get a wicket with 2 overs remaining, go off, and they can start afresh tomorrow morning. But
I reckon they're so keen to get this wicket, and then they'll be in the umpire's ears saying, "Should we just come out tomorrow?"
Yeah. I mean, in fact, if you look at the light now on the Players Club away to our right-hand side, you can see those fluorescent lights. They might even be heaters actually, which are shining really pretty brightly. And a good guide here at Hove is the lights, the groundsman shed at the far end of the ground. If you can see the lights outside there, we're sort of on the cusp. But I don't think it's got that much worse since you said it was okay when you were outside. So.
No, I agree. Now Potts is coming in. I'd love to see this pitched up. Coming into bowl. Oh, and
What
it's gone
a-
down fine leg.
Well,
I think it's come off his thigh pad. Oh, it's a bye.
Well, but that is harsh. Well, having given Ollie Robinson the big send-up, that would have been a brilliant stop if he'd have got that.
Oh, brilliant. It's not quite a wide, which is so tough on Ollie Robinson because
Really
he's been brilliant.
tough. Yeah, I don't think he's conceded a bye. I have to look at the score. I don't think he's conceded a bye. And wicket keepers really take byes to heart. And that they do. I mean, they take it personally, don't they?
Well, they do get judged on it as a statistic, don't they?
Well-
So it's very tricky.
Well, it would have been, he'll think, oh, crumbs.
There we go.
I don't know why we've got this in ours.
Yeah, sorry, we have music playing in the background.
Yes, I don't quite know why they've come to us with music.
Potts is coming in again. Full delivery, well played from Crocombe. Yeah, sorry for the little bit of silence there. We suddenly had some pop music in the background, and I looked at Adrian as if I was missing a trick or something like that. But no, turns out Adrian's playlist is just back on. But we've managed to sort that now.
So I'm looking in Marty's direction. Do you want to go the last couple of overs? Are you happy just to?
I don't mind, whatever you want to do. How many overs are left?
We've got 6 overs remaining in the day. Well, let's get Marty on because he's been off for a little while. I'm sure the folk up in the northeast would like to. So let's get Marty on and he can natter away to Liam.
It's just while they're transitioning now, we've got Rain changing the field around a little bit. It's been a really interesting passage of play. Hunt will be disappointed to get out there, but Crocombe can hold a bat as well. And I think from a Sussex point of view, they'd like to get runs on the board quite quickly. Durham have literally just put everyone out on the boundary now because McAndrew's on strike, so they clearly want Crocombe on strike. Let's see if McAndrew's going to be aggressive. But instead, he bowls an absolute jaffer, lands on off stump, nibbles away to the keeper, and that's a dot ball when it's just beat the outside edge of McAndrew. But I imagine we're going to see some shots here from McAndrew. Mid-wicket, if I'm a batter, I'm looking mid-wicket's in, so maybe I'll be looking to hoik it over mid-wicket or give myself a little bit of room and hit it over extra cover.
Well, really, Durham don't want to take the final wicket until we're in the third from last over of the day, so then they lose what was remaining in that over, 2 for the change of innings, so you come back tomorrow. That's a bouncer through to the keeper.
Yeah. It's been weird because Rain's snuck in a few bumpers today. And
Well, I've just been up on the roof with my light meter, and we're right on the cusp.
Yeah, the sun's
we're getting sun. We're getting a full day's play today,
Well,
guys.
I know, but that next cloud's just about to obscure that sunshine any second now.
We've got a light debate going on. I think we'll get the overs, and the umpires have seemed so keen to get the game on and get it through to the end of the day. And they've not checked their light meter once, I don't think. I think they've been really keen. And Rain's running up the hill here. Looks like a slower ball, bit of an off-cutter, I'd say, and they've taken the singles, so Crocombe's going to be on strike, and I imagine we're going to see all the Durham players sprinting in slips and into short legs trying to get that last wicket, and the sun's come right out. We're getting a full day of cricket today, I reckon, guys. And we're doing a bit of cloud spotting, seeing if the sun will then go behind another one, but the umpires have seemed very keen throughout the day to keep the over rate going. Durham have been very good there. They're +1 on the over rate.
The sun is out now. It's been in for ages, and it'll be back in again about a minute. You mark my words, young man.
No, we're in Costa del Brighton. We get sun down in the south.
You can't guarantee the weather down here.
So Rain's coming up to bowl. Full pitch delivery, and that is just flicked away by Crocombe. He's not timed it particularly well, but because it's a newborn, it's a lot harder. It's absolutely flown off the bat for 4 runs. Great shot there. I actually like the length that Rain's bowled there. He's tried pitching it up, swinging the ball, and Crocombe's just nonchalantly flicked that off his legs for 4 runs. Brilliant shot.
Bit of nonchalance.
Nonchalance.
57 behind, are they now? What's the score?
Yeah, they're getting a lot closer.
Less than that, 53.
Yeah, getting a lot closer. I reckon we'll see a Rain bumper here. He's been good for a few bounces today. It just feels like he likes to get them out of his system. But he's sprinting up the hill now, coming into bowl. And it's a full pitch delivery and well played by Crocombe. Crocombe looks better than just your typical number 11, to be honest with you. He looks like he can hold a bat, and he scores some few runs. He can hold a bat. It'll be interesting to see how McAndrew faces Potts if he comes down the hill, because that'll be a good matchup. And Potts has had a little bit of extra heat about him, so let's see if he takes him on or just rotates a strike.
3 catches for Ollie Robinson today. From a Durham point of view, bowling figures-wise, I'll run you through those in a sec.
And Rain's just coming up the hill for the last ball in the over. Slower ball, and that feels like a bit of a waste of a ball there, to be honest with you. An off cutter. He's actually apologised to Alex Lees there as if it was a waste of ball. And that is the end of the over. But Rain's been impressive today. He's had a couple of really game-changing overs, and let me just check. He's taken his jumper off, and that is still Potts to carry on from the Cromwell win.
2 wickets for Matty Potts, 2 for 42 in 17 overs, 6 of which have been maidens. Ben Rain, 2 for 68 from 24 maidens for him. 1 for 80 from Bryden Coss, 16 overs, 2 maidens from him. 2 for 77 from Matt Kuhneman, the spinner. 23 overs he's bowled. No maidens though. No maidens for Bushnell either. 1 for 51 from 10 overs. So we have bright sunshine on half the field, and across to the western side of the ground on our left, it's in shadow. Playing a miss there, or maybe a late leave on this occasion from McAndrew.
I'll tell you what's really tough is the shadows. That's the thing I really struggle with. And there's a massive shadow going on a good length. Can you see it?
Yeah.
And you do, as a batter, lose track of the ball.
Yeah. And the bowler is running in from the shadow as well.
Yeah.
So I know for a fact they might struggle to pick out how he's holding the ball as he's coming running in here.
Yeah, it's just...
He runs into a shadow and then back into sunshine right at the last second as he comes in and out of the light here. This is defended and goes out into the covers.
But yeah, it's a really tricky one. There's literally a shadow on a length, and for any other viewers that wondering why that makes a difference, as you're trying to track the ball, if it then goes into a little bit of darkness at that pace, you just lose complete track of it. And with a bowler as skilled as Potts, with him swinging it and nibbling it around, if you lose track of it for a millisecond, it can be really tough to play. So it's going to be a tricky little battle for McAndrew here.
Potts in. Oh, that stays quite low on McAndrew. He plays and misses the ball just wide of off stump. It's gone through the keeper. I suppose you could say that the pick of the bowler has actually been Ben Rain, because although he's conceded less, he's taken no, he hasn't. Where is he? He's taken 2 for 68, so slightly more than Potts. But he also got the run out of ore, didn't he? So really, he's taken 3 wickets to everybody else's 2.
Yeah, my pick of the bowlers has been cast today. I just feel like he's the one that's really steamed in trying to make something happen, and his figures don't reflect that. But
Potts balls. That's gone through to the keeper as well.
I just like the intent he came in with, and he was given a bit of a tricky spot coming in, just trying to bowl in a Pujara back of a length, and it was clearly a captain's plan rather than his plan. And I was really impressed by how hard he worked today. He really ran his socks off.
That was actually a very late leave from McAndrew, because he looked like he wasn't going to play it, and then suddenly he was, and the ball wasn't far off the off stump at all there from Potts.
He's bowling well here, Potts. Much filler.
Comes in again. And that's he's had a little waft at that one, wide of the off stump. 1 ball left of the over, and then there's 4 to go. So we might get the 104 overs in. That swung away quite a bit late on, that last delivery.
Yeah, and there's still a few of the crowd holding on to the end of the day. I don't know where that dog's coming from. Can you hear that in the background? Didn't know you were allowed dogs in here.
It probably came from a litter. You can get doggy season tickets at Durham.
Really?
Yeah. Last ball of the over.
Wow.
And that's playing a miss through to the keeper again.
That's an absolute jaffa.
That's a maiden over in which the batsman has tried to play at a number of deliveries and missed them all. That one's pitched on off stump and just done too much.
That's an absolute Jaffa. And a Jaffa is what we call a very good ball. It's pretty much unplayable as a batter, and you've just got to thank your lucky stars that you've not edged it, because that is unplayable. Elite level bowling from Potts there. I definitely agree. I was talking to Adrian earlier, and he was probably a little bit too back of a length, and it just means if you do hit the seam, the batters aren't going to be stretching enough to be able to nick it. So bowling that fuller length is definitely going to be a better option for him, and he got an edge straight away as soon as he changed that fuller length with Sean Hunt, and he's making a lot more play and misses as well. So definitely the better option. And we've got Rain coming up the hill, working hard today. Bowled a lot of overs, and he bowls it full length delivery, and that is just blocked away. Floodlights are still on, and there's still the shadows on the pitch. But yeah, we're definitely getting a full day's playing. But yeah, one player I'd love to speak about, I think Adrian touched on it, is Robinson. He's been really good behind the stumps today, and I think he could hold a bat where he could score some runs, and if there was talks of Sussex getting him, it would have been a great acquisition for him. But I bet Durham are really happy that they managed to sign him. As Rain comes running up the sea end. and it's just blocked away by Crocombe. I think from a Durham point of view, you could be more aggressive here. Bring in mid on into a catcher, bring on mid off into a catcher rather than just their standard spots, and see if Crocombe fancies driving it past them. Maybe they'll get an edge, or if it nibbles a bit, they'll get an LPW or a bold, but it feels like you want to tease Crocombe into getting them out. Or Durham are just trying to hold off a couple of overs before they want the wicket, just so they don't have to go out and bat today. There's loads of little mind games and tactics behind it as rain comes steaming in again. Delivers it, and it's a bouncer. Told you guys earlier, he's good for a bumper today.
At the Rose Bowl, Notts are only 99 ahead in their second innings, and they've lost 6 wickets, so you'd think that one might end tomorrow. Stumps in Manchester, where Surrey made 442, Lancashire in reply 233 for 8. Somerset 259 for 8 against Warwickshire on effectively day one at Taunton. They lost all of yesterday to the weather and the morning session.
And rain is coming in again to bowl. Steaming up the hill. Full length delivery. Crocombe opens a face down to third man. They're looking for 2, but that's well fielded by the Durham fielder. Throws it back into the keeper, Robinson. And that's just going to be 1, so it gets McAndrew on strike. I'm just trying to watch the field here. They had a normal, pretty traditional field, to be fair to Crocombe. And let's just see if they spread the field out here. They're dropping square leg. But it's staying pretty traditional. So if I was McAndrew here, might fancy myself having a bit of a swing here, right? And I can see him patrolling around the field. It looks like he fancies this.
It's 2 deep on the leg side, 1 at deep mid wicket and 1 at long leg.
And Rain is coming up to bowl. Oh! And he goes to play it down the leg side, and it looks like it's just hit the seam and the leading edge down to point, but it didn't quite carry.
And point didn't quite get there.
I'm just watching that back here. So it's gone a long way. It was going down leg.
To go.
Just nibbled the leading edge.
So, if there's no wicket in the next 2 deliveries, and then there is a wicket in the next over, that would be it for the day. Essex made 266 at Lords. Middlesex in response 157 for 7. They're still playing there.
Now Rain is steaming in, delivers it. Full length delivery, and that is a play and miss. I'd love to see McAndrew throw his hands at that. It's quite full, and it's with the field up, new ball, and the way he's been batting, he could have crunched that, but he's playing maturely, just trying to play it out by the looks of it. Maybe they're trying to see it through to tomorrow as well.
They're in the 3rd innings already at Canterbury. Northants were out for just 117 yesterday. Bold Kent out for 222 today, and they're now 30 for 1 in reply.
So 326 for 9, trailing by 50 here, and Rain's coming up, delivers it, back of a length ball, and that is just cut straight to point, dot ball, and that is going to be the end of the over. Good over again from Rain, hitting the seam on most occasions, trying to test the batters out, and I imagine it's going to be pots to continue from the Cromwell end.
So, where are we? Gloucestershire all out for 165 in Cardiff, and Glamorgan doing well there, 386 for 8. Still playing at the moment. Derbyshire 321 all out in Derby. Worcestershire 326 for 6, with about 3-4 overs of the day left there. Yorkshire have gone off my screen. They're not fitting to the screen anymore, the scores. It's a bit annoying. Yorkshire 517, Leicestershire 194 for 5. That is in Leeds.
And they're going to be down at Sussex in a couple of weeks' time as well. That'd be a good game.
Potts coming in down the hill. An edge, it's gone along the floor and it's away safely for 4. Wide of the slip cordon. Nice little bang there. We've taken some of the shine off the ball. Crocombe on strike for that one. The score moves on to 330 for 9, so there's only 46 runs in it at the moment. So as I said earlier, we could be looking at parity here. It's not going to be far off in the bigger scheme of things. But equally, here we are at the end of day 2, and we've nearly had 2 innings. The game's moved along at a rate of knots, helped by a somewhat smallish boundary on one side of the ground. Once again to Crocombe, he bowls. Crocombe plays, misses at a ball that swings away from him and is taken by the keeper between first and second slip.
This is elite level bowling from Potts here. He's caught the edge, then it's a player miss here. We're just watching it back on the replay here, and that's
too much again, hasn't it?
I know, he's bowling it straight. You can see he's tilting the seam up, just trying to face it towards first slip, and as soon as it's landing, it's just jagging away, and it's too good. It's one of those where you just laugh as a batter and just hope you don't nick it. And Potts 100% since he's changed this fuller length has been much more likely to get a wicket.
Here he comes. Crocombe gets bat on that one, steers the ball along the floor to Bushnell at backward point, who does a bit of a sort of backward roll, and as he tries to stand up, he reminds me of a newly born calf that I saw in the lakes the other day as it stumbled around from left to right.
We call that a parachute roll. And it's one of those where you look really good if you nail it, look fluent and throw the ball, but when you do that, you literally look like you've never played cricket in your life.
And there's a parachute dragging you along the road. Yeah,
yeah, but another good length from delivery from Potts here. Just envision him nicking one soon, don't you, the way he's been bowling.
Crocombe has a waft at that. It's wide of off stump. Yeah, we went up there on this walk up the hill the other day, and there were all these Highland cattle, and this calf must have been born minutes before we got there, because it was lying on its knees, mother licking its back, and it kept trying to stand up and flop back over again, and its mother was trying to nudge it with its nose, and a lady came past and said she didn't think the calf looked well, but then when we came, just as we were about to walk away, it actually took its first steps, and it was looking around, looking a bit befuddled as to what's going on here, sort of thing. But then we went up onto the top of the hill, had a picnic, and when we came back down about an hour or so later, it was wandering around with its mother in tow. So
brilliant.
Nature at its finest.
And they've just dropped square leg back, and there's one of those tactics where, do you reckon it's still going to be a full-length delivery, but he's pretending to bowl the short ball?
It's wide-ish delivery. It's gone through to the keeper. Got one ball left to come. This over, and then 2 overs remaining tonight.
Yeah, I'll be disappointed in that, Potts. It was like the bluff, the double bluff. He's dropped square leg back as if he's going to bowl a bouncer. Then he's going to sneak a 4-1 in while the tail ender's worried he's going to be trying to get pinned in the head, and just a little bit wayward there. You'd hope that would be on the stumps, but really impressive spell here from Potts. It's been really good watching him run down that hill.
Last ball, Crocombe flashes his bat at that one, and that's past the edge and through to the keeper, end of the over. So 2 overs to go here on BBC Radio Sussex and BBC Newcastle, and grab some late interviews in a few minutes and then get to the restaurant for our late booking, because
whereabouts are you eating, or you're not allowed to say, just in case you have loads of fans?
I can't remember the name of it. It's somewhere we go whenever we're down here. It's just quite a sort of cheap and cheerful joint down on the seafront, not too far away from the team hotel.
Oh, lovely.
And a little pub nearby that would pop into. But I did say to William last night, I think we'll still be playing at 7 o'clock, so...
And we got Rain to continue bowling, so it might be Rain and Potts to see us through, but he's coming up here to bowl. It's cut away by McAndrew, and he says wait there, so maybe he's taking control of the strike now, and this will be the over that he might be a bit more aggressive and try and take on the bowling a little bit. Rain definitely isn't bowling with the same pace he was bowling with earlier, so maybe he's filling in the legs. I think he's bowled 21, 22 overs now, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's what is he?
21 overs
21 overs in, 2 for 71.
Tough gig up the hill as well. I spoke about it earlier, but from the sea end, it is a bit of a steeper slope than you realise running up that hill, and 21 overs of it isn't fun. So he's going up the hill again. Full length delivery, and McAndrew blocks that away.
How old do you think Rain is?
By the haircut, I would have said 34, but by the way you asked me, I'm going to say 26.
He's 31.
Oh, couldn't have been any further wrong there.
Whole lead 3-2 at this Stadium of Light now.
No, he impressed me last year. I watched quite a bit of his bowling.
Yeah.
I watched a lot of the highlights of the wickets, and very consistent. Remind me a bit of the Worcester bowler. I can't remember his name. As he runs up the hill here. Full length delivery, and it's blocked away. Joe something or
Clark. Joe Clark. Leach.
Is it Leach? Oh, I can't remember his name. But yeah, he reminds you of him. Just the way he runs in and lands it on a length trying to nibble it. Very good bowler himself as well. Might be Joe Leach, I'm trying to think.
How many wickets did he get last year? I'm trying to remember.
And he's supposed to be a nice guy, isn't he, as well?
Yeah, he's a nice lad, yeah. 47 wickets last season.
Impressive. But they'd love to mop it up here and get into the change rooms as he comes into bowl. 4-length delivery, flicked away, but he just missed it. And another good take from Robinson. Great footwork as well. Robinson, like I said earlier, has been very impressive today behind the stumps. And just you could tell by the body language, the Durham players are so done with the day. They just want to get this wicket, get into the changing rooms, get a bit of food. It's been a long day, isn't it?
Oh, now then, the controversy with this whole third goal. It looks like the ball's gone out of play. The Sunderland defender stops. The whole player continues in and smashes it into the net.
Looks like it's gone out of play to me as he runs up the hill here, Rain. 4-length delivery, and that is driven straight to mid-off. He's been bowling well, very consistent, top of off, but McAndrew just made that look easy. Just leant on it, hit it straight to mid-off, and I don't know who that is. It might be Cast at mid-off. Is just shaking his hand as if that really stung, because it's a little bit nippy out there now. Quite cold, even though it's quite bright on the stream and looks sunny. It's still April, remember, and it's not as warm as you think. So these hard balls in early April do sting. And got rain to continue here up the hill. Last ball of the over comes into bowl. And it's flicked straight to mid-wicket, and that's a dot ball. Very 4-length delivery, and that will leave us with one more over left in the day, which I imagine will be by Potts, who's been very impressive today. A little bit short bowling earlier, which didn't really promote getting wickets, especially against someone like Pujara, but much better in this spell.
Dave's emailed about Luke Deneathy. He says it's announced this week that he'll represent Northumberland in the minor counties T20 this season, which has got to be a good thing for all concerned after he seems to have dropped off the radar a bit with Durham following a good 50-over campaign the year Durham reached the final, which was 2 seasons ago. Yeah, I didn't really see much from him last year. Last over of the day then. And if there's a wicket, that will be the end of play.
I'd just chuck everyone in the slips the way he's been bowling. Just try and get that wicket.
Got a man on the boundary at fine leg in Graham Clark. 4 in the slips, square legs quite close in, backward point. That's gone through to the keeper. Shout of catch, but he never actually hit it.
Now, if you guys are seeing it on the stream, obviously, if you're listening on the radio, you won't be able to see it, but Potts does this thing where when he's disappointed, he just shakes his hands up in the air as if he's trying to swim with just complete anger and disappointment that he's not nicked that. And after about 2 overs of player misses, that was the most exaggerated one I've seen so far. He's clearly annoyed that he's working hard bowling down the hill and he just can't seem to get that edge, and I can relate to that as I'm pretty stropping myself when it's a player miss.
Comes in again, and that's a very casual waft, and it's taken very low by the keeper.
Another player miss. I imagine Potts is going to be adding these up, and at the end of the day he'll be like 15 player misses today. Not ideal, but it looks like it's a running joke now. He's still got his hands on his chin talking to mid-on, which I think is it's not the skipper, Alex. It might be Rain instead, but it must be a running joke now. The amount of times he's had a player miss in this spell. But he's been impressive, really impressive, and within England selectors around, seeing him bowling the way he is, he's got to be in with the shout.
Potts balls, and there's bat on ball, and there's going to be a run as it's flicked away through mid-wicket by Crocombe.
But it's been good to get as many overs in as we have today, isn't it? I'm used to going to test matches or something like that, and you get promised 90 overs and you get about 70, so it's actually nice to get 100 overs in the game, and it's quite easy to do if you keep on it as umpires and don't have as many breaks. And the players have been really good about getting in between overs. Kuhneman was brilliant through today, to be honest, getting through overs and very consistent, so it's just nice to see a full day's worth of cricket.
Potts bowls. McAndrew edges this one down behind, point for 1. The sun's come out again now briefly, and how many balls are left of the day? 2 to go.
Now Potts just walking back. Durham players having a chat. Few players' hands in pockets. I bet he's freezing out there, and nice to see. I think it's Clark down at fine leg talking to some of the crowd as well. Potts comes into bowl.
defended by Crocombe. So the scorecard tells me that at 332 for 9, they trail by 44. And I think after 2 days, you can fairly safely say this is even Stevens.
Yeah, with Sussex's bowling attack, four seamers, Tom Haynes can bowl as well. They're going to really hope in the morning when they're into bowl that they can make the most of it and take a few early wickets. I think it's poised for a really good day 3, and Sussex will think that if they get a few early wickets, break up the partnerships, then they could be right in this game. And likewise, Durham, if they can get some runs on the board early, put some pressure on, you can see that Sussex's batters can have a couple of collapses, and that could mean they're in the game for a win.
This is the last ball as Potts comes in. Oh, and nearly edged behind. Close of play then, 332 for 9 after how many overs? 81 overs, is it? No, 91 overs.
Yeah.
And the deficit